Chapter 1248. It was Zhua who saved me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me now. Dugiana rolled her eyes and explained. Zhua is really reliable, Umo Yin said sincerely. The one I met before was Celestial Star-Lord. Who's the one on your side? Dugiana asked while fighting. With their cultivation and strength, one of them was no match for the other. But when they joined hands, they could easily turn the tables. What's more, with the tacit understanding they had over the years and the Spirit United Heart technique, they gradually suppressed the enemy in front of them. They chatted while fighting, but they didn't delay anything. Instead, they increased the psychological pressure on the other side. My opponent is Civil Star-Lord, Mo Yin said. He's very powerful. Don't take him lightly. I know, Dugiana said. I almost suffered a great loss in the hands of these people. How can I not be careful? On the opposite side, Civil Star said nothing. He looked elegant and calm. Even though he was at a disadvantage in the battle, he was still leisurely, as if he were taking a stroll in a courtyard. The battle continued. After exchanging a few hundred blows, the outcome of the battle was still unclear. However, with the arrival of an expanse of extreme coldness, the outcome of this battle was no longer suspenseful. So Xiaoyan was like a fairy from the heavens, arriving gracefully. Civil Star-Lord withdrew his sword and stepped back with a faint smile. It's really my doom. He was still relaxed, and his smile was not fake. Civil Star-Lord was calm and said slowly, the plan I set in the past was to leave some seeds in advance, in the hope of returning to the ancestral land and gathering glory again. I once said that the cycle of this plan was too long. It lasted for ages and was full of risks. Even if it could arrive smoothly, it was inevitable that its strength would be insufficient. Once it died, there would be no return, and it would lead to the weakening of the other side. I'm afraid that because of this, my 15 brothers will no longer have a foothold in the heavenly court. At that time, my eldest brother wanted to achieve a miraculous achievement, so he insisted on this plan. Today, it seems that what I said was true. This is not an opportunity between the North and the South, but the calamity of the Southern Dipper and the calamity of the Northern Dipper. Zhua Xiaoyan raised her long sword and said, Civil Star, Zhua Xiaoyan is here to learn from you. Civil Star-Lord laughed and said, if the three of you work together, I will die for sure. You don't have to flatter me with your words. Zhua Xiaoyan frowned slightly. What do you want? Since it's a situation of certain death, how can Literati Star die like an ordinary person, covered in blood and flesh? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to the name of Literati? He laughed loudly. From now on, I'll abandon the universe and turn into a floating star. I won't hold the knife for the heavenly courts. I'll just see if I'm sincere or not. Before he finished speaking, Civil Star-Lord suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground. Starlight burst out from his body and a shadow appeared. However, the shadow also disappeared in the next moment. Civil Star-Lord's aura completely disappeared from the world. Only a pen was left in the air. It was a very small pen, about the size of an embroidery needle. It slowly fell to the ground. Zhua Xiaoyan waved her hand, and the pen fell into her hand. She put it into the space ring and said, You Moyan, take the Dragon of Luck. We have to go to other places. Okay. The possessed person fell to the ground unconscious. Zhua Xiaoyan didn't care about him. Civil Star-Lord left on his own, so the possessed person had great luck. If he could wake up safely, not only would he recover his consciousness, but he would also get the memory fragments left by Civil Star-Lord. Although it was just a fleeting memory, it was still a great benefit. However, Moyan didn't let him go. After taking the Dragon of Luck, he chopped it into 2 pieces. Moyan hated traitors the most in his life. This person was obviously a student of Ancestral Dragon High School and a disciple of a big family. However, he was possessed by a demon star. If he didn't have any evil thoughts, how could he do that? Therefore, Moyan didn't let him off and killed him with his sword. Let's go. On the other side, Li Zhongming and Wan Lixiu, who had rushed over to help, were fighting another star sovereign. Just as they were gradually gaining the upper hand, Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan charged in together. The 4 joined forces. Zhang Xuejuan's fighting strength was off the charts. She could almost defeat a Star Lord by herself. It didn't take long for the battle to end. It was one of the few battles in the Heavenly Dao that Zhuo Xiaoyan and her brother didn't participate in. Then, the four divided into 3 groups and went to help. The Star Lord killed by Li Zhongming and Wan Lixiu was the master of Southern Dipper Palace, Silu Star Lord. Compared to the army-destroying Greedy Wolf and the other Star Monarchs, this celestial minister, Lu Star Monarch, was naturally weaker. When he first came down, he encountered Li Zhongming and was somewhat surprised in his heart. It was a wonder that the astral soul's youth had such a high cultivation at such a young age. However, he was still able to suppress Li Zhongming. The battle also proved his judgment. Although Li Zhongming was also at the peak of the Flying Heaven realm and had compressed his vital essence several times, he still couldn't defeat the Silu Star Lord. It was fine for him to fight for a while, but if the battle dragged on, he would definitely lose. Fortunately, not long after, Wan Lixiu rushed in. The 2 geniuses in the eyes of the Silu Star Lord were fighting him to a standstill. Then, for some reason, Li Zhongming started to doze off. The more he fought, the more tired he became. In the end, he just lay on the ground and fell asleep. However, Wan Lixiu didn't mind at all. She didn't even scold him. Instead, she used all her strength to block all of the Silu Star Lord's attacks. It was as if she was afraid that the Silu Star Lord would disturb Li Chengming's sleep. Silu Star Sovereign was also an experienced great cultivator, so how could he not know that there was something fishy going on? Following that, he felt that he was showing signs of drowsiness, and the drowsiness was getting worse and worse. He couldn't even open his eyes and wanted to sleep badly. His eyes were drowsy, and his whole body was extremely tired. He waved his sword and was beaten by Wan Lixiu. The Silu Star Lord knew that he had fallen into a trap. However, he couldn't wake up. The more he fought, the more tired he became. It wasn't that he didn't try to stab himself in the leg. However, he was still so tired that his eyes started to secrete mucus. Fuck, what kind of martial art is this? Could it be a dream Dao technique? The Silu Star Lord felt so sullen and shocked that he wanted to die. Wan Lixiu was very clear about Li Zhongming's methods. In the past, she had been dealt with by him many times. At this moment, she was not affected at all. She was full of energy as she suppressed the Silu Star Lord and beat him up like a sandbag. Just as she was happily beating him up, Xiang Chong and Zhang Xuejuan came over. Zhang Xuejuan then pierced the Silu Star Lord into a mutton skewer with her spear. It had to be said that Zhang Xuejuan's murderous aura and murderous heart were more than 1,000 times stronger than before. Every move was a sure kill move. That was when Xiaoduo rushed through the thick fog. When he saw people again, it was Li Chenglong and Yu Yan'er. They were sweating profusely as they beat up the person opposite them. Zhuo Xiaoduo heaved a sigh of relief when a heavenly secret token flew over. Luckily, he wasn't beaten to death yet. Zhuo Xiaoduo wasn't worried about Li Chenglong and the others. Instead, he was worried about the Southern Dipper's #1 star, the Palace Master of the Treasury Star Lord. He had just received 2 drops of Providence points to prove this fact. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that it was enough for one of the Star Lords to be killed. This also caused him to only receive 2 basic Providence points from the person who was possessed. And if the Star Lord died in the hands of others, he naturally wouldn't receive the Heavenly Secret token. The 700 Providence points that he should have received had flown away forever. So Xiaoduo expressed his heartfelt heartache. As stingy as he was, he naturally moved faster and faster. This was because there were already many people who had been released. These guys wouldn't show mercy. As long as they could deal with it themselves, they definitely wouldn't wait for him to deal with it. As long as any 2 of them worked together, they would at least have the strength to fight to a draw or even kill a Star Lord. Now that he saw a battle between Star Lords, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had rushed out, didn't say anything. He waved his sledgehammer and pounced forward. He activated the 1,000-soul Nightmare Hammer and smashed it out crazily. Go help others. Li Chenglong shouted, "We can handle this. Trust us." Zhuo Xiaoduo turned a deaf ear as he rushed forward and entered the battle with a strong momentum. The moment he started, He continuously smashed out 3,600 hammer strikes. How can I not know if you can handle it? I'm not blind. The problem is that if I don't make a move, the 700 points in front of me will fly away again. This really doesn't matter if I trust you or not. That's a lot of Providence points that a series of 3,600 hammers blasted the fate-ruling Star Lord to dust. 700 Providence points arrived as scheduled. Li Qinglong didn't notice that he was smashed away by Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammer. Holding his sword, he said gloomily, I already said that victory is in our hands. Why don't you meddle in other people's business? Why don't you go and help the others first? Stop talking nonsense. Let's end this quickly. There are others. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't explain. He flipped over and said, don't go all out when you encounter someone difficult to deal with. Fight steadily and wait for me to go over. Li Qinglong could only watch gloomily as Yu Yin kept the Dragon of Providence. Then, they went their separate ways and headed elsewhere. Who would wait for you if you can handle it? No matter how he looked at it, it felt like she was here to steal the credit. However, what credit could there be? Was there a need to be so anxious? On the other side, Gao Qiaoer met Cheng Qingning. Gao Qiaoer was fine, but Cheng Qingning was a little disappointed. The person she wanted to meet the most was Xiaoduo. To be able to kill Zhuo Xiaoduo was her lifelong pursuit and greatest wish. However, as soon as they exchanged blows, not to mention Zhuo Xiaoduo, she was not even a match for Gao Qiaoer. She was almost instantly killed in one move. The reason why it was said to be almost was probably because the Star Lord who had possessed her had hurriedly attacked, allowing her to escape the calamity. Then, the possessed military Star Lord took control of the body and immediately suppressed Gao Qiaoer. Chapter 1249. However, Gao Qiao was very smart. After a short fight, she knew that she was no match for him. She saw the opportunity earlier than Wan Lixiu and immediately changed her fighting style. Since she was not strong enough, she would rather use her wits than her strength. She dodged left and right, try her best to avoid a head-on fight with him. Gao Qiao had inherited the Moon Lord body movement, which was extremely flexible and ethereal. With her own cultivation, she could only dodge and fight. Even though the Star Master's cultivation was much higher than hers, he could do nothing to her. The situation was in a stalemate. However, there was a limit to the space. The Star Master was the one who had the most extensive knowledge of martial arts among the Star Masters. He quickly understood Gao Qiaoer's intention and used countless moves to close in on her. Gradually, he compressed the space that Gao Qiaoer could use. In the long run, no matter how slippery Gao Qiaoer was, she would still be defeated and killed in the end. However, Gao Qiaoer's hard work allowed her to hold on for a whole hour. Under the endless moves of the Star Master, when Gao Qiao was about to be defeated, Xiaoduo rushed over in an aggressive manner. So watch out. Gao Qiaoer was overjoyed. She retreated with sweat dripping down her body and shouted, He is the Star Master of the Star Master. His moves are very complicated. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out a Tianji order and said with a smile, Don't worry. He has thousands of moves. I will smash him to death with my hammer. Zhuo Xiaoduo. A woman's voice full of resentment came from the woman possessed by the Star Master of the Star Master. Ning Qingcheng. It's you. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled faintly. You barely escaped with your life, but you came here to die. You brought this upon yourself. You can't blame me for this. Forgive me for not sending you off on the road to the underworld. Ning Qingcheng said angrily, Even if you kill me, I will be reunited with the Ning family in hell. It's better than being an orphan in this world. As she spoke, she had already wiped off her makeup, revealing her devastatingly beautiful face. Even Gao Qiaoer couldn't help but feel pity for such a peerless beauty in front of her. This woman was simply too beautiful. She was almost at the level of little Nian's sister-in-law. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. He didn't have any cells in him that would show mercy to a woman. In other words, other than Zhuo Xiaoyan and a few other beautiful women, Zhuo Xiaoduo was the only one who could make Zhuo unable to lay his hands on not a single one. Saying that Zhuo had a heart of steel was just a compliment. He was practically a heartless guy. I'm face blind. I can't tell if a woman is beautiful or not, Zhuo once said in a casual conversation. At that time, Long Yuxing and the others were all there. Everyone asked, "Then do you think little Nian is beautiful?" Zhuo said shamelessly, "I really can't tell. If she hadn't pursued me since I was a child, how could she have beaten me? Anyway, I'm going to have a family, so I'll just put up with it. She's the one. As for whether she's beautiful or not, it doesn't matter." When Zhuo said this, he crossed his legs in a smug and high-spirited manner. Then he was scolded. It didn't matter that he was scolded. Zhuo relied on his tyrannical strength to beat up everyone present. Then he snatched the phone and deleted all the recorded video and audio. That's so. According to Zhuo, whether Ning Qingxin was beautiful or not, he couldn't see it. Cough. But whether she was beautiful or not, she deserved to die here. Hurry up and turn into a lot of luck points for me. Then, Zhuo rushed up with his hammers. I'll smash your head into pieces. Let's see if you're beautiful or not. Military Star was indeed a martial artist. When he fought with Zhuo felt an unusually huge pressure. It was almost the same as when he fought with Greedy Wolf Star. However, after receiving thousands of luck points, Zhuo was no longer the Zhuo who fought with Greedy Wolf before. He went all out as soon as he started fighting. With a shake of his hand, he sent thousands of luck points. The battle between Zhuo and Military Star lasted for more than half an hour. Gao Xiao not only couldn't get involved in this fierce battle, but also had to cover her ears and hide far away. Her face was full of pain. As the battle continued, the shockwaves created by the two of them became more and more intense. The entire space had been shattered countless times. With Gao Xiao's current cultivation base, she couldn't withstand it. To be fair, Military Star's combat experience and skills were much better than Zhuo was. Zhuo couldn't compare with him in terms of timing and control. It was only in terms of strength that he was at a complete disadvantage. But this alone was enough to make the Star Lord shut himself in. As the battle continued, he became more and more compatible with the body he had taken over. He could unleash his full power. His cultivation base and strength were at the pinnacle of the Dao integration pinnacle stage. Against the pinnacle of the Sky Soar realm, he had to combine his skills, experience, and timing. He had the upper hand in every aspect. Even with so many advantages, he was at a disadvantage in terms of offensive strength. He couldn't win. How are you going to reason with this? Just how powerful was this kid's foundation to be able to create such an unreasonable situation? After an hour or so of battle, Military Star was truly at a disadvantage. There was no way he could turn the tables. He was already fighting with all his might, but his opponent's hammer was simply too heavy. It was so heavy that Military Star was planning to exhaust his opponent to death with his skills and abilities. Even if he had to overcome 10 opponents with brute strength, he was going to overcome them with skill. That was what he thought, and that was what he did. Moreover, no matter which senior expert, based on their experience, knowledge, and vision, what he was doing was the most suitable for the current situation. It was also the strategy that could turn the situation around and defeat the enemy and win the battle. However, Military Star adopted the most appropriate strategy to exhaust himself to death. All of his cultivation base had been completely drained. His opponent, whom he wanted to exhaust to death, was still full of energy. His face was ruddy, and he was still fighting fiercely. He didn't look like he had been through a life-and-death battle for such a long time. Instead, he looked like he had just eaten a great tonic. At this moment, seeing that his opponent was unable to continue, Zhuo finally unleashed Zhu Rong's true fire. The flames soared to the sky. After a few consecutive battles, Zhuo's benefits could be said to be incomparable. He was like a huge dry sponge, absorbing the experience and skills of the Celestial Lords tirelessly. He was like a whale sucking in the ocean and even sucking the marrow out of their bones. For Zhuo, This was an extremely rare opportunity. If he were to forget himself and go a little crazy, then so be it. If any one of the 15 celestial lords were to fight Zuo, they would be able to squash him to death with just 2 fingers. It would be no more difficult than squashing an ant. However, at this moment, they had thrown themselves into the heavenly Tao pattern and possessed their bodies. Every single one of their cultivations was in an extremely awkward state. Tao integration pinnacle stage. Under the heavenly Tao, where the highest cultivation base limit was the Skysoar pinnacle stage. This level of cultivation base should be enough to control the entire situation and resolve all obstacles. However, no one would have thought that Zuo would be able to defeat an opponent of a higher cultivation base than himself. There was more than one person like Zuo. Everyone in Zuo's group was at the Skysoar pinnacle stage, and their combat prowess had exceeded that level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stall for time until reinforcement arrived. However, in the eyes of the celestial lords, this was an absolutely insane and inconceivable reality. What they didn't know was that to Zuo, they could be said to be the most suitable and the most convenient whetstones. Zuo was at the Skysoar pinnacle stage, and his cultivation base was even more powerful than theirs, which was at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Furthermore, all of their techniques and experiences were completely useless in the face of Zuo's massive hammers and overwhelming strength. Aside from instilling techniques and experiences into Zuo, all of their techniques and experiences were completely useless in the face of Zuo's overwhelming power. His demonic power was gone, and his bonded weapon was gone. The crushing victory that he had envisioned had occurred, except he was the one being crushed after Zuo's frenzied hammer strikes reached 12,000 times. Military Star-Lord finally retreated with blood gushing from his mouth. He had reached his limit. Zuo continued to press his advantage, and Zhu Rong's true flames burned even more fiercely. The starry sky indestructible stone also appeared, and Military Star-Lord was about to be sentenced to death. "Stop!" Military Star-Lord roared. "I'll dissipate on my own. Don't damage her body." Zuo mercilessly hammered down 300 times. Who would have thought that the Celestial Lord would be so protective of the fairer sex? It's a pity that I'm not. Ning Qingqing's voice also sounded. "Zuo, I have something to ask you." "No need." Zuo charged forward. "You've wasted too much time. I don't want to hear any information from you, and I have no obligation to tell you." "What? About? Love?" He enunciated the last 4 words one at a time. It was as if the sky was falling. Ning Qingqing's enchanting body had been hammered into pieces, her flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Gao Qiao's mouth twitched. Such a peerless beauty was not treated well by Zuo that as soon as Military Star-Lord Starlight burst out, Zuo caught up with him. Without even giving him a chance to speak, Zuo hammered him to death with 99 strikes. Boom! After the last strange explosion, there was only a deep sigh. I regret not listening to Wen Chu's words. As expected, the 700 drops of Providence points arrived on time. Chapter 1250. After Ning Qingqing's death, a hazy aura of Providence also appeared, just like Meng Qintian's. However, it was even more chaotic than the one that appeared after Meng Qintian's death. After all, Ning Qingqing had only recently joined the sect. In fact, the best person for this operation was Mo Xuanyi. Unfortunately, ever since Mo Xuanyi went missing, they couldn't find him again. They had no choice but to let Ning Qingqing take his place. Although it wasn't to the extent of making up the numbers, she wasn't the best choice. At this point, 10 out of the 15 celestial lords of the Southern Dipper and Northern Dipper were dead. The situation of the battle was extremely tragic. After another hour, Zhuo Xianyan and Zhen Piapiao killed Celestial Lord Longevity, Celestial Lord of the Southern Dipper Heaven Palace. Zhuo Xiaoduo led the others to kill Celestial Lord of the Southern Dipper Heaven Palace and Celestial Lord of the Zuo Fudong, Celestial Lord of the Southern Dipper Heaven Palace. Zhang Xuejuan performed a hat trick and killed Celestial Lord of the Southern Dipper Heaven Palace. Finally, Celestial Lord of the Southern Dipper Heaven Palace was killed by Li Chenglong, Pai Yibao, and the others. Finally, they killed the Celestial Lord and didn't get shave bald. The 15 Celestial Lords of the Southern Dipper were all wiped out. The 4 pawns of the Wang family, 2 in the open and 2 in the dark, all have forbidden drugs on them. They exploded in the land of Providence, hoping to succeed. However, in the face of Zhuo Xiaoduo's group, who could even kill 15 Celestial Lords at the pinnacle of the Tao Integration Pinnacle stage, they were like mayflies trying to shake a tree. They were quickly killed one by one. Zhuo Xiaoyan had been trying to find Lan Bingrui from the beginning. Unfortunately, she couldn't find her in the end. Instead, Zhang Xuejuan, who didn't know Lan Bingrui, found her and fought for the Dragon of Providence. In the end, Lan Bingrui was seriously injured, and Zhang Xuejuan obtained the Dragon of Providence. This was one of the few battles in this battle that didn't result in casualties. Under the influence of the Heavenly Tao layout and the Star Dipper Heaven Palace, everyone's bad habits were infinitely magnified. In particular, their envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were magnified to the extreme. This also caused Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others to be targeted the most in the competition. It's just because of his identity as the son of the Heaven Inspecting Minister. He's the second generation of a super official, a deformed product piled up by connections and resources. What real ability does he have? If my father was a Heaven Inspecting Minister, I would definitely be stronger than him. It had to be said that there was a huge market for people with this kind of mentality. But one thing was for sure. When you think this way, you're already denying all the hard work of others and even demonizing them. At the same time, he placed himself in a relatively unfair position. Even Li Chenglong and the others were interpreted as, it's only because he flattered the son of the sky, inspecting minister. So, he became a lackey who flatters his smelly feet and follows him everywhere. That's why he got some solid trash. This kind of bootlicker is the most disgusting. Are they the only ones in the world who know how to flatter others? Why is it that I can't catch up to those bootlickers even though I've worked so hard? If it were me, with the same amount of resources and benefits, I would definitely be better. There is a huge market for this kind of mentality. With this kind of distorted mentality, it was magnified many times in a specific environment. It was fine if they didn't meet Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others. But if they did, they would rush up to bite and fight like red-eyed, hungry wolves. But this also led to Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others to gain more and more. It had to be said that this was really a very ironic and thought-provoking thing. The so-called thought-provoking was probably because this kind of thing was too common and too marketable in this world. They didn't think about one thing. Even if someone else was the son of the minister and took advantage of them, what did it have to do with them? Or they asked themselves, should the son of the minister be taken care of? When such a question was put forward, even if it was asked face-to-face, the answer would be very clear. It has nothing to do with me. The son of the minister should be taken care of. This was a truth that didn't need to be said. Everyone understood this truth. But in this place, it became the original sin. Even if it was because of the environment, there were still some unbearable things that existed in human nature. In the whole group of dragons fighting over the earth veins, there were a total of 36 dragons of providence that rushed out of the earth veins. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't take much and only obtained 9 dragons. And most of them were those who dared to rob him. If Zhuo Xiaoduo let go of the frequency of robbing, with his speed and combat strength, he would be able to collect at least 15 dragons. Although Zhuo Xiaoyan's method was similar to Zhuo Xiaoduo's, there were also people who wanted to rob her. After such a series of battles, the dragons of providence automatically entered her body. In the end, she also collected 6 dragons. Li Chenglong also had 2 dragons of providence. As for the others, such as Long Yuxing and the others, each of the 12 people had 1 dragon. Zhou Yanqing took 1 dragon. The imperial family took 1. If Zhou Yanqing was also a member of Zhuo Xiao's group, Then Zhuo and the others would have collected a total of 30 dragons of providence. Even if Zhou Yinqing wasn't counted, Zhuo and the others still had a huge share of 29 dragons. Such a number, such a proportion, was simply terrifying. With the death of all 15 star monarchs, the dragons of providence had their own masters. There was no need to fight for the group of dragons fighting over the earth veins. However, the power of the earth veins continued to surge out. Although it could no longer take the form of a dragon, this power was still not to be underestimated. It was just that few people could use it. Although it was difficult to use people, Xiaolong was not in this category. He meandered in the air and transformed into a huge figure that occupied tens of thousands of meters of land. No matter where the earth veins appeared, he would swallow them all in one gulp. This situation made Xiaolong so happy that he felt that his dragon life had reached the peak, especially after Zhuo gave him a few more drops of deity. Xiaolong's satisfaction and happiness soared and directly exploded. His sense of loyalty soared to a super level of tens of thousands in one go. Since ancient times, which boss had treated his underlings so well? Only Zhuo. Long live boss. Long live boss. Long live boss. Long live boss. Xiaolong shouted silently in the sky. Down on the other side of the distant starry sky, in the Big Dipper War Palace, a total of 9 mighty figures were unprecedentedly weak, directly causing the abnormal phenomena in the sky. Everyone in the Big Dipper War Palace panicked. How could the 9 bosses have fainted at the same time? Moreover, their cultivation base was dropping like a waterfall. The War Palace immediately reported this situation. After many mighty figures came to check, but to no avail, the Kunpeng Demon Master personally came to see what was going on. In the end, before he could figure out what was going on, he received a new report saying that the same thing happened in the South Dipper War Palace and requested the Demon Master to take a look. The Kunpeng Demon Master's mind spun as he connected the dots and quickly understood everything. He stood up and sighed. North and South Dipper killing formation. Dipper killing formation. With a sigh, he floated away. After entering the Demon Emperor Palace, the Crown Prince, who was in charge of the Demon Emperor Palace, came to inquire. The Demon Master only sighed and said, "The South Dipper and North Dipper's battle power has been crippled. If you don't want them to be humiliated by despicable people, please give the order, Crown Prince, to let them enjoy the rest of their lives." Upon hearing this, all the great demons were stunned. Their eyes and faces were filled with disbelief. A million years of hard work has now been destroyed. Furthermore, the South Dipper and North Dipper stars in the sky, after the 15 Dipper soul extraction, have already broken free from the Heavenly Court's control. The Star Heart is free. From now on, the Heavenly Court is not complete, and the stars in the sky are not complete. The Demon Master sighed. This is fate. The backlash after forcefully going against the will of the heavens is fate. Master. The Crown Prince's handsome face was filled with indignation. Is there any way to remedy this? If the 2 majesties are not in seclusion now and are still clear-headed, perhaps, in the name of the Orthodox Heavenly Court, they can use the Dongwang Bell and the Book of Luo to suppress their providence. They can use the Emperor's might to subdue the stars and maintain the integrity of the sky. Then, the 15 Dipper sovereigns can split their souls and place them in the South Dipper and North Dipper positions again. But the 2 majesties have been in seclusion for many years. In the future, after a few years of rest, the stars will be able to operate according to the ancient laws and form their own system. The 15 Dipper sovereigns will be connected and stretch across the sky. Even if the majesties wake up, it will be too late. The Demon Master sighed, and a hint of sadness flashed across his face. When there was finally some hope of returning to the ancestral land, the Dipper sovereigns, who had always been the top fighting force of the demon race, actually made such a huge mistake. This result, this current situation, filled his heart with uneasiness. He had just tried to calculate the heavenly secrets, but he realized that the heavenly secrets were in a state of chaos and could not be calculated at all. No matter how he looked at it, it was just a sea of confusion. He did not know if this was the after effect of defying the will of the heavens or some other sign. Let's find the direction first. We'll talk about everything after we return. The dazzling hall fell into a state of silence. Down in the capital of the astral souls, in the slums that although they were nominally subordinate to the Umno Alliance, in reality, they were still the leaders of the demon race. At this moment, all of them were bathed in blood. The 15 of them were constantly vomiting blood, and their bodies were dripping with blood. Their auras were also constantly slipping. However, the loss of their cultivation bases and the pain of their bodies were far from comparable to the pain in their hearts. They looked at each other, and they were all at a loss, in despair, and in disbelief. They had failed. The Star Sovereigns had all fallen. How is this possible? How could this happen? They had clearly pried open the heavenly Tao structure, and everything was clearly under their control. The Star Sovereigns, who were at the pinnacle of the Tao integration stage, had entered the bodies that they had prepared long ago. The bodies had all been turned against them and would not resist, causing the Star Sovereigns to be unable to unleash their full strength. Everything had been calculated meticulously and meticulously. It should have been like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife and flying dragons riding on the face. But they had actually failed? How could they have failed? Star Sovereigns. A total of 15 Star Sovereigns had disappeared without a trace. All gone. Chapter 12:51. After a long time, everyone stood up weakly and looked at each other. Their faces were filled with despair, and they didn't know what to do. His face was equally bleak and devoid of color. A few of them had just stood up, but they immediately sat back down and continued to vomit blood. Their cultivation bases had plummeted by 95%. Their soul consciousness and soul power had also plummeted like a falling cliff. They fell to the bottom of the sea, and this kind of weakening couldn't be recovered through simple healing. Now, everyone's condition was even worse than when they were fatally injured. We're completely defeated. We have to leave this place immediately. Granny Tan Lang tried to stand up, but her legs were still trembling. We can't stay here for long. Everyone also struggled to stand up. They had failed. Their life's efforts had all gone down the drain. But they still had a life. Their lives were more important than their life's efforts, that they couldn't lose it. Only by preserving their lives could they talk about the future. They still had a lot of knowledge and countless secret techniques related to the Starry Sect. Previously, in order to complete the mission in one fell swoop, they sacrificed all the disciples around them. Now, other than themselves, there was no one else left in the Astral Souls continent. Even if it was for the inheritance of the Starry Sect, they had to survive and prolong their feeble existence. As long as they could return alive, there would naturally be a way to heal their injuries and revive the Starry Sect. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed, and another figure appeared in the courtyard. It was a young man. At this moment, he was pacing slowly with his hands behind his back. Everyone, you've reached the end. Going against the heavens and breaking the rules, there will be a backlash. I'm here to welcome you to the final destination. Who are you? Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. This young man seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Everyone's cultivation, divine sense, and soul power were all exhausted, but they still had their eyesight. However, when a young man suddenly appeared, even though he was right in front of them and they could see him clearly, they still felt that he was just a mass of air. Such a cultivation level. I'm Yudong Tian, also known as the Heavenly King of the Right. Yudong Tian smiled faintly. I thought I was here to receive 15 sect leaders. I fought so hard that my pants fell off. In the end, it turned out to be 15 trash like you. Is it fun to play with the will of the heavens? What he said was completely true. Yudong Tian was truly very disappointed at this moment. If he had known that there would only be 15 Yuanian cultivators at most, why would he need to send the Heavenly King of the Right personally? It was too degrading. However, he had personally witnessed the deaths of so many Tao integration stage, Soar Heavens cultivators in the Star Slaughter formation. If he didn't make this trip himself, What would he do if another batch of Dao integration stage cultivators were killed? Therefore, he volunteered to defeat Yin Zhonghu and defeated by Yin Duo, and finally got this cushy job. Now it seemed bullshit. Heavenly King of the Right. Upon hearing this name, Granny Tam Lang and the others, who were barely holding their bodies up, couldn't continue anymore. They all collapsed to the ground. The Heavenly King of the Right personally made a move. Wasn't he thinking too highly of them? Could it be that the Heavenly King of the Right usually had so much free time? They indeed didn't know that the Heavenly King of the Right was frightened by their star slaughter formation that Yu Dongtian's side. With a wave of his sleeve, he had already swept up the 15 people and left. He didn't even want to say a word. He originally wanted to make a big contribution, but in the end, there might still be some contributions, but with just these few people. Just the fact that he personally made a trip here was already a huge loss. Okay, how embarrassing. This was clearly something that could be settled by sending Hua Yun here, but what a mess. It was too degrading that just as the Heavenly King of the Right took away the 15 people at the bottom of the Death Soul Cliff, just as that monster was grievously healing himself, just suddenly starlight exploded and balls of destiny energy descended from the sky. That monster couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw this. It was actually the power of virtue. This was too surprising. Could it be that my actions during this period of time had actually made the heavens happy and accumulated so much merit? Oh my God, after so many years of patience and cultivation, there was finally a result. I, Zhu Yan, am now a beast with merit. Sob. I'm so touched. The heavenly Tao is indeed fair. There's a reward for every effort. The more miserable it was before, the more generous the reward was now. Just as it was looking forward to the power of virtue descending on its body, that thick mass of destiny energy, which was almost materialized, finally descended on its head. That monster Zhu Yin couldn't wait to raise its head and open its mouth, sucking hard at it. It couldn't suck. Why couldn't it suck? It stuck out its long tongue and tried to lick the bit. I couldn't lick? No, I don't believe it. I'll lick again. I'll lick hard. I'll lick with all my might. After repeated attempts, there was no result. That monster Zhu Yin was even more confused. I'm the only living person in this place. Since my merit is here, it wouldn't be aimless. How could it be that all of a sudden, the power of providence began to spin rapidly and shrank, then swoosh, it seeped down? From one side of its face it seeped down. That monster's eyes, which were as big as the room, followed the power of virtue and looked down. Its eyes were full of confusion. Below its chin was the cocoon formed by its blood, inner core, brain matter, soul power, and elemental energy. A small cocoon, and all that power of providence had actually entered that small cocoon in an instant. That monster Zhu Yin, who understood the reality before its eyes, was completely confused. It stared at the cocoon at its feet with its eyes wide open. Its eyes were full of despair and confusion. If it had Zhuo Xiaoduo's talent, it would probably think of a beautiful melody. Once had, once lost, once had a difficult choice. Years of broken dreams. Left in its heart, never to fade. Who can tell me? What is what? What is what? What is? Qin Fangyang's long-lost consciousness told himself that his soul had wandered in the sea of stars. He didn't know how many places and how many centuries he had experienced. Finally, he felt the existence of his body again. He tried to move. There was no pain in his body. Even the feedback he felt was that his body was intact, and the cultivation in his body had soared tremendously, as if it was about to explode. An extremely large amount of energy surged through his limbs and bones. Every single pore of his body was still squeezing the most powerful energy into his body. Given Qin Fangyang's self-knowledge, if he endured such powerful energy, his small body would definitely explode and die instantly. Moreover, he would die such a miserable death that even his bones wouldn't be left behind. Could it be that the moment I regained my consciousness before the setting sun was to feel the final descent of death? Before he could finish his thought, Qin Fangyang was even more horrified to discover that his meridians seemed to have been strengthened by hundreds of times without him even knowing what was going on. He could clearly feel that his entire body had been reborn. His cultivation was more than 1,000,000 times stronger. His muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were more than 1,000 times stronger. His meridians were more than 1,000 times stronger. His combat power seemed to have increased by more than 1,000 times as well. When he came to this realization, Qin Fangyang's first thought was, "That's great. With such cultivation, I can beat up that little bastard's with Xiaoduo. I must beat that little bastard's ass into 4 pieces." Then he realized that his thoughts were a little wrong. That shouldn't be the first thing that came to mind. Yes, there was still revenge. There were also many more important things. I've been framed and ambushed. Will my students come and take revenge on me? If they came and faced those people, wouldn't it be extremely dangerous, and I would be in great danger? When Qin Fangyang thought of this, he was about to flip over and get up and hurriedly look for that group of students. Then he was stunned to find out. Where was he? Something that looked like cotton had wrapped around his entire body. What was going on? He tried to reach out and use a little strength. He felt as if he could tear it apart. What was he waiting for? He gathered all his strength. Rip! Qin Fangyang tore apart the huge cocoon that was wrapped around the outside. After tearing it apart, it seemed as if something was pouring into his body. On the other hand, the thing that was torn apart by him was actually like flowing water that flowed along his skin and drilled into his body. Then it transformed into an extremely surging energy that flowed throughout his entire body, and his cultivation actually improved once more. Fuck, what was going on? Qin Fangyang sat up and was lost in his thoughts. I seem to have encountered some incredible things. Every single one of them is beyond my understanding. Then he felt that something even more wrong was coming one after another. The moment he raised his head slowly, he saw 2 eyeballs that were at least as big as a room hanging above him. It was as if he was looking into a mirror. He could clearly see his own face and figure in those huge eyeballs. Damn, Qin Fangyang was after all a teacher. Even though he was in such an awkward situation, he still couldn't say those words. He immediately said, "Damn it, what is this thing?" Then he could clearly see that the expression in those huge eyeballs was even more human. It was originally filled with depression, grievance, confusion, grievance, and confusion. That now there was an addition of innocence, anger, but not daring to say anything. Is that what was going on? I was obviously the one who was shocked. What were you feeling wrong for? What were you angry about? I was unconscious all this time. How did I offend you? Do you have to show such an expression? Chapter 1252. Greatly shocked, Qin Fangyang leaped up and felt as if his body was floating. With just a raise of his chi, he had already flown several tens of thousands of feet away. What? When did I become so powerful? It was only then that he saw the monster's full appearance that could be seen from the outside. This was actually an unimaginably huge demonic beast. Just its eyeballs were as big as a room. Then, how big was its entire body? One could only imagine the size of a giant venomous snake. But why was I under this thing's chin? Who could explain it to me? At this moment, a clear spiritual power finally came. Human, you're awake? No need to be confused. I saved you. You saved me? Qin Fangyang could not help but ask subconsciously. So many unforeseen events had struck him at once, causing him to be completely unable to think. He had even neglected the fact that he had clearly suffered a fatal injury. Not only had he not died, but he had also been reborn. His cultivation base had increased explosively to a level that was completely unimaginable. If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter, he definitely wouldn't be able to achieve such an effect. Yes, you're my benefactor. The demonic beast's spiritual power was vast, and its words were clear and accurate. But this sentence made Qin Fangyang's brain more and more blank. I'm his benefactor? How could this be? Where did it come from? Shouldn't the correct way of saying it was his benefactor, his savior? How could it be reversed all of a sudden, and he became his benefactor? In the gloomy explanation of the demonic beast Zhu Yin, Qin Fanyang finally understood the ins and outs of the whole thing. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should say that he was lucky or unlucky this time. Thinking back to that day, he had exploded 5 doppelgangers, and his cultivation was almost completely destroyed. Finally, he fought for a sliver of time and jumped off the cliff. The person chasing after him also reacted quickly. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, he still threw the weapon in his hand, causing my injuries to worsen. My last thought was that I was going to die, and this guy had lived under the cliff for God knows how many years. My seriously injured body directly fell into this guy's mouth. Then, this guy not only didn't eat me, but also worshipped me. If I didn't misunderstand, it should be like this. And it even let me eat its essence, flesh, inner core, brain matter. This demonic beast was so generous. These were also things that could be used to treat guests. Why can't I believe it? Also, this demonic beast treated me so well. So how did I become his benefactor? Facing Qin Fanyang's gaze, the demonic beast didn't find it strange and began to explain. He explained it over and over again that Qin Fanyang finally understood the whole story. So that's how it is. But then he remembered that he had to go out immediately. I can't stay here any longer. You're going out? The demonic beast suddenly became excited. Then can you take me out with you? Take you out? Qin Fanyang estimated that this guy's body was at least the size of an entire residential area. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How was he supposed to bring her along? Don't worry, don't worry. I could become small, very small. Zhu Yin was immediately in high spirits. He had truly had enough of staying at the bottom of this cliff. I want to get out. The world is so big. I want to go to Hong Kong. It could become smaller. Very small. How small exactly? Qin Fanyang's eyes widened. He couldn't refuse. Even if the demonic beast said that he was his benefactor, Qin Fanyang asked for it. The demonic beast was his savior. So the demonic beast was his benefactor. If he couldn't even fulfill such a small request, it couldn't be justified. But the key was the problem of how small he could become, that after all, this demonic beast body was simply too big. When he said that it was small, if it was only small in his opinion, or quite big, then it was a gigantic beast whose eyeballs were as big as a house. Zhu Yin immediately became happy. With a sway of its body, its huge body visibly shrank. With another sway of its body, it shrank even further. A circle of poisonous fog sprayed out, and another circle of poisonous fog sprayed out. Qin Fanyang stood in the poisonous fog, completely unharmed. He didn't even feel any discomfort. Finally, after Zhu Yin shook its but for more than 100 rounds, it finally raised its head. Is this okay? It raised its big eyes and looked at Qin Fanyang, sighing dejectedly. Seems like it's still not okay. Qin Fanyang was speechless for a while. In terms of body size, you are a lot smaller than before, which is an eye-opener for me. But your body is bigger than a 3-room house now, so of course it's still not okay. How can I enter Shangjing with you? We'll be attacked at the first opportunity, and they'll think that I'm up to no good and have ulterior motives. Zhu Yin sighed with extreme grievance. If this still doesn't work, then I'll transform into your human form, okay? As it said this, it sniffled as if it had been wronged. Qin Fanyang's heart suddenly surged with emotions. You can fucking transform. What are you waiting for? Don't tell me that transforming into a human form makes it look like I'm mistreating you? The fog rose again, and in an instant, a muscular man of about 2.7 meters appeared in front of Qin Fanyang. His body was full of muscles, and his head was bumpy. There wasn't a single strand of hair on his head, and he was naked from head to toe. The huge thing below his crotch was swinging. How about this? Is it okay? Zhu Yin flashed its muscles with a smug look on its face. It bent its arms, turned its body to one side, and exerted some force. Immediately, a muscular butt bulged out. Cough. Qin Fanyang felt like his eyes were going blind. I still have to block it. Qin Fanyang pointed somewhere. If you go out like this, you'll definitely be arrested for indecent behavior. What the? Zhu Yin was shocked. Then, it took a deep breath that had directly used its spiritual energy to compress an object and made a big board. With a smack, it covered its lower body. This should be okay, right? Behind. Qin Fangyang pointed at it, but speechlessly. You also have to block it. Sigh. You humans are so troublesome. Why didn't one transform? It's because you can't stand these rules and regulations. Zhu Yan muttered with great dissatisfaction. It's obviously such a beautiful and majestic body, full of masculine attractiveness, but you actually have to cover the most majestic part. What a waste of God's gift. Qin Fangyang. Finally, both sides recovered. Qin Fangyang sighed. My space ring is broken. Let's go out first. When we come across a place with human habitation, you can hide first. I'll find a way to get you 2 sets of clothes. Since you want to blend in with the crowd, you have to abide by the human race's rules. Without fixed rules, there's nothing to talk about. Zhu Yan said excitedly. Okay. Before leaving, Zhu Yan opened its mouth and sucked all the poisonous fog that had accumulated in the canyon over the years into its mouth. Then it reached out and fished out a round black pearl that was mixed with countless saliva. It handed it over generously. Noble, this gift is for you. Looking at the sticky saliva on it, and smelling the odor that was dozens of times more complicated and unpleasant than being exposed to the sun for 4 to 5 days in an open-air male toilet in a school with 10,000 students, Qin Fangyang was on the verge of tears. This was too out of the ordinary, but it seemed to be a good thing. It was even a dream-grade, rare treasure. In view of this, Qin Fangyang suppressed his disgust and took the black pearl. When I see Zhuo Xiaoduo, I'll give this to him. That kid has never had any moral integrity. This kind of thing can only be used to its fullest potential if it's given to him. Qin Fangyang no longer hesitated. He flew up with Zhu Yan. Don't mess around when you go out. This was what Qin Fangyang was most afraid of. Look at this thing's big belly. Even if they went out to eat, the people in the neighborhood might not be half full. Don't mess around. Zhu Yan nodded. If I say you can't do something, then you definitely can't do it. Can't do it. You have to listen to me. You're my noble. Of course I'll listen to you. You won't go back on your word? I won't. Zhu Yan happily walked on a mountain road with its large feet that were 60 yards long. It was inexplicably agitated and only wanted to sing a song. I Zhu Yan am out. Follow me, my noble. Although I'm not sure if that's the case. The more it thought about it, the more excited it became. It seemed to jump as it walked. Therefore, the board in front of its lower body swung up again and again. When it landed, the board behind its lower body bounced back again. As it walked, the 2 boards rhythmically slapped its thighs and buttocks. Pa-pa-pa, pa-pa-pa-pa, pa-pa-pa-pa-pa, pa-pa. Qin Fangyang walked in front with a dark face. I must. Get him some clothes as soon as possible. It's so embarrassing. I'm a teacher. I have to be a role model if someone saw this. It would be better if they only saw it, but if they didn't see it, it would be a disaster. At the scene of the dragons fighting for ley lines. Outside, the battle inside had just ended. The ley lines were still gushing out. The Heavenly Tao layout and the Great Star Battle layout had not completely dispersed. Department Head Ding and the others were still waiting anxiously. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The dark clouds in the sky immediately became chaotic, boiling endlessly. It was as if the entire sky was a big pot that was boiling and boiling. The extremely intense changes in front of them made everyone speechless. A few dark clouds visible to the naked eye collided with each other as if they were hostile. It was clearly just a collision between clouds, but the result was a violent explosion of lightning and thunder. The mountains and rivers of the 9 prefectures were trembling. Even some of the tall buildings in Shangjing below were on the verge of collapse. That everyone was trembling with fear. The feeling it gave them was that the heavens were furious, or the heavens were fighting, and it seemed to be fighting with all its might. It was a hysterical fight. Chapter 1253. Finally, there was a deafening sound high in the sky. A deep dragon's roar and a clear phoenix's cry sounded at the same time. Then, There was a riot of colors in the sky. It was extremely beautiful. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. A dragon's roar shook the sky. They all clearly saw a huge golden dragon of unknown length suddenly leaping out of the clouds. In an instant, it spanned thousands of miles in the sky. Then, it suddenly disappeared. A short while later, in another direction, a phoenix of similar size appeared. It quietly left the clouds and soared into the 9 heavens. At the highest point, it turned into colorful shards and disappeared with the wind. That some kind of angry and depressed interest surged in everyone's heart. They didn't know why, but they just felt depressed. In any case, they couldn't wait to find someone to fight with their lives. Only then could they vent this inexplicable emotion. The clouds crazily released a storm. Then, they gradually rose and gradually dispersed on the ground. The fog that shrouded the dragons also began to sway. It was dense and unceasingly agitated. Bits of starlight began to dissipate. It was obvious that it was being drawn out or pushed out, that as the starlight was being drawn out. The fog became more and more unstable. It's finally going to end. Everyone was on tenterhooks. In the end, who would come out first? A total of 50 people went in. Even if Zwishaoduo wasn't first, he should at least be in the top 3, right? Even if he wasn't in the top 3, he must be in the top 10. Otherwise, how could the minister live with his face? Time passed little by little. The fog rippled more and more violently. It was as if there was a hurricane blowing, but in fact there was no wind at all. Finally, with a loud bang, the thick fog suddenly dissipated, revealing a cave entrance. The next moment, under everyone's gazes with their mouths wide open and their breaths held by, a figure was the first to be ejected out of the hole. She had a slim figure and was dressed in white. However, her white clothes were mottled and somewhat unsightly. Could it be Zwishaoyan? It's okay. Zwishaoduo can't be first, but Zwishaoyan can be first. We're all family. But after that figure was ejected, she actually used a very painful and incomparably embarrassing posture to lie heavily on the ground. There was a scream. With a pu sound, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He said with extreme hatred, "Zhan Shuejuan, Zwishaoduo, you all deserve to die." Everyone was confused. Only then did they recognize that the beauty who was thrown out was Lan Bingrue. Treat her injuries. The principal of Ancestral Dragon High School shouted before asking, "What's going on?" Lan Bingrue was weak all over, and her face was full of shame. As she got out of the natural pattern of dragons fighting for the vein, the negative state that was magnified suddenly shrank, and her mind became clear again. Her mind also became stable. She lowered her head and did not speak for a long time. Obviously, her state of mind was lost. "Bingrue, how's your harvest?" asked a vice principal of Ancestral Dragon High School. Lan Bingrue wanted to say something, but hesitated. Finally, she said with grief and indignation, "My harvest was stolen." Snatched away? Everyone was full of doubts. They didn't know where this snatched came from. According to the practice of the dragon race, wasn't it not allowed to snatch from each other? Wasn't it fine to not move after entering and wait for the Dragon of Providence to appear and choose the fated person? How could it be? Snatched away? My Dragon of Providence was snatched away by Zhan Shuejuan. She's clearly not on the list of participants, but she appeared in it and snatched it with her tyrannical strength. Lan Bingrue fainted after saying that. She had to faint even if she pretended to faint. It was too embarrassing. However, even if she decided to pretend to faint, she still didn't forget to make things difficult for Zwishaoduo and the others. She was obviously hoping to find a reason to save her face. No matter what, as an outstanding genius of the generation, one of the leading figures of the Ancestral Dragon martial arts students, she was snatched away and didn't get it back. This was too unreasonable. Especially when I'm a beauty, that the leaders of the Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts Academy ordered people to carry Lan Bingrue away with faces full of astonishment. Minister Ding coughed and said, "Principals, this time's dragon sees the heritage is very different from the past. There are many major changes involved. We can't treat it the same way as before." The principals were puzzled. Change? What change? Yes, change. And this change, after the dragon race ends, no one is allowed to leak the news. Those who disobey will be severely punished. Department Head Ding said seriously. Previously, I asked you to dismiss all the students and unrelated personnel, leaving only the 20 of us. The main purpose is to keep this secret as much as possible. Department Head Ding looked at the people present and said calmly, I can take responsibility and say that once the news gets out, no matter who it is, everyone present will be in trouble. Looking at the crowd, Department Head Ding narrowed his eyes and said lightly, This is what the higher-ups said. I hope everyone doesn't make a mistake. Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School's people were shocked. What happened that made Department Head Ding say it was so serious? The principal of Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School lowered his head and pondered for a long time. Department Head Ding's voice sounded in his ears. I've sent you the details, but you should keep this to yourself. The matter of Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School isn't over yet. There's still many spies. We have to catch them one by one. It's better to be unlucky than unlucky. Remember, it's better to be unlucky than unlucky. The principal lowered his head and didn't seem to react, but his heart was shocked. Spies. Better to be unlucky than unlucky. He actually used these two words. This meant that the problem was so big that even he couldn't do anything about it. He hurriedly sent back a voice transmission. Department Head, will the children who participated in this dragon race be in danger? As the principal, he was concerned about the safety of his students. They were the future of this world. Yes, many may have died. Department Head Ding said lightly. There were many things and many news that even Department Head Ding didn't know about until just now. It was probably because the person who sent him the voice transmission was in a bad mood. In the end, he just sent a document and left without saying anything else. Department Head Ding relied on his many years of experience in politics, his powerful reasoning and guessing ability, his knowledge as a top student when he was in school, and the worldly wisdom that he had honed over the years to roughly understand this document. Then, he was shocked because of this. If it was according to what was written, the matter was really serious. If it wasn't for the voice transmission saying that the principal of Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School was trustworthy and needed his help, Department Head Ding would still be a tight-lipped gourd. He couldn't and didn't dare to reveal any information. The principal, who knew the severity of the matter, sighed. Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School is going to face a serious reorganization. Department Head Ding said, For so many years, the families that took advantage of the benefits of the dragon race must be completely eliminated. The principal murmured, among them, There's the royal family's influence. The royal family's right to speak will be further weakened to the people's livelihood. And these families that took advantage of the benefits will probably be completely suppressed. Department Head Ding said faintly, This is the minister's intention. I'm not afraid to tell you that it's also because you've been the backbone of Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School for so many years. Moreover, you were once the founder of Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School. For so many years, among so many seniors in the school, you're the one who understands the situation the most and can convince the public the most. He hopes that you won't make a mistake on this matter. The old principal sighed softly. I understand. In his heart, there was a faint sadness. After so many years, it was finally time for a reshuffle in Shangjing City. And this time, the scope of the reshuffle would affect at least 10 or 20 families, and they would fall straight to the dust from the top circle of Shangjing City. After a while, the students who participated in the dragon race came out one by one, including Zhou Yunqing. Only 7 people came out. After that, there was no movement. Yunqing, where's Wu Xiaoduo? The principal asked. They're still inside, right? Zhou Yunqing was at a loss. How did he get ejected? He was clearly talking to Wu Xiaoduo just now. In the end, he didn't come out. He could only come out in a daze. Yes, Li Chenglong and the others didn't come out either. Where are the others? The principal's voice trembled. Other than Zhou Xiaoduo, Zhou Xiaoyan, Li Chenglong, and the other students from Hidden Dragon Martial Arts High School, the others should have all died. Zhou Yunqing's voice was very heavy. They're all dead? Everyone was shocked. Yes, we've been schemed against by the demons this time. The way to obtain the Dragon of Providence, this time, is completely different from the past. It has to go through a competition between two people. The winner gets Providence, and the loser dies directly. There are many people who used forbidden drugs, and there are also many cases of Star Lords possessing bodies. According to Zhuo, it's the Stargate sect's plan to pry open the dragon race's heavenly Tao pattern to seize the dragon race's providence. Zhou Yinxing said, "Most of the time, Star Lords possessing bodies happens to the students of Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School. I once fought with a Star Lord, and I only obtained the Dragon of Providence after winning by luck. Forbidden drugs? Star Lords possessing bodies? Most of the people who were possessed were students of Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School." The principal's body swayed. It was obvious that he couldn't take it anymore. How big of an educational oversight was this for it to be like this? What happened after the possession? After the possession, other than competing for the Dragon of Providence, they would also kill any student they encountered. If it weren't for Zhuo and the others rushing to help, there would only be more deaths. Zhou Yinxing took a deep breath and recalled his tragic battle. And then they were all killed by us. Yes, it should be said that most of the Star Lords who possess bodies and those who use forbidden drugs were all killed by Zhuo and the others. That's good. The old principal asked, "How much did you get?" Chapter 1254. "I got a Dragon of Providence," Zhou Yinxing said. "Not bad." The old principal was pleased. "What about the others? Other than Lan Bingrue, everyone else should have one, including the one from the royal family." What else?" The old principal was curious. "There should be more Dragons of Providence this time, right?" "That's all I know. You'll have to ask Zhuo and the others about the rest." In fact, Zhou Yinxing knew more than the others, but if he said more, it would be tantamount to betraying Zhuo and the others. A total of 4 members of the Wang family went in. The old principal pointed out. "Yes, they're all dead. All of them took forbidden drugs, and one of them was killed by me," Zhou Yinxing answered without hesitation. The old principal nodded silently. After Zhou Yinxing left, Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan came out together after a while. It was reasonable for Xiang Chong to come out, but Zhan Xuejuan's appearance made everyone's eyes widen. Although everyone knew about Zhan Xuejuan's existence through Lan Bingrue's explanation, Lan Bingrue was right. This girl was not on the list. More importantly, or rather a more serious problem. How did she get in? This was not only a violation of the rules, but also a violation of the bottom line. If there was really a way or method to bring people who were not on the list into the dragon fight for the heritage, how could there be rules in the future? But Minister Ding said telepathically, "This is a destined person. Don't expose it." Everyone immediately shut their mouths. "Minister Ding, what you said is so profound that we don't understand." "But it's okay, just shut up." Minister Ding presided over the situation with an unfathomable expression, but in fact, he was also confused. "I don't understand either. What is a destined person? Who can explain it to me?" "But it's okay if you don't understand. It's a crime to ask." After a long while, Yu Moyan and the others came out in 2s and 3s. In the end, only Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaoyan remained. After another hour, Zhuo Xiaoyan also came out. Only Zhuo was still inside. According to the rules of the dragons snatching mountain range in the past, the one who came out the earliest would reap the most rewards. If that was the case, wouldn't Zhuo, who everyone had high hopes for, be the one who gained the least? He might even be the one who did not gain anything at all. When he asked the group of people how much they had obtained on this trip, there was only one answer, and it was the same. One. There's really only one. When it was Li Chenglong's turn, he said, "Although I want a lot, it seems that each person can only get one." So Xiaoyan also came out. "Xiaoyan." Minister Ding smiled kindly. "How many Dragons of Providence did you get?" "1." So Xiaoyan answered seriously and meticulously. Okay, one good. Minister Ding laughed loudly and seemed very satisfied. Then he secretly said, "Xiaoyan, tell Uncle Ding. How many did you get? Zhuo Xiaonian said. Uncle Ding, it's really only one. Minister Ding, that this girl had learned bad things from Zhuo Xiaoduo. Then, after another 2 hours, Zhuo Xiaoduo came out. Xiaoduo. Minister Ding laughed. If I'm not wrong, you must have only gotten one Dragon of Providence too. Uncle Ding, you're really smart. Zhuo Xiaoduo exclaimed. You're so accurate. You're really amazing. Minister Ding's face twitched, then he smiled kindly. Are you tired? Go back and have a good rest. Okay. Is there anything else after the dragons snatched the heritage? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. No. Minister Ding then asked, hey, what about the others? Those who took forbidden drugs deserve to die, but those who were possessed by Lord Taibai Jinxing? After Lord Taibai Jinxing was annihilated, where did the possessed people go? Huh? Possessed by Lord Taibai Jinxing? Zhuo Xiaoduo was so scared that his expression changed. I didn't see them. How would I know where they went? Why are you asking me? Minister Ding laughed. It's good that you didn't return empty-handed. Ha ha. On the side, Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu and the other higher-ups also laughed. Very good, very good. Then everyone gathered together and started asking questions. Other than Zhou Yinqing, who gave more information, the other 5 people who came out basically didn't know anything. They were really lucky and didn't encounter any strong competitors. After killing the other party, they had been healing or collecting Dragons of Providence. When it was time, they came out. They didn't even notice that Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others had entered their space. Lan Bingrui, who was unconscious, was the most miserable. She knew very well who had snatched her, but she had finished talking and was now unconscious, and was being treated. As for Xiang Chong and Zhang Xuejuan, they denied all the accusations. I didn't snatch anyone else's. The opponent was very strong. I killed him and got the Dragon of Providence. Then I came out. Li Chenglong and the others were even more sincere. Others? I didn't see them. Wasn't it just 2 people in one area? You got it after defeating them. It's no big deal. I really didn't see anyone else. Then do you know who you defeated? I really don't know. We didn't talk much. I can describe it to you. The process was very simple. Just do it. Don't talk nonsense. Where are they? I don't know. We didn't kill anyone. We didn't kill anyone. We were just a little lucky. That's all. Everyone spoke one by one with an innocent look on their faces. What are you asking? We don't know anything. That all the higher-ups were extremely depressed. These little bastards were clearly colluding with each other. That, however, there was nothing they could do to these guys who were led by the strongest second-generation Zhuo Xiaoduo. Especially when they knew that maybe Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others didn't say anything, but there was still a problem among them. Thinking of this, they didn't dare to ask. In the end, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others left Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu without leaving any useful information. Department Head Ding was clearly controlling the pace of the process. Although Department Head Ding was obviously very angry, he was firmly on Zhuo Xiaoduo's side from the beginning to the end. Whenever Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu asked a sensitive question, Department Head one would jump out at the right time to interrupt. After the routine summary, so Xiaoduo and the others left. Department Head one called everyone for a meeting. The old principal was so anxious that his mouth was dry. He said telepathically, Department Head, 50 people went in, but only 23 people came out in the end, including those who didn't have a quota. A total of 27 people are missing. Yes, it's these 27 names. From today onwards, thoroughly investigate their family background and their contact with the outside world during this period of time. Department Head Ding said faintly. The thorough investigation will start from here. Tomorrow, the Martial Arts Department will have a meeting to deploy the operation. The heads of all departments will be present, and the principal of Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu will be present. This time, the dragons fighting for the heritage has come to an end. Department Head Ding hurriedly left as soon as he finished speaking. Many higher-ups of Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu came to the principal to inquire about the situation. Principal, what's the situation? The principal looked old. I don't know. We'll know when the meeting starts tomorrow. Don't worry. This matter is very strange. Principal, did you and department head Ding talk for so long, but didn't say anything? A vice principal asked suspiciously. Haha, since department head Ding and I chose to communicate through telepathy, it's only to keep a secret. If I told you everything, why would I use telepathy? The principal rolled his eyes and looked at the vice principal with the surname Jean. Yes, I was wrong. Oomph. The principal left with a displeased expression. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others had already returned to Zhuo Xiaoyan's small courtyard. Wang Lingyun moved a chair and sat at the door. She stretched her neck and waited for a long time. You're back. Seeing that everyone returned unscathed, Wang Lingyun immediately smiled. We're back. Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said, the dragons fighting for the heritage has come to an end. I'm afraid the higher-ups will make a move on the Wang family soon. Wang Lingyun, if you have any thoughts, it's not too late to say it now. Wang Lingyun sighed. The country has its laws, the martial arts world has its principles, and the continent has its own rules. I don't have any thoughts. If Grandpa was still alive, he wouldn't ask for mercy. If the Wang family is spared this time, even if it's just a small opening, there will be a precedent. In the future, similar openings will be torn apart in the whole continent. Making a contribution is not to commit crimes in the future. This is what our ancestors said. So, just do whatever you want. So Xiaoduo was silent for a moment and said, okay, let's digest the results of this trip and launch a full-scale operation later. At this time, Qin Fangyang was already sitting in a private room in a restaurant. He was holding a mobile phone in his hand and wearing a storage ring on his finger. These were the spoils of war that Qin Fangyang had robbed a local gang. Qin Fangyang had never been a pedantic person. It was not difficult for him to use some means to achieve this goal. Moreover, he felt quite at ease about robbing a gang. If he had the ability, why didn't he go to the battlefield? Why did he join a gang? He did not contribute to the country, the people, or the continent. But join a gang, what's the big deal about robbing a little dot opposite Qin Fangyang was Zhu Yin, who was already wearing the largest size of clothes, but was still so full that both his top and pants were about to burst. The largest cloak in the ready-made clothing store was only half a windbreaker on this guy. Qin Fangyang already knew most of what had happened in Shangjing during this time. Zhuo Xiaoduo's sudden arrival and revenge for his master. And then a series of events, including the Wang family's attitude, the Liu family's attitude, He Yuanyue's true identity, and the matter of He Yuanyue's grave being dug. Chapter 1255. Qin Fangyang did not know what to feel. He was furious for a moment and sighed softly. Wang family, Wang family. Qin Fangyang's eyes shone with a cold light. Up until now, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others had already turned the matter upside down, and everyone knew about it. But as the person involved in the fuse, Qin Fangyang only now knew who his enemy was. The cause and effect, all the reasons, all one needed to do was to search online and everything would be clear. Qianqian's grave. Qin Fangyang's body emitted a cold aura. Liu family. Qin Fangyang fell silent. His face was calm as he exhaled softly. Huff huff. Delicious. The Zhu Yin grabbed a complete beef thigh bone and put into its mouth. It chewed and swallowed with loud, crunching sounds. It ate heartily, craving for more flavor after tasting it. You can't eat the bones. Qin Fangyang frowned helplessly. Why can't you eat it? Zhu Yin, who really relished the taste, argued, it's crunchy, so delicious, so fragrant. Besides, if you don't eat the bones, the marrow inside will be wasted. Use this, Qin Fangyang said as he handed over a straw. Zhu Yin took it and looked at it. He stuffed it into his mouth and chewed, stretched his neck and swallowed. He shook his head and said discontentedly, how can this be better than beef bones? It has no taste at all. Qin Fangyang was speechless. He looked at the 3 big basins of beef that weighed more than 100 caddies and saw that they were almost finished. Zhu Yin picked up the last basin and went to the boss. I say, you're a businessman. How can you prepare so little? Hurry up and serve more dishes. Cough. Brother, how much more do you want? I'll prepare it for you right away. 3 more cows. 3 first. If it's not enough, We'll talk again. Qin Fanyang quietly turned his back to the window. He took out the phone he snatched and skillfully dialed Zhuo Xiaoduo's number. I'm back. Everything will be settled. But before that, Xiao Duo had already stirred up a lot of trouble in order to avenge me. He should not be born by this child. Qin Fanyang was lost in thought as the phone rang. The Sky Inspector Minister said that he was a close friend of his. So, Zhuo Xiaoduo was actually the minister's son. But this thought flashed through his mind. The minister's son. This did not make much of a difference to Qin Fanyang. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still Zhuo Xiaoduo. He was still that little monkey who made me so angry, and I liked him. When she wanted to teach her a lesson, she would whip her belt to teach her a lesson. Beep, beep. When Zhuo Xiaoduo and the rest returned to the small courtyard, their hearts were filled with eagerness and eagerness. Heavens know how far they had been able to reach originally. And they did not know how far they had to be. Not know how far the expansion was not know how far the expansion. God knows how. Because fate energy was added to the body, it was not just a matter of good luck. It was similar to the effect of Zhuo Xiaoduo's fate points. It nourished the body, the soul, and even the meridians. There was nothing that could not be done, but the most direct and obvious way of using it was that if Li Chenglong had reached the peak of a realm before this and could suppress it 12 times after this infusion, he could suppress it to at least 15 or 16 times. What was even more delightful was that the heavenly providence obtained this time was the so-called Qi of merit. After the dragon's snatching meridians ended, it was directly integrated into the life chart and could no longer be taken away by external forces. Although Li Chenglong and the heavens knew that they had obtained great benefits, they still had to cultivate and experience the specific benefits. Only then could they know and understand. Okay, I know you can't wait. Go and cultivate. Zhuo Xiaoduo waved his hand and shooed everyone away as if he was shooing away flies. Amidst the joy, meow, 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 a series of strange meows came out. It was a meow that was full of coquettishness and complacency, and it suddenly sounded. Everyone could not help but turn their heads and look in the direction of the sound. They saw Zhuo Xiaoduo taking out his cell phone in a hurry. Everyone's expression was strange. Zhuo's cell phone ringtone was really different. Zhuo Xiaoduo pretended to be calm and looked at it. It was an unknown number, but to hide the awkwardness, he picked it up. Hello, who is this? Where are you? Send me your location. A calm voice came from the phone. It was this voice. It was only a few words, but the voice was very familiar. However, this familiar voice made Zhuo Xiaoduo fall into a state of daze. He was as stiff as a statue on the spot. In fact, Zhuo Xiaoduo was not the only one who fell into a state of daze. Li Chenglong, Wan Li Xiu, Long Yuxing, Li Changming, Yu Moyan, and the others who were about to leave fell into a frozen atmosphere because of this voice. Suddenly, their eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. They were full of hope, but they were afraid that it was just a dream. They could not believe it and did not dare to move. That was surprise, expectation, and ecstasy. However, they were also nervous, afraid that they would disturb this moment of joy. You are Teacher Qin Fanyang? Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice was already trembling and out of tune as he asked. Nonsense. Don't tell me you can't recognize my voice. You are a bastard who deceives your teacher. An angry rebuke came from the phone. However, it could be heard that the person on the other side was just trying to control his emotions. It was all fake that the voice on the other side was also trembling. It was just that he took the initiative to call and had already made mental assumptions. Therefore, he appeared to be relatively calm. In fact, who could not know the truth and what he was thinking? Oh. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others jumped up together. Wahaha, ha. Zhuo Xiaoduo spun in circles. Old Qin is not dead. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Teacher Qin is not dead. Ha. As expected, good people do not live long. Old Qin is actually not dead. Li Chenglong grabbed Xiang Chong and started beating him up. Oh. Teacher Qin is not dead. Zhang Xuejuan dragged Xiang Chong out in dissatisfaction. You're so excited. Why are you beating Xiang Chong? Over here, the group of people danced wildly and cried excitedly. On the other side, Qin Fanyang's eyes were also red. He resisted the urge to sob and said angrily, "What are you shouting for? Can you be more serious? Hurry up." Immediately, Zhuo Xiaoduo waved his hand and shouted silence. I'm going to send our positions to Teacher Qin now. Everyone, stand at attention. Oh. Li Chenglong and the others ignored him and continued to dance wildly. Zhuo Xiaoduo clumsily sent their positions. In his hurry, he actually typed the wrong word. He deleted it and typed it again. As he typed, he screamed, "Aw, I cried for nothing. How are you going to pay for this? My tears are very valuable." That's right. 10 minutes later, Qin Fanyang stood proudly in front of the door of the small courtyard with the unwilling Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan was still complaining. I am not full yet. Qin Fanyang turned a deaf ear. Full? You're thinking too much with your size, full. Haha. When the various races return, you can go to the battlefield to eat. Sensing Qin Fanyang's arrival, the door opened suddenly. Immediately, a few guys rushed out like a tide. Whoosh, 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 then. They hung all over Qin Fanyang's body. Even though Qin Fanyang's body was tall, he suddenly became bloated. It was as if his body was covered with koalas. One was hanging from his shoulders, his neck, his waist, his two legs, and the last one was hanging on his back. Come down, all of you come down. Qin Fanyang's face darkened, and he pretended to be very unhappy. You're all so big. What a scandal. You are a joke. It is your business to be laughed at, but don't drag me down. No, we are not going down. Who told you to scare us? Oh. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the rest finally got down from Qin Fanyang's body and surrounded him with red eyes. From time to time, they would touch his hands and arms, afraid that this was just a dream. They were even more afraid that they would disturb this dream, causing it to end in a single day and turn into nothing. Qin Fanyang was also emotional, but he still had to maintain his image and maintain the elegant temperament of a teacher. The group entered the living room and sat down. Qin Fanyang first greeted Wang Lingyun very politely, then began to talk. How'd it go? Qin Fanyang asked. It went very smoothly. The one who spoke was not Zhuo Xiaoduo, but Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong was an expert when it came to retelling the story. In just a short while, he had already straightened out everything from the beginning. Everything was clearly organized and linked together. We didn't know about this at first. It was Zhuo, after we came. First, then, and then. Finally, Li Chenglong said confidently, Teacher Qin, don't worry. None of the Wang family members will escape. Qin Fanyang pondered for a moment. You guys also caused a storm on the internet. During this period of time, the condemnation on the internet did not show any signs of stopping. Instead, it became more and more intense. As for the Wang family, at the beginning, they still fought back and struggled. Now, even their only counterattack had stopped. They had completely given up. Moreover, the most surprising thing was that the Wang family's internet company had somehow leaked the location of their office. Some angry students rushed in and directly destroyed the entire building. All the perpetrators were arrested and fined 5,000 astral souls coins each. After 6 hours of education, they were released. When a certain tycoon found out about this, he immediately posted on the internet, I will pay for the fine. Suddenly, I will pay for it. These 3 words flooded the internet. Qin Fanyang listened and was originally filled with anger. Later, he was filled with gratification and satisfaction. These are my students. Chapter 1256. Right now, everyone in Shangjing, including both the military and the government, and even the major clans, are staring at the Wang clan and their allied clans. Some are eyeing them covetously, some are kicking them when they are down, and some are treating them as enemies. Those who can't wait to kill them with their blades are all looking up to them. They can be said to be condemned by everyone, and their ending is already set. Li Chenglong smiled. That's why you don't have to worry. Teacher Qin. I'm not worried. Qin Fangyang breathed a long sigh of relief and said warmly, with all of you around, I suddenly feel that even this grudge isn't that important. Most importantly, all of you have entered the dragons, seized the heritage, and gained something. This is Qianqian and my greatest wish. To be able to achieve this goal, even if I really die, I can rest in peace and don't have to seek revenge. Qin Fangyang sighed emotionally. These were all words from the bottom of his heart. They came from the bottom of his heart and were not fake at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not report the mission, and instead turned to look at the big guy beside Qin Fangyang. It was strange, no matter how one looked at it. Delighted by the prospect, it circled the scarlet ape twice. The scarlet ape was shocked ever since it entered the small courtyard. With its knowledge, it naturally sensed clearly at first glance that the small courtyard was filled with extremely rich fortune energy, as well as an even more terrifying amount of virtue energy. Where was this place? How could there be a realm in this realm where so much fortune energy was gathered? The scarlet ape was truly shocked. It wondered, where did all these children come from? They couldn't all be the reincarnation of Grand Luo or the rebirth of saints, could they? This had felt uncomfortable when it saw Zhuo Xiaoduo circling it. At the same time, it was clear that although the little guy's strength was impressive, it was still far from its own. Dealing with him was just a matter of venting its anger. But this kid's fortune energy, and fortune path. It could not afford to provoke him. As a monster without roots, the scarlet ape knew very well where it stood. Back then, it was hated by gods and hated by ghosts, an existence that the saints did not think highly of. Its situation was more than tragic. Even though he was powerful, not many demons were willing to play with him. The main thing was that whoever followed him would be unlucky. Many primordial chaos realm, zenith heavenly realm demons, and mighty figures have been killed because they were with him. There was no exception that could suppress his bad luck. The reason for this was really hard to explain. Thinking back to the myriad immortal assembly that time, he just happened to be there and was drinking happily. But who would have thought that at that moment, he would encounter a powerful existence that was undergoing the Grand Luo tribulation below? The person undergoing the tribulation was the most secretive. Who would know that he was hiding underground to undergo the tribulation? Who knows? However, this sudden lightning strike instantly reduced the number of participants of the myriad immortal assembly by 40 to 50%. At that time, he was the one who volunteered to lead the remaining half of his companions to escape. At that time, everyone clearly praised him and almost praised him as the savior of the world. Then, along the way, they encountered Her Majesty the Demon King battling the five Zhu Wu. Who would have thought that when he led his companions into a quiet area of the sky, it just so happened to be the battlefield between the two sides. And the timing just so happened to be the moment when both sides were preparing their big moves, waiting for the rain to come. He led a large group of his companions and rushed to the central area. With a rumble, both sides released their big moves at the same time, trapping him and his companions like dumplings. More than half of the remaining participants of the myriad immortal assembly were buried inside, leaving only a few hundred little fish and shrimps with the best luck. Then, those fellows did not dare to go with him, even if they were beaten to death. Everyone split up and went their separate ways, leaving each to their own fate. At that time, he was still somewhat popular. So many people had abandoned him, but only two of his good brothers were still determined to go with him. If only he had not met His Majesty Dongwang on the way and had not killed his two brothers who blocked the way. If he could have the support of his brothers, why would he drag his dying life and flee to his best friend's place? The foot of Mount Buzhou. Everyone knew that Mount Buzhou was a huge mountain that had existed since the beginning of the world and was praised as the pillar of heaven and earth. If he hid there to heal himself, he would at least have some peace and quiet, right? But who would have thought that the two ancestral sorcerers of the sorcerer tribe would be so crazy that they would start a fight over there? No one would care about their internal strife, but their pitiful brother would be implicated and lose his life. Then, Mount Buzhou, the pillar of heaven and earth, also collapsed, and the sky collapsed. Therefore, he hurriedly fled for his life, dragging his last breath to the North Sea black tortoise's home to heal himself. They were all demon beasts, and the old tortoise took good care of him. It said that it rarely moved in hundreds of millions of years, and even if it was a disaster of heaven and earth, it would only find those who were determined and capable. Then, Empress Joachim beheaded the tortoise and took its 4 legs to mend the sky. Sigh, wasn't this just like a beast sitting at home, and disaster came from the sky? But after that, Zhu was shocked to find that he could no longer get rid of the name of Jinx. Since then, he had solidified his name as the Beast of Misfortune, and no one liked him anymore. Everywhere he went, there would be curses, and all living creatures would avoid him, fearing that they would not be able to catch up to him. What are you doing here? Get lost. Such words were not said by just one human or demon. Almost all of them scolded him like that. Everywhere he went, there would be waves of curses like that. There was really no other demon beast that could live like this. That Zhu lived like this for a period of time and felt that he needed a guiding light to get rid of or escape from this predicament. Finally, he gathered his courage and went to find the Jade Pure Sage, who was said to be the easiest to talk to. Then, the Jade Pure Sage kindly received him and told him that this was not his fault. With the sage's endorsement, he could rest assured, right? Zhu still felt uneasy and went to ask the enchanting sage for help. The enchanting sage taught without discrimination and also comforted him after receiving him. He actually gained the recognition of 2 great sages at the same time. This matter should be settled, right? Zhu indeed had a peaceful period of time because of this. But after that, why was it blamed for the betrayal of the Jade Pure Sage's disciples? The enchanting sage's great sect disappeared, and it was blamed on him? That was the tribulation of heaven and earth. Okay? Why was it blamed on him? Why? In the end, the disciples of the 2 sages wanted to kill him. Who did he offend? He, who was at his wit's end, used all means and finally got a treasure. He begged to see His Majesty Dongwang, presented the most needed material of the Dongwang bell, and asked His Majesty Dongwang a question with trepidation. His Majesty Dongwang then said to him, "Find a place to sleep. Don't come out even if the sky falls. There is probably no place for you in this world, unless you meet your benefactor one day, and that will be your chance to be born." After saying this, His Majesty Dongwang ran away as if he was running for his life. It was said that not long after, His Majesty Dongwang was attacked by the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix. It was said that even the innate supreme treasure Dongwang bell was almost broken. But this can't be blamed on me, right? But after that, even the sages didn't want to see me. Everyone said that I had harmed 3 sages in succession. 1 damaged the fate of the disciples, 1 destroyed the orthodoxy of the inheritance, and 1 damaged the life treasure. Where did all this nonsense come from? But after that, my name had really reached the point where all living beings would flee upon hearing my name. But where could I go to reason with this? Ever since I started cultivating, I have only fought a few rounds, and I have never talked about the right and wrong of the living beings in this world. How did I become the Beast of Misfortune? I only went to the Myriad Immortals Assembly to join in the fun. Was I wrong? The one who is going through the tribulation below has nothing to do with me. How can I be blamed? Can I be blamed? If I don't go, won't he still go through the tribulation? Could it be that because I don't go, he won't go through the tribulation? What a joke. At that time, under the heavenly tribulation, who knew which direction to escape in? At first, I relied on my big body, and the group of beasts behind me used me as a cover to rush out of the range of the lightning tribulation. So many beasts kept thanking me. How can I be blamed? Who knew that the demon emperor would have a decisive battle in such a secluded place? Moreover, both sides of the battle had already prepared their big moves. 2 of my brothers ran with me, and by chance, they met His Majesty Dongwang. Although His Majesty Dongwang didn't reveal his true appearance, I didn't let the 2 of them block the road to rob me. They were killed. How can you blame me? I went to my brother's territory to recuperate. Who did I offend? 2 Zhu Wus fought in my brother's territory. As the landlord, it was reasonable for him to go out and mediate the fight. In the end, he was beaten to death by Zhu Wu Zhu Rong, who flew into a rage out of humiliation, not to mention that Zhu Wu was narrow-minded and didn't handle things well. Not to mention that my friend's fate was like this, but he blamed it on me. Even if the sky collapsed in the future, it wasn't my fault. I went to the Black Tortoise's home to recuperate, and the two of us planned to live a peaceful life for a long time. However, Her Majesty Emperor Hua wanted to mend the sky and killed the Black Tortoise without any explanation. It wasn't that I didn't want to help, but if I went, I would be killed as well. But then again, even if I didn't go to the Black Tortoise's place, would Her Majesty Emperor Hua not mend the sky? Whether I went or not, the Black Tortoise couldn't escape death. What did it have to do with me? As for what happened after that, it was even more nonsense. The Jade Pure Saint's disciple left. The Prime Clear Saint's great sect was gone. I, Zhuyin, actually had such a great ability to overturn the world. Why didn't I know about it? Where did this come from? As for the matter of His Majesty Dong Wang being attacked by the Ancestor Dragon and the Primordial Phoenix, many people claim that I planned this scheme to avenge my brother. When did I have such great ability to command the Ancestor Dragon and the Primordial Phoenix? Those two could turn me into ashes with just a fart. I didn't even dare to meet them, that you actually said that I could stir up trouble among the almighty beings of the world. You think highly of me, don't you? What's the reason for all these unlucky things to be blamed on me? Preposterous. Wasn't I just a little weak? Wasn't I just out in the end? Zhuyin thought it through. I should just follow His Majesty Dong Wang's instructions and hide. When I meet a benefactor in the future, I'll naturally be able to see the light of day again and transcend the mortal world. Now, I've finally met one. This means that His Majesty Dong Wang is right. This is what it means to be truly resourceful and farsighted. When I see His Majesty Dong Wang in the future, I must kowtow to him a few times, the kind that is sincere. But then I followed the benefactor and came to this place full of luck and luck. My eyes are filled with the aura of merit. As expected, the benefactor brought me to see the world, the real world. At this moment, seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo, the real son of luck, circling around him, Zhuyin was even more obedient. I'm very obedient. Kid, if anything happens to you, don't blame me. You can't blame me for it. Chapter 12:57. Zhuyin carefully retracted his aura and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. I really don't want to hurt you. Then he saw this fellow circling around him, then circling him once more. His eyes were filled with a strange expression. Why? Are you circling me? Zhuyin scratched his head. Why are you so burly? Zhuo Xiaoduo was very curious. It was rare to see such a burly giant. Even Uncle Nan Zhengxian was not as strong as this guy. Among his friends, Xiang Chong was the tallest. But Xiang Chong was at least 2 heads shorter than this guy. It was simply 2. When he saw this body, words like burly, valiant, strong, and so on automatically came to his mind. I look like this. Is there a problem? Zhuyin scratched his head. Was he burly? How's your cultivation base? What level is it? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Zhuyin nodded honestly. It's okay. Okay. How good is it? How good? Zhuyin was dumbfounded by this question. After thinking for a long time, he said, in today's world, under normal circumstances, I should be able to fight a dozen. This answer shocked Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuyin's tone was extraordinarily arrogant. That's good. We have something urgent to deal with. I haven't seen my teacher for a long time and can't leave. Do you have time? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Yes. How could Zhuyin say no? This was his benefactor's student. Then Zhuo Xiaoduo took out a strange piece of paper and said, do you see this piece of paper? Go to the printing factory. I'll tell you how to get there. Go and fetch all the printed ones for me. Zhuo Xiaoduo still had to discuss with Teacher Qin how to deal with the Wang family. He felt that so far, there was no difficulty at all. The only thing to consider was what to do afterward. Even though the entire nation was denouncing the Wang clan, it was as if the Wang clan was a rat crossing the street, and the clan was at the end of its road. However, once the Wang family was massacred, the topic of discussion would be incomparably huge. Moreover, there would definitely be countless verbal and written condemnations. That was for sure. Xiaoduo had always advocated a frontal extermination. They would kill their way over and make rivers of blood flow. However, Li Qinglong firmly opposed this plan. What Li Qinglong was worried about was, when the Wang clan was still around, the War God clan was their protective talisman, but at the same time, it was also their death talisman. Everyone stood on the moral high ground and condemned them in speech and in writing. However, if the Wang family was no longer around, then the Aries family would become the most important and sharpest weapon for the public to attack Xiaoduo. At that time, he, the god of war who once protected the continent, was exterminated by the second generation Xiaoduo for personal reasons. TSK. One could imagine that there would be a huge market for this kind of talk. Humans were such strange animals. There would always be such a group of people. Although they didn't know the truth, this didn't prevent them from hurting others. Li Qinglong didn't care about the life and death of the Wang family at all. What he cared about was that this matter couldn't leave a huge stain on Xiaoduo's life. Yes, the world was so complicated. Although the Wang family was being pushed down by everyone and the whole country was crazily cursing them, Xiaoduo's killing of the Wang family could still become a stain on Xiaoduo's life record. Massacring the War God clan. It was that simple. A stain, coupled with countless controversies in the future generations. However, Li Qinglong didn't want to see this kind of situation. Therefore, Xiaoduo felt that he had to discuss this matter with Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin was eager for revenge and definitely wouldn't be overcautious like Li Qinglong. That's it. Simple. Zhu Yin felt that this matter was really not difficult. He had lived in a place where creatures gathered in the past. No matter how the outside world changed with each passing day, his nature was still the same. Let's go out for a walk. He immediately took the map and put the piece of paper into his pocket. After saying goodbye to Qin Fangyang, he excitedly set off. Although Qin Fangyang felt that this guy might not know the way, he saw that Xiaoduo had introduced him in such detail and left his phone number, so he let him go. However, Zhu Yin didn't go far before he got lost. He had just come out from the bottom of the mountain and didn't know what the common means of transportation in the market were. Moreover, with this guy's size, ordinary public buses couldn't fit him at all. Most private cars couldn't fit him either. His knowledge of living creatures gathering in the past was completely useless. Zhu Yin wasn't annoyed. He leaped into the air and looked around. After looking around for a long time, he found a place that seemed to be similar. He flew through the air and landed on his destination. However, after landing, he found that the place wasn't right. Where am I? Why is there a fragrant smell everywhere? I seem to be a little hungry. Then, he looked in the direction of the smell and saw a large door. It was a very grand door. Two people walked out from it. Zhu Yin couldn't help but be amused when he saw them. These two people were both Dao integration stage cultivators and could be considered to be quite capable. He was excited to see them and wanted to ask where this place was. It would be even better if they knew his destination. The two people opposite him were very surprised when they saw Zhu Yin. They were Dao integration stage cultivators after all. How could they not know that this burly giant in front of them was a super expert? And now is the time when our Wang family needs such super experts the most. If we want to find someone capable now, it's really too difficult. Look at how ignorant this guy is. It seems like he doesn't know anything. I like this kind of people the most. They immediately tried to befriend him and flatter him. Zhu Yin originally went over to ask for directions. However, as they talked, the two sides became friends. The two people warmly invited Zhu Yin to their house. Zhu Yin refused repeatedly. I still have something to do. I really have something to do. However, the two people insisted that if he had something to do, there was no need to hurry, right? Besides, what's wrong with delaying him for half an hour? We hit it off right away. Why don't we have the opportunity to treat him to a meal? Zhu Yin felt even hungrier at the mention of a meal. Thus, he asked casually, "Can I fill my stomach?" The two people repeatedly said yes. Zhu Yin rubbed his belly and thought for a while. It didn't seem like a big deal to have a meal first. After all, he hadn't had a full meal for hundreds of thousands of years. The temptation of having a full stomach was too great for Zhu Yin. Thus, he followed the two people inside. Thus, the two of them happily brought the beast of misfortune back to their own home. Then, they naturally serve him with good wine and good food. Even though they saw that Zhu Yan's appetite was ridiculously large, the two people didn't mind at all. Instead, they felt more and more like it was a chance. Thus, they found dozens of people to work in the kitchen. All kinds of delicious meat dishes were directly served in bowls that Zhu Yan ate to his heart content. At first, he was a little reserved. Later on, he simply ate half a bowl in one mouthful. Moreover, they were still able to provide him with food. He couldn't help but sigh at how there were still many good people in this world, and right at this moment, the fortune of the Wang family had plummeted after the dragons snatched their veins. It was practically snatched away until nothing was left. One had to know that the Wang family was participating in the Heavenly Tao plot, the Star Battle plot. The Wang family was participating in this plot as mortals, directly and indirectly assisting the Stargate sect to pry open the Heavenly Tao structure. This was undoubtedly a heaven-defying act. Since they were going against the heavens and didn't succeed, what followed was naturally the backlash of the Heavenly Tao. And the will of the Heavenly Tao in the sky, no matter which one it was extremely furious. Clouds and mist gradually gathered in the sky above the Wang family. This kind of situation had only happened once in recent years. And that was when Wu Taijiang interfered in the Heavenly Tao plot and was almost struck to death by lightning. However, the impact of that time was only limited, and the backlash of the Heavenly Tao was also relatively limited. But this time, it directly moved the Heavenly Tao structure, causing a fundamental difference to appear in the originally established Heavenly Tao structure. The attack range was more than just a little wider. Tribulation lightning gathered densely and suddenly took shape. Just as it was about to strike, they discovered there was an expert in the Wang family. If ordinary tribulation lightning struck, it would probably be beaten back. How could the Heavenly Tao tolerate such provocation? The heavenly thunder of purple cloud rumbled down even more. Zhu Yin knew that there was tribulation lightning in the sky, but had never gone through tribulation before, and there was no one in the entire courtyard of the Wang family who had gone through tribulation. Therefore, Zhu Yin subconsciously thought that someone else had broken through. But it wasn't here, and this place was only affected. He had experienced this kind of thing many times, such as when he was at the foot of the mountain not long ago, or the unexpected disaster during the Myriad Immortals assembly in the past, and so on. Since ancient times, it was already a common occurrence, so he didn't think it was strange. He sighed as he ate. Since ancient times, there were great talents everywhere, and the city he was in now was especially full of geniuses. A heavenly thunder of purple cloud suddenly struck down from above. Zhu Yan's entire person, no, its entire beast, was shocked. Fuck, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The rumbling heavenly thunder of purple cloud flickered with a purple light that made even Zhu Yan want to piss his pants. It landed in the courtyard of the Wang family with an earth-shattering power. Zhu Yan was the first to bear the brunt of several strikes, and before it could eat its fill, it was struck by lightning. Where the hell could it go to reason with this? But in the eyes of the tribulation lightning, Zhu Yan was protecting the Wang family. In the Wang family's stuffing and swallowing, what else could it not understand? Boom, boom, boom. 9 bolts of heavenly thunder of purple cloud fell, each heavier than the last. By the time the last bolt hit, Zhu Yan was almost cooked. It had no choice but to reveal its original form, and forget where it was. It kept drilling down. Anyway, this place had already been blasted into a pit by the heavenly thunder. The tribulation lightning was still rumbling down. Zhu Yan had no choice but to release poisonous gas to corrode the ground with its special skill, so it kept drilling down, borrowing the power of the earth to reduce the mighty power of the tribulation lightning that scared to death. Why was I struck by lightning when I came out to carry out a task? Where did this come from? Zhu Yan dug and drilled with a miserable face. Zhu Yan, must be miserable after being struck by the heavenly thunder of purple cloud. But the Wang family could only be more miserable. Chapter 1258. Now it was the time when the Wang family was on high alert. All the people outside were recalled, ready to deal with Zhuo Xiaoduo's extreme revenge at any time. It could be said that the whole family was reunited and no one was missing. All the higher-ups were urgently discussing how to deal with this matter. The dragons fighting for the heritage had completely failed, but the days had to go on. What should they do? Just as they were discussing, the tribulation lightning struck the entire Wang family, which occupied such a large area, sank into a huge pit. Most of the people in the Wang family were killed by the tribulation lightning. The few lucky survivors were lying on the ground, waiting for the tribulation lightning to pass, hoping to escape. But who would have thought that this land, where the surviving members of the Wang family were, would suddenly be filled with poison? The most frightening thing was that this poison had appeared out of nowhere, and no one knew why this poison had appeared. And it was so strong the moment it appeared that when the tribulation lightning finally passed, the entire Wang clan, along with the two allied clans beside it, had collectively disappeared. What replaced them was a big lake with blue waves that, after a long time, a burly man swam out of the lake. He had bumps all over his head, and his face was pale. Fuck, that scared me to death. It was a nice meal, and I'm still not full. He turned around and was surprised. Damn, this place has turned into a lake? What's going on? Remembering that he could not kill or commit sins, Zhu Yin hurriedly collected all the poison he had spread out, fearing that even a little bit would be left behind. But when he scanned with his divine consciousness, he found that there were so many souls down there, and many of them seemed to have been poisoned to death by him. This. I can't kill. What should I do? And these souls seemed to be unsalvageable. Their bodies were gone. Are they fucking trying to trick me? Zhu Yin felt extremely miserable. Gritting his teeth, he simply used his divine sense to sweep across the area. Destroying all these souls was also a method passed down from ancient times to eliminate karma. If all the souls were destroyed, how could there be any karma? According to the saying of the present world, it seemed to be destroying the corpses. As long as there are no traces of me doing it. I didn't do it. They were all killed by lightning. You can't blame me. You can't blame me. Seeing that no one had come to check what was going on, Zhu Yin ran away stealthily. I've never been here before. The changes in this place have nothing to do with me. I'd better get back to work. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were reuniting with each other after a long separation, planning how to take revenge on the Wang family. Li Qinglong, on the other hand, objected, saying that they should take a detour to Xiaoduo, but didn't want to beat around the bush. So the two of them started arguing again. Qin Fangyang was also conflicted. To be honest, he didn't want to beat around the bush either. He would rather go all out and kill to his heart's content. However, Qin Fangyang had lived for so many years after all. He knew very well what kind of impact it would have if a person was left with that kind of controversial stain. Therefore, he also helped Li Qinglong persuade Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo was extremely depressed. Why aren't you helping me? Just as she was feeling wronged, that suddenly he felt thunder and lightning flashing, and the earth quaking and mountains shaking. What's going on? Could it be that someone is transcending a tribulation again? Everyone was stunned. It wasn't rare for the students who obtained the Dragon of Providence to break through at the beginning of the Dragon Scramble for Heritage Veins. However, who would be so awesome as to choose to transcend a tribulation in the city? Wasn't he afraid of harming the innocent? Before they could think of anything else, the lightning had already started crackling. Naturally, they didn't dare to go to the center of the tribulation. They could only wait until the tribulation was over, then that it finally ended. So Xiaoduo and the others immediately flew out to take a look. What exactly was going on? Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were collectively shocked. Qin Fangyang's movement speed wasn't inferior to theirs at all. One had to know that they were all at the peak of the Sky Soar realm. Moreover, they were at the peak of the Sky Soar realm who had at least compressed their true yuan several times. Didn't Teacher Qin's cultivation body and 5 of his clones all disappear? Even if he still retained some of his strength, it shouldn't have increased instead of regressing. Teacher Qin, you seem to have improved quite a bit. So Xiaoduo was shocked. He knew very well what he had experienced, how many fortuitous encounters he had obtained, and how much effort he had put in to reach his current level. However, Qin Fangyang had also reached this level and was even stronger than him. Wasn't this scale of reaching the heavens in a single bound a little too ridiculous? I thought I was a wall hanger. I didn't expect someone to cheat even better than me. Qin Fangyang frowned. Let's go. What are you talking about? Why are you talking so much nonsense? After saying that, he casually smacked Zhuo Xiaoduo's head. As a teacher, to be said by his own student, Teacher Qin, you seem to have improved quite a bit. Qin Fangyang felt that his dignity as a teacher had been blasphemed and insulted. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't dare to say anything else. The group hurried on with all their might. When they arrived at the scene of the incident, I'm going to faint. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked left and right. Then, he looked down at the vast expanse of smoke. Isn't this the Wang clan? Why? Li Chenglong and the others were all dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Why didn't you guys wait for us to take revenge and vent our anger? Why did they all disappear just like that? Did they all die? Or did they all run away? Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. The shuffling of power in Shangjing was originally planned to take place 2 days later. However, with this strange lightning tribulation, it was brought forward that at this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was the Wang clan gone? Everyone arrived at the scene of the incident and surrounded the newly formed lake. There were already several circles of people standing around it, both in the open and in the dark. In fact, it was not only Zhuo Xiaoduo group that was puzzled, but the people of the major families were also dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. The Yu clan, the Lu clan, the Nian clan. All the aristocratic families in Shangjing were looking at this spectacle, looking at the reality in front of them. Everyone had a rare thought in their hearts. Could it be that the Wang clan was really punished by the heavens? That everyone knew that this guess was a little ridiculous. Since ancient times, there have been so many despicable, shameless, and despicable people who had committed all kinds of evil deeds. But no one had ever heard of anyone suffering the wrath of the heavens. Yes, although there were many who had met with a tragic end and were said to have suffered retribution, there had never been such an immediate effect and such a big scene. Was it because the Wang clan had gone too far? The aristocratic families sent countless people to salvage the newly formed lake, looking for any evidence that might or might not exist. Xiaoduo and the others were the most confused. Damn, we were still discussing how to take revenge, and how to take revenge in the best way to vent our anger and alert the world. Now, your entire clan is gone just like that. Who are we going to take revenge on? Isn't this a fucking joke? But what was going on? Even if one was sitting at home and disaster came from the heavens, there had to be a reason. With such a huge commotion, unless it was a great expert at the heavenly king level or above, and several people working together, it would be impossible to create such a huge scene in an instant. Not to mention that the top experts of the Star Soul Human clan were all gathered at the border. Even the Wang family was not worth the effort to create such a huge scene. If it wasn't for several heavenly king-level experts working together, the heavens would really shake and punish the Wang clan. Seeing this scene, Li Chenglong heaved a sigh of relief in an unusual way. Although it's a little imperfect that we can't take revenge with our own hands, this matter will no longer have anything to do with us. From now on, we can avoid countless years of controversy and blemishes. But even so, everyone was still depressed. It was rare for them to feel so good. Even Li Chenglong, who heaved a sigh of relief, felt a little depressed. Although the accidental destruction of the Wang clan could allow Zhuo Xiaoduo and the minister to avoid the stain of killing the descendants of meritorious officials, they were still unhappy that they couldn't take revenge with their own hands. It wasn't a troublesome matter. On the other hand, Qin Fangyang was more open-minded and didn't feel anything. Although he couldn't take revenge with his own hands and kill those bastards who dug up the graves, It was inevitable that he would regret it. However, the achievements of his students had already fulfilled Yu's lifelong dream. At this moment, he only felt warm and gratified in his heart. Thus, he comforted Zhuo and the others. Although it's a little sad that we can't take revenge with our own hands, the destruction of the Wang clan is already a fact. This is equivalent to the heavens taking revenge for us. We should engrave it in our hearts and thank the heavens for their kindness. After all, the Wang clan originated from the blood of the god of war's descendants. It's better not to be tainted with it. As he spoke, although it was inevitable that he regretted it, the kind of relief that he felt for his students was also clear. With complicated feelings, the master and his disciples slowly walked back. After walking for a long time, they occasionally looked back. They could still see the rippling blue waves. It was as if all the hatred had been blown away by the wind and rain. "Teacher Qin, the brother you brought. What's his background?" Li Chenglong said. His body was unbelievably tall and sturdy. It's rare for a normal Wu people to have such a huge body. He's not a human, but he's also not a Wu people. He's a demon beast in human form. Qin Fanyang briefly explained his experience and explained. "Who? Teacher Qin, who do you think he is?" "Zhuyan?" Li Chenglong frowned. Zayasizhi Mountain. There's a lot of white jade on the top and red copper on the bottom. There's a beast there that looks like an ape with a white head and bare feet. It's called Zhuyan. So Xiaoduo was stunned. "What are you talking about? Illiterate." Li Chenglong looked at him with disdain, then explained, "It's Zhuyan." Then he was puzzled. Zhuyan's main weapon is vicious and murderous. Appearing at this time, this. Qin Fanyang was also stunned. Vicious and murderous? That's not right. Brother Zhu said that in ancient times, people called him the beast of misfortune. It's not wrong to call him the beast of misfortune. In fact, it's even more appropriate. Li Chenglong nodded and said, "He's highly toxic. When he breathes out, it becomes clouds, and when he exhales, it becomes miasma. He brings disaster with him. If he's not the beast of misfortune, who else can bear such a name?" Xiaoduo's mouth twitched. "Can I understand it this way? Whoever interacts with him too much will be unlucky." Chapter 1259. You're right. That's the gist of it. Li Chenglong looked at Xiaoduo with a "you're smart" look and said, "However, the aura of disaster is also a form of luck, and it needs to be accumulated. For example, if it causes bad luck to others, then for a period of time, the people around it won't experience bad luck and will be safe and sound. After this period of time, people will encounter all kinds of unpleasant things, and it will gradually become more and more intense until it reaches a certain peak. As for how long this so-called period of time is, we don't know." Hearing this, everyone immediately felt goosebumps all over their bodies. There was such a thing? Then, Teacher Qin, you have to be careful. This beast appeared with you, and you can be said to be the person directly next to it. So Xiaoduo looked at Qin Fangyang's face attentively. There was no aura of misfortune. It seemed like it didn't affect him at all. Then, he looked at the others and saw that their faces were also full of auspicious signs, and they were full of energy and good luck. It seems that this beast of misfortune can't affect us. So Xiaoduo sighed in relief and said, "Let's go back first. As for the others, the entire government has already taken action. There's no need for us to waste our energy. Okay, what do we do next? Next, we should prioritize cultivation. When it's about time, we should go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. The dragons fighting for the heritage has come to an end, and we don't have to stay together all the time." So Xiaoduo looked at Yumoyan, Li Zhongming, Long Yuxing, and the others and smiled very proudly. "You guys should get lost. We're not going anywhere. We'll follow you for sure." Everyone said in unison, and their emotions were surging. What a joke. This is a good place with the flow of time, and it's the most efficient place to cultivate. If we really go back, we'll be left behind for half a year, and we'll only be reduced to punching bags among our brothers. We can't beat you, Zwa, and we'll admit it. As for the others, there's still room for comparison. especially those few in the hidden dragon high martial arts. They had to be on their guard. As the saying goes, people are of the same mind, and their hearts share the same reasoning. No one is willing to go back. It would be best if he hung it on with Xiaoduo every day. Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, and the others also tried to chase them away. In the end, they almost got into a fight while walking. When he arrived at the small courtyard, he saw that Zhu Yin had already returned. With a height of 2.7 meters, it stood majestically against the ceiling like a weight-bearing pillar. Seeing that Zhuo Xiaoduo had returned, he handed over 3 spatial rings to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Surprisingly, he spoke in a polite manner. "Fortunately, I did not fail you." At this moment, Zhu Yan's attitude was rather arrogant. "Coming back after a lifetime, stepping into the mortal world again, I can still complete the task smoothly. Truly worthy of being called me, You found it right away?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was surprised by the beast of misfortune's intelligence. It seemed to be quite powerful. Previously, he was a little uncertain about this guy's background, so he threw this job to him with the intention of testing the waters. He didn't expect that it would be completed so smoothly without any twists and turns. Was it fast? This is a piece of cake for me." Zhu Yin was very proud. "I lost my way and found a place to have a meal. I have to say, that family is really generous. It's just that I was struck by lightning while eating and couldn't eat to my heart's content. It's a fly in the ointment." Zhu Yin, who was boasting about eating heartily, suddenly shut up halfway and looked at him warily. This couldn't be said. Wouldn't it be exposed if it did? Struck by lightning while eating? Everyone's ears were top-notch. When they heard this, they instantly perked up. What happened to the Wang family couldn't be. The manifestation of misfortune. Caused by this guy, right? What happened? Zhu Yin naturally didn't say anything at first. Its attitude was still a little resolute. However, under everyone's questioning, it finally couldn't bear the pressure and stammered for a while. Then, it hurriedly clarified, "But this really has nothing to do with me. I'm not the kind of beast that brings misfortune wherever I go. For example, when I'm here, none of you are unlucky. So that family over there is just a coincidence. You can't blame it on me. Maybe the heavens are pulling my leg." Zhu Yin was very nervous. "I won't be chased away, right?" After hearing this argument, black lines appeared on everyone's forehead. Qin Fangyang's mouth was wide open and couldn't close it for a long time. This guy's power seemed to be a little shockingly strong. "Teacher Qin," Zhuo Xiaoduo was amazed. "I really didn't expect that in the end, you were the one who personally took revenge for this matter. How could you say something like that?" Qin Fangyang rolled his eyes, a look of displeasure on his face. "If you didn't bring him out, although the Wang family is destined to collapse, it wouldn't have been struck by lightning. At least, it wouldn't have been struck at this moment, and it wouldn't have been destroyed in an instant." Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed. Qin Fangyang immediately felt the wind blowing in his head. "How did he manage to shift the blame onto me? Isn't it said that the heavenly Tao is a cycle of reincarnation? Everything is predestined. That should be the case." Zhuo Xiaoduo looked emotional. The Wang family defied the heavens and went to extremes. They participated in the Battle of the Stargate to pry open the heavenly Tao. If they succeeded, they would naturally steal the heavens and change their fate. The heavenly Tao's fate would flow back into the Wang family's lifeline, and their fate would soar. But if they didn't succeed, the Wang family's bloodline and fate would be drained dry, and it wouldn't even be enough. Everyone's fate in the family would be drained to the negative. Under such circumstances, under the influence of fate, all misfortune would find their way to the Wang family, and the degree of misfortune would increase greatly. Just like this time, they invited the beast of misfortune to their home, and even offered large amounts of offerings to the beast of misfortune. And for those who defied the heavens, there would definitely be retribution. Even if the heavens condemned them, they would still be given a chance of survival. They wouldn't be driven to the brink of annihilation and would leave some lucky survivors. But at this time, the Wang family invited the Zhu Yin to their home and relied on him as a backer. The Zhu Yin's strength was too strong. He received the Wang family's offerings and sat inside. When the heavenly tribulation found that it couldn't strike him, it naturally increased the power of the lightning tribulation. The upper limit of this power should be enough to teach those who defied the heavens a lesson, but not enough to kill them. But this upper limit was set by the Zhu Yin, the strongest person in the Wang family in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. How could the Wang family not be miserable? Although the Zhu Yin didn't die under the heavenly tribulation, the rest of the Wang family didn't have the ability of the Zhu Yin. Although they were just collateral damage, they were already wiped out, and their entire family was wiped out. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew the cause and effect of this. After connecting the dots, he made a complete story from the beginning to the end. With his theory of the way of karma, he wasn't far off from the mark, and it was close to the truth. He didn't know that there were still survivors in the Wang family, but they had been poisoned to death by the Zhu Yin. The heavenly tribulation wasn't the culprit behind the Wang family's annihilation, but the Zhu Yin. And this doesn't mean that. The Zhu Yin is really the beast of misfortune in name and in reality. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of emotion. Everyone turned to look at the burly Zhu Yin, their eyes full of complex emotions. Zhu Yin panicked when so many people looked at him with such strange eyes. He scratched his head and explained anxiously, "This really has nothing to do with me." "Yes, this has nothing to do with you." Everyone nodded, but their eyes were full of mockery. "Nothing to do with you." My ass. Now that they understood, they stopped discussing this matter and pretended not to know anything. After all, everyone had the same thought: how to deal with the Zhu Yin in the future and how to avoid disaster to the greatest extent. That was something that Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong had to consider. It had nothing to do with them, so they naturally didn't care. "Teacher Qin, what's your current cultivation level?" Zhuo Xiaoduo asked curiously. "I don't know what my current cultivation level is either." Qin Fangyang was a little depressed, but then he said, "But looking at you now, I should be able to beat you up a few more times." Zhuo Xiaoduo's face darkened when he heard this. "Ha ha!" Li Chenglong and the others roared with laughter, full of malice and schadenfreude. "Then, let's have a spar." "Sure." And so, everyone entered the space of the Tower of Annihilation together. Zhuo Xiaoduo took the lead and rushed forward. However, because he was afraid of hurting Qin Fangyang, he did not dare to use his weapon. Instead, he greeted him with his fists and feet. But to everyone's surprise, Qin Fangyang easily suppressed Zhuo Xiaoduo. In less than 10 seconds, Zhuo Xiaoduo was at a complete disadvantage. "Hiss! Teacher Qin is so terrifying." The audience gasped at the same time. After the Battle of the Dragons fighting for the heritage, everyone knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo's current level of strength was not something that could be described with the word abnormal. But Mr. Qin, after escaping from death, had made an amazing breakthrough. What kind of godlike speed was this to be able to suppress a freak like Zhuo? "I'm going to use my weapon." Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that Qin Fangyang's strength was ridiculously high. He took out the spirit cat sword, thinking that he could turn the situation around. However, what he did not expect was that Qin Fangyang, who was gradually getting used to his own strength, became stronger and stronger. He sent the spirit cat sword flying with one slap, forcing Zhuo Xiaoduo to use his 99 kitty hammer to deal with him. "I'm going to play for real." 2 minutes later, "Everyone, let's go together. Hurry up and go together. Come and save me." Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted anxiously. He was sweating profusely from being suppressed. The 2 hammers that he used to be able to swing freely were now unable to be wielded properly. Qin Fangyang had just familiarized himself with his own strength, so he was still unable to harmonize it. He was also unable to control his strength as he wished. So Xiaoduo felt that they had only exchanged blows for a short while, but many of his bones seemed to have been broken at his, but was already swollen that while he was shouting, another kick came flying. So Xiaoduo blocked his butt with his hammers. With a clang, the hammers were kicked back and hit his butt. So Xiaoduo screamed in pain. He covered his butt with his hammers and was kicked into the air. Chapter 1260. Zhuo Xiaoyan, Li Chenglong, and the rest were delighted to see this. They roared and rushed forward. A group attack. Under Li Qinglong's command, the master and his disciples rolled and rolled into a ball dot, and this fight lasted for a full 2 hours. The final result of this battle was that Zhuo Xiaoduo and the rest were collectively sent flying and fell heavily to the ground. Everyone looked at Qin Fangyang as if they had seen a ghost. After this battle, Qin Fangyang's strength shocked everyone, especially Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo touched his swollen buttocks. His long-lost sad face reappeared, along with sincere shock and disbelief. I became a punching bag in front of old Qin again. This makes me old Qin's strength. What's going on? How did he suddenly rise to this level? It doesn't make sense. Isn't this purely cheating me? This is the 15th day of August. I'm already doubting my life. Old Qin must be using cheats. Absolutely. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was filled with sorrow. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't believe that this speed and extent of advancement wasn't using cheats. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Thinking back to when he was in Fenghai, he could already beat old Qin. Now, he was at least 10,000 times stronger than he was at that time. Not only was he unable to beat him, but even after joining forces with Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiao's gang, as well as old Xiao, they still couldn't beat him. Tell me, where are you going to reason with this? Zhu Yin crossed his arms as he watched Qin Fangyang display his invincible strength. At the same time, he felt pain all over his body. His head hurt. A quarter of his brain was gone. His whole body hurt. His whole body was covered in wounds. His flesh was badly mangled. His inner core hurt too. His inner core was damaged and incomplete. Did you think this was a joke? His divine soul, which had been cultivating for countless years, was also in pain. I used the power of my soul, the power of my inner core, the power of my brain, the power of my brain, the power of my blood, the power of my divine sense. I made a big cocoon for him. At least a third of my essence, energy, spirit, and vital spirit were all eaten and digested by him without wasting a single bit. With such nourishment, such a foundation, and such an advantage, if I still can't beat you guys, then my long life as a primordial beast would have been in vain. That's not right. My foundation is far from being digested. How is this even possible? More surprises came. Teacher Qin, you're at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes widened. Qin Fangyang, who was also shocked by his current strength, scratched his head in confusion and said, I don't know either. My current level of strength is beyond the scope of my knowledge and understanding. Although I can feel that my strength has been improving and is still gradually increasing. The kind that is very fast. I'm really not sure which step I've reached. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbstruck and speechless for a long time. After a long time, he finally said, Teacher Qin, you used to say that I reached the heavens in a single step. But after seeing you today, I finally know what it means to reach the heavens in a single step. What it means to be blessed by providence. This is clearly the treatment of the child of destiny. Oh, Zhuo Xiaoduo hugged Qin Fangyang's thigh with a sincere expression. Teacher Qin, my dearest Teacher Qin, please allow me to hug your thigh. Tycoon, I'm willing to be a Xiao pendant on your thigh. Qin Fangyang kicked him out in annoyance. You're the eldest son of the minister, and you have the nerve to say such humble words. So Xiaoduo covered his butt and complained, the eldest son of the minister, didn't you also beat me up without any scruples? This is the treatment that only real protagonists in novels get. Qin Fangyang snorted and squinted. What treatment? Why? Can't I beat you up? You can beat me up. You can beat me up. You beat me up well. You beat me up well. You beat me up so well. You beat me up so well that I'm full of joy. I can't wait to endure more. But you also have to share the rain and dew, right? After all, I'm not your only student. Look at Li Qinglong and Long Yuxing. These two must be cursing you in their hearts. These two look cheap. I think they want to betray their master. Zhuo Xiaoduo was terrified. He tried to divert attention and shift the blame to Qin Fangyang. Zhuo, can you be a human? Li Qinglong and Long Yuxing wailed in unison. Other than Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was merciful, the others were mercilessly beaten up by Qin Fangyang. Everyone had a share. According to Qin Fangyang's words, I'm afraid that I'll have fewer and fewer chances to beat you up in the future. After this, it won't be long before I won't be able to beat you up again. So, I have to have more fun. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, Long Yusheng, Wan Lixiu, and the others. The last part was that Zhuo Xiaoduo took out a pile of cultivation resources and gave them to Qin Fangyang. This time, Qin Fangyang didn't refuse like before, but he still didn't accept all of them. After choosing some heavenly treasures, Zhuo Xiaoduo took back the rest. I shouldn't have accepted these, but if I don't accept them, you'll all feel bad, so I have to take some. Actually, you've already used your bodies to feel my level of strength. With my current level of cultivation, it's not difficult for me to obtain cultivation resources. You don't have to worry about me. He raised his eyebrows. At most, I'll rob the rich to help the poor when I need it. It's not like I haven't done this before. Naturally, everyone was well aware of what Qin Fangyang was talking about. They didn't insist anymore. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others really learned Qin Fangyang's way of robbing the rich to help the poor. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out another piece of heaven-mending stone. Take this. Everyone has one, so you have to have one too. Don't make me favor one over the other. I'm already in a difficult position. After Qin Fangyang knew the use of it, he immediately accepted it. How can I make it difficult for you? I'll do it reluctantly. Teacher Qin, what are your plans in the future? Do you still want to continue teaching in Ancestral Dragon? Li Chenglong asked. My original intention in coming to Ancestral Dragon High School was to obtain a spot for you guys in the dragons seizing the heritage. Now that I've fulfilled my wish, why am I still lingering here? Qin Fangyang snorted disdainfully. His face was full of ridicule. And what about you? After I visit the Liu family, I think I'll return to the battlefield. That's where I belong. Qin Fangyang said. You're taking it for granted. You're not suitable for that realm now. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head. What you should do now is to temper yourself to the greatest extent and transform your foundation into cultivation strength. The battlefield is a forbidden area that you can't set foot in at the moment. Li Chenglong also expressed his strong opposition. Qin Fangyang was surprised. What do you mean? Li Chenglong said. You should cultivate for a while more and familiarize yourself with your strength. Perhaps you'll become one of the new trump cards of the continent. The old great cultivators of astral souls are no longer a secret. However, you have the foundation to become a new trump card of the continent. Qin Fangyang was silent. Although he felt that he was very strong now, he didn't have the corresponding understanding of how strong he was. After all, since his rebirth, he had only fought with his own students. He had no experience of fighting with a real master at all. The hearings were Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong flattering him as the new trump card of the continent. Qin Fangyang felt that his students thought too highly of him. Was it really good to praise him so highly that, however, whether it was Zhuo Xiaoduo or Li Chenglong, they were full of confidence? You must be quiet now and develop your strength in a wretched manner. This way, when the time comes, you'll definitely be able to amaze the world and turn the tide. Qin Fangyang was confused. However, he felt that Li Chenglong's words seemed to be very reasonable. These words came from Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth. Qin Fangyang was afraid that he would think that it was mostly flattery. However, Li Chenglong had always been known for his meticulous planning. In addition, he would consider the big picture and would not speak without thinking. Qin Fangyang should listen to him. There's another reason. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Teacher Qin, the old principal's karma that we set up back then has already taken effect. If I'm not wrong, the old principal is already reincarnated. Is this true? Qin Fangyang's face suddenly turned red. He suddenly stood up. His movements were full of agitation. Yes, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Back then, I once said that I would try to use the destiny money connected to the heavenly axiom to be buried with him in the ground, hoping for a karma. If it works, there will be a situation that will never occur under normal circumstances, and that is, a spider lily will grow in front of the grave. The spider lily blooms on the other shore and disappears when the flower blooms. It's a mystical spirit herb that should grow by the river of the netherworld. It has a special effect, and that is, after people eat it, They can awaken the memories of their previous life. As for the flower that grew in front of the old headmaster's grave, it grew because of her own luck. It should have grown in the underworld, but it appeared in the world of the living. This shows that the effect of this spirit herb is different from other spirit herbs. I can almost guarantee that this flower will only have meaning if she eats it herself. The only thing that can be traced back is her memories. If that's the case, she must have reincarnated and become a new person. Otherwise, the spider lily would not have appeared. And based on the influence of the Phoenix bloodline and the old principal's lifelong obsession, it should still be around Phoenix City. As Xiao Duo spoke, Qin Fanyang trembled nonstop. Tears flickered in his tiger-like eyes. That's great. So, you're still here. How should I find her? Qin Fanyang asked with a trembling voice. The clue is still the destiny coin. The destiny coin should have already fused with her body. Xiao Duo said, on her body, there's a birthmark that looks like a coin at an unknown location, and it will definitely be very clear. Qin Fanyang muttered, this clue. How am I going to check the coin-shaped birthmark on a girl's body? Li Chenglong raised his hand. Methods are thought of by people. I have a way to take care of both. On the one hand, it won't delay your wretched development. On the other hand, it'll be easier to find the old principle. Chapter 1261. What is it? Hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. Qin Fanyang hurriedly asked. It's actually a very simple method. You can become the principal of Phoenix City's number 2 high school. Li Chenglong said. Become the principal? What do you mean? The turn of events was so sudden that it was simply earth-shattering. Even Long Yuxing and the others were shocked by Li Chenglong's words. Everyone looked like they were dreaming. You want an almighty who is at least at the primordial chaos realm to become the principal of a martial arts enlightenment school? To lead those soft and tender children? This was like asking a minister of defense to become the principal of a kindergarten that no matter how one looked at it. This scene was so crooked that it was abnormal. You want me to be the principal, just for my own personal matters. Not to mention my current cultivation strength. Even when I was teaching at Ancestral Dragon High School, I didn't deserve the position. Wouldn't that attract more attention and add a lot of trouble? Qin Fanyang's face was distorted. He truly felt that he couldn't afford to lose face like this. That's a good idea. Even if my father were to arrange this matter, there's a 99% chance that he would arrange it like this. Even if you don't want to become the principal of Phoenix City's number 2 high school, you'll probably have to go to Water City's number 1 high school. So Xiao Duo looked at Li Chenglong and chuckled knowingly. I'm afraid you don't know how important a hidden trump card is to the safety of the continent. How important can it be? Qin Fanyang asked. Generally, when a war starts, it'll be a full-scale melee. However, the real higher-ups have little interest in slaughtering ants. These higher-ups don't like to bully others. This is also where the pride of cultivators lies. Therefore, high-level battles often break out. Through fewer high-level battles, the war will be decided. Moreover, this type of battle will continue to break out after a certain period of time. It will continue to grow and become more and more high-level. Teacher Qin, you're an excellent combat strength that doesn't appear in front of others. You're not among the enemy's established targets. After the enemy figures out our high-level trump cards, they'll have a sense of victory. Even if they have one more high-level than us, it'll be enough to tilt the entire war. If Teacher Qin were to appear at the critical moment, you would naturally be able to turn the tide. The so-called counterattack in the most crucial game is because of the factor that turns defeat into victory. And Teacher Qin, you are such a factor. Teacher Qin, you only need to be responsible for one victory. When the enemy is at his most confident moment, he can turn the situation around. That is a great contribution. His contribution will cover the astral souls. Li Chenglong nodded and said, with Xiao Duo's channel, we can easily get in touch with the higher-ups. Now that the Heavenly Tao Bureau here is over, I believe that the higher-ups will come back soon. You may not believe what we say, Mr. Qin, but you won't doubt the decisions made by the higher-ups, right? Qin Fanyang was silent for a while before he said, this matter really needs to be decided by the higher-ups. Otherwise, even if what you said makes sense and is conclusive, I feel like I have to hide in Phoenix City for a private matter. Not only will I not be able to accept it, even if your old principal comes back, she will also be unhappy and depressed. That's easy, is what Xiaoduo said. I'll arrange it. Qin Fanyang sighed. In the end, I still have to bask in my disciple's glory. Going through the back door mode. Huh. Everyone laughed. Then, naturally, Zhou Xiaoduo went out to make a call. After the call, Zhou Changlu was overjoyed and said that he would come back in person to discuss the details. Then, they could let their imagination run wild. Or rather, they could begin to deduce the follow-up plan. Teacher Qin, if you go to Phoenix City, Zhuyin won't be able to follow you anymore. Li Chenglong held back his laughter. Of course, everyone lowered their heads like chickens pecking at rice and held back their laughter. According to Zhu Yan's unlucky nature, if he really followed Qin Fanyang to Phoenix City as a teacher, all the children in the school would probably be ruined by him. Therefore, even if he killed this guy here, Zhu Yin could not follow him. Zhu Yin will follow me for the time being. So Xiaoduo said. That works too. Qin Fanyang turned to Zhu Yin and asked, Brother Zhu, are you willing to follow Xiaoduo? Zhu Yin nodded hurriedly. How could he not be willing? He was more than willing. How could he not be willing when he saw this kid's luck? And how fucking peerless he was. Was he stupid? No matter what, he was much better than this Qin guy. This Qin fellow practically ate my entire beast clean. From head to toe, my internal organs, soul, brain, bone marrow, blood, and divine sense. Everything was eaten by him. Every time I'm with him, I feel like I'm going to be swallowed in one gulp. Especially every time it sensed Qin Fangyang's cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds, Zhu Yin would subconsciously feel its brain wailing in his meridians. Xiaoduo, I'll leave this poisoned bead to you. You must handle it properly. Qin Fanyang explained everything. Then, everyone sat together and chatted. Time passed quietly. 2 hours later, the wind blew in the sky. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding stepped through the door. The moment the two of them entered, Wang Lingyun's eyes immediately became blurry. Grandma Zhua. Wang Lingyun burst into tears. The Wang family is gone. Zhou Changlu sighed softly. Xiaoyan, or what are your plans for the future? I don't know. Then you can continue to live here for the time being. Zhou Changlu patted Wang Lingyun's shoulder. There's no need to be sad. It's not worth it for those people. If you really go there one day, tell your grandpa that I told you that Xiaoyan didn't disgrace the Wang family. Yes, Wang Lingyun's heart ached even more. He couldn't help but burst into tears to vent the depression in his heart. Wu Yuding also sighed. The two of them comforted Wang Lingyun for a while, and only then did his emotions calm down. Then, they entered the room. Seeing the couple enter together, Qin Fanyang instinctively stood up and bowed. Minister. Originally, Qin Fanyang had met Zhou Changlu and his wife a few times. Of course, it was during the parent-teacher conference in Phoenix City. Now that he saw the legendary minister, even though his appearance was the same, his demeanor was completely different. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding were quite surprised. When they received the phone call, they almost instinctively thought that Zhou Xiaoduo was lying. But now that they saw Qin Fanyang, they understood that not only did Qin Fanyang not die, but he also profited from the disaster and soared to the sky. Sit. Zhou Changlu affectionately held Qin Fanyang's hand. I've said before that we are best friends. If it weren't for your guidance, Xiaoduo wouldn't have achieved what he has today. Zhou Changlu's words were extremely sincere. Qin Fanyang smiled. It's because Xiaoduo is outstanding enough that he has the opportunity to be sculpted. The two looked at each other and smiled. They exchanged pleasantries and sat down. When it came to Qin Fanyang's cultivation, Zhou Changlu was very cautious. He invited Qin Fanyang to Zhou Xiaoduo's space in the Tower of Annihilation and personally exchanged a few moves with Qin Fanyang. This exchange was not allowed to be a spectator. When they came out, although both of them were unharmed, the admiration on Zhou Changlu's face and Qin Fanyang's excitement made everyone's eyes light up. Very good. Zhui Zhonglu said solemnly. You have an enormous amount of energy in your body that you have yet to refine. If you can refine all of it and integrate it into your body, your battle prowess won't be inferior to that of the heavenly king of the right. Furthermore, under some kind of catalyst, the energy in your body has already become the same as your own. Perhaps there will be even greater room for improvement. When the continent is in danger, there is finally new blood. That's great. The astral souls are lucky. The human race is lucky. Zhuo Changlu did not hide his excitement in his words. For Zhuo Zhonglu, the sudden appearance of a top-level almighty was truly a joyous occasion. There was no better news than this. Minister, may I ask, what should I do? What should I do from now on? What do you want? Go to the battlefield and train myself to the maximum. Qin Fangyang did not hesitate. No, Zhuo Zhonglu flatly vetoed. Let's not talk about the fact that your situation is different from the others. You've already exceeded the limit of combat strength allowed to appear on the battlefield. Moreover, you've directly exposed your hidden trump card as soon as you enter the battlefield. For so many years, we have been trying to set up a hidden top cultivator, but we have never succeeded. Now that we finally have one, how can we casually expose it? Wu Yuding also sighed and said, That's right. According to the usual practice of cultivating a top cultivator, experience, resources, battles, and continuous improvement are indispensable. But this kind of process is difficult to keep secret. At most, we can hide it for a period of time, but it is impossible to hide it for a long time. Teacher Qin's sudden emergence can become the hidden trump card of the astral souls. No matter what, we cannot easily expose it. We must save it for the most critical moment and strike like a thunderbolt. Only then can we live up to the heavens. Sure enough, Zhuo Changlu and his wife, Li Chenglong, and Zhuo Xiaodui's plan were all in the same direction. Zhuo Xiaodui's spirit was lifted. Dad, Li Chenglong just suggested that Teacher Qin go to Phoenix City's No. 2 high school to be the principal. What do you think? Zhuo Changlu's eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his thigh and said, That's a great plan. First, it will not be wasted. Second, it is reasonable, and it is to protect the life of the lover. Third, it will make that place invulnerable. On the other hand, if he goes to other schools, no matter how much he hides his strength, it will inevitably attract attention. Let's do it, Zhuo Changlu said. I will immediately ask the martial arts department to send your Teacher Qin back to Phoenix City. But Teacher Qin will have to suffer for a while. After all, we can't give you any extra status or benefits. Those are just minor details. It's not worth it. Qin Fangyang smiled freely. Then it's decided. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and smiled. For a moment, they felt much more relaxed. Chapter 1262. Zhuo Changlu felt like he had a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. For a long time, the upper echelons of the continent had been too transparent. Once there was a battle between the upper echelons, the number of people on his side would be seen clearly by the opponent. It was better than before when they were only fighting against the Umno Alliance. However, when the other continents returned, they would be the target of public criticism. If the weaker side did not have a trump card, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Qin Fangyang's appearance just made up for this shortcoming. Although his combat power was not enough now, he was qualified. Besides, there was still a lot of energy in his body that had not been dissolved. So, it was safe to have a trump card. But Brother Qin's strength is still a little too low, especially the moves and secret techniques that a top combat power should have. So Chenglu pondered and said, I will give you a secret cultivation manual later. You have to practice according to it. As for the resources, I will prepare for you for 10 years. You must raise your cultivation to the highest level in the shortest time possible. Then I won't stand on ceremony. But I don't need the resources for now. Qin Fangyang smiled and said, Xiao Duo has given me a lot of treasures. On my way back, I will take a detour to suppress the bandits and so on. Then I will be able to gather a lot of resources. Or give me a copy of the internal information. I will rob the rich to help the poor along the way. rob the rich to help the poor along the way. Zhuo Changlu's expression suddenly became interesting. The way he looked at Qin Fanyang was a little strange. So it was you who led my son astray. That at first, he thought that Zhuo Xiaoduo's plan of robbing the rich to help the poor was due to his genes. So this was the root of it. It was not inherited from the 1 meter higher sky, but from his teacher. Should I complain about him? However, Zhuo Zhonglu admired and liked people like Qin Fanyang the most. He was decisive in killing, decisive in making decisions. He didn't drag his feet, nor did he stick to the rules. He didn't care about trifles, but he also had a kind heart to help the world. Good people were never scary. Instead, they were easily bullied and framed. Qin Fanyang wasn't a bad person, but he wasn't a good person who would tolerate being bullied by anyone. The so-called gentleman can be bullied did not exist in Qin Fanyang's eyes. If you dare to bully me, I will kill you. This kind of person might never become a saint, but he could live a carefree life. Xiao Duo prepared it for you because he respects his teacher. I prepared it for you because of my sincerity. At most, I'll prepare a little less. Zhuo Changlu laughed. Remember, you are allowed to use any method to increase your strength. Remember, any method. In other words, this included your so-called robbing the rich to help the poor. Yes, yes. Qin Fanyang smiled knowingly. Thank you very much, Minister. I understand. Although Zhuo Changlu had said more than once that they were best friends, Qin Fanyang knew that deep down in his heart. Zhuo Changlu could say that, but he couldn't admit it, let alone believe it was true. Once he admitted it, he wouldn't know when to back down. It's settled then. Good, it's settled then. At this point, not only was Zhuo Zhonglu very happy, but Qin Fanyang also felt the weight in his heart disappear. Next, Zhuo Changlu began to make arrangements regarding Qin Fanyang's position in Phoenix City's second high school. He was going to hide openly under the sun and increase his strength at the same time. No matter what, he couldn't let anyone know about this. It was obvious that Zhuo Changlu attached great importance to this matter. Every once in a while, I will send Xiao Duo back to spar with you for a few days. He will be a qualified sparring partner. At that time, you can go all out and spar with him. Zhuo Changlu said, Sparring partner? I'm not going. Whoever wants to go can go, but I'm not going. So Xiao Duo jumped 3 meters high like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He was so anxious that his face turned red. Are you kidding me? Is that a sparring match? Do you think I don't know that being a sparring partner means being beaten up? Every once in a while, he will go back and spar with me for a few days. Are you trying to ruin me? I've never seen an old father who would push his own son into a fire pit. You are so kind. You have no choice. You have to go even if you don't want to. Zhuo Changlu made a decision indifferently. Do you think it's so easy to be a second high school heir? It's your privilege to be beaten up. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, I don't want such privilege. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt wronged. I've already given up on being a second high school heir, and now you're bringing it up again. You're clearly rubbing salt in my wound again and again. Qin Fanyang turned his head and smiled at Zhuo Xiaoduo. He held his right hand with his left hand and rubbed it gently. His knuckles made a cracking sound. With a twist of his neck, a series of cracking sounds could be heard. Teacher, do you have cervical spondylosis? Zhuo Xiaoduo said eagerly. Do you want me to massage it for you? He. Qin Fanyang smiled like a big bad wolf looking at it. By Tuesday, Zhuo Xiaoduo's face suddenly turned bitter. He was familiar with Teacher Qin. How could he not know that Teacher Qin was expressing goodwill to him, indicating that he was looking forward to being his sparring partner? Zhuo Xiaoduo would never be the best sparring partner. At least, he was not the first choice. With Zhuo Changlu's judgment of Qin Fanyang's current strength and his long-term evaluation, it would be best to send Yu Dantian. However, Yu Dantian was a little arrogant, liked to show off, and liked to push the blame to others. If his identity was exposed, it would only affect the overall situation. Therefore, he had to teach him a good lesson before sending him. At this moment, Yu Dantian, who was hundreds of thousands of miles away, suddenly shivered. He looked around in shock and bewilderment. Why did his heart suddenly palpitate just now? The spiritual sense of such a profound cultivator would never fail him. Could it be that he was about to face an unforeseen event? What's wrong with you? Yin Zhonghu asked in surprise. Nothing. Yu Dongtian thought for a while in shock and bewilderment. After looking around for a long time, he sat down uneasily. He murmured, I want to go out for a walk. It seems a little cold here. A little cold? Yin Zhonghu looked at the sky and the ground, a little confused. What kind of heavenly saying was this? They were all heavenly king-level cultivators. It was inevitable that they would not be affected by cold or heat. What kind of saying was a little cold? However, Yu Dongtian had already left as if his boat was on fire. From behind, he looked like a defeated dog being chased. Yin Zhonghu could not help but fall in a deep thought. This guy was crazy. Next, Zhuo Changlu cast his gaze on Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others. His eyes were filled with relief. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaoyan, Li Qinglong, Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong, Zhan Xuejuan, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Li Qingming, Yin Yimoyan, Ding Pai Yibao Gao, Qiao Zhan Piapiao, a total of 15 peak Skysoar realm cultivators. Their future was not just promising. This group of little fellows from the core realm to the nascent soul realm, step by step, until now. They were constantly evolving and improving. Zhuo Changlu sighed in his heart. Perhaps the future of the continent would be in the hands of these 15 little fellows. Thinking of this, Zhuo Changlu suddenly thought of something and froze on the spot. Wu Yuding sensed that something was wrong with his expression. She could not help but ask, What's wrong? Nothing. Zhuo Changlu smiled and shook his head. But in his heart he was pondering. The Big Dipper and Big Dipper set up the Big Dipper and Big Dipper. 15 stars had descended to set up the Big Dipper and participate in the Big Dipper contest. Coincidentally, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were also 15 people. Could this really be a coincidence? I'm afraid not. Zhuo Changlu pondered for a moment. But soon, he gave up on all his guesses. As for you guys, the 15 of you will form a team. Originally, Zhuo Changlu wanted to separate the 15 of them and let them develop their own paths. But suddenly, he changed his mind. The battlefield is not suitable for you guys at the moment. Just move around the Hidden Dragon High School. But it shouldn't be long. Zhuo Changlu smiled faintly. Okay, Zhuo Xiaoduo agreed. Although you will form a team of 15, you will need to train separately. Zhuo Changlu said. After all, in the future, most of the battles you will face will not be fought together. In other words, it is not a problem for the 15 of you to form a team. But you will also need to cooperate with each other in battle. It will be convenient to deal with any situation that may arise in the future. Although it is smart to adapt to the situation, it is not as safe as having a plan in advance. Okay, this time, it was Li Qinglong who agreed. Li Qinglong had been thinking about dividing the 15 of them into groups. They would work together and practice with tacit understanding. In the original plan, Zhan Piapiao, Zhan Xuejuan, and even Zhuo Xiaoyan were not in the original group of 12. But now, all 15 of them were complete. Li Qinglong even had a vague feeling that there was some kind of karma between the 15 of them and the Great Star Dual Array. It would be inappropriate to force them to split up. You must break through to the Tao integration pinnacle stage before the big battle. Zhuo Changlu said word by word. This is the minimum goal. If you can break through to the chaos primordial stage, which is above the Tao integration stage, that would be even better. But I'm afraid you don't have that much time to spare. Zhuo Changlu could vaguely feel the urgency now. Speed up. Zhuo Changlu sighed softly. You're the most suitable opponents for each other. You must speed up your cultivation. Li Qinglong, Long Yuxing, and the others couldn't help but feel inexplicably shocked. One had to know that their rate of improvement compared to the time in the outside world was practically less than a month for them to break through to the next major realm. And with such speed, the minister was still like an ant, and he still wanted to continue accelerating. What kind of urgency was this? Dad, don't tell me the continent is about to return? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked the question in everyone's hearts. Yes. Zhuo Changlu's gaze was fixed on the void as he said indifferently. A figure has already appeared in my heart lake projection. That's a tyrannical existence that even I can't deal with. The opponent's aura is monstrous, and his killing intent is unparalleled. Although he hasn't arrived yet, I know that I'm no match for him. Zhuo Changlu's voice was very serious. Everyone's expression changed, and their hearts were filled with shock and awe. Zhuo Changlu, the sky-inspecting minister, was now publicly recognized as the #1 person in the world who was on par with the Flood Witch. Now, the enemy hadn't arrived yet, and he had already admitted that he was no match for him. Then, how strong was the opponent, and how tyrannical was his strength? Just thinking about it was enough to make one's heart tremble with fear and tremble. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face turned ghastly pale. Dad, then what should we do? Intense worry flashed in both her and Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes. Zhuo Changlu admitted that he wasn't a match for the opponent, but the only person in the entire continent who could take the top spot was himself. As the sky-inspecting minister, as the #1 person in the Astral Souls continent, as long as that powerful enemy came, Zhuo Changlu would have to face him regardless of whether he was a match for him or not. But if he did, wouldn't it be extremely dangerous? In other words, Zhuo Changlu would be the most dangerous person in the entire continent. Although there's no hope of defeating the enemy, Zhuo Changlu said lightly, but when it comes to self-preservation, it's not a problem. There's no need to make a fuss. Hearing Zhuo Changlu's honesty, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and the others' expressions immediately relaxed. Only Li Qinglong's expression seemed to relax, but at the same time, his brows were solemn. Zhuo Xiaoduo clenched his fists. Although Zhuo Changlu had said so, Zhuo Xiaoduo deeply understood that at that point, as the sky-inspecting minister, how could he ask for self-preservation? Once he retreated for the sake of survival, then everyone behind him would have to face that irresistible danger. There was no way Zhuo Changlu would retreat. But in the face of that kind of enemy, there was no hope of defeating the enemy, that the danger was simply suffocating just thinking about it. Wu Yuding smiled faintly. Your dad said not to make a fuss, so it's definitely fine. Don't forget that there's still me. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan became even more nervous. Even my dad is no match for him. Even if you join in, it's most likely going to be difficult. All right, Dad, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Look at this, Brother Zhu. Brother Zhu? Zhuo Changlu followed Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand and looked at Zhu Yan. The moment he looked at it, Zhuo Changlu was shocked. Where did such a top-notch expert come from? After a closer inspection, he realized that it was a demonic beast, and it looked a little weak, as if it had just recovered from a serious injury. This is Zhu Yan, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. The beast of misfortune. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding's expressions changed at the same time. Although the beast of misfortune's ferocious name only existed in the ancient records, it was too famous. Even the Zhuo couple, who were calm and steady, heard of it far and wide. They were 30% fearful, 30% fearful, and 40% fearful. Zhu Yan's face was full of grievances, but he didn't dare to express his anger. He could feel that the strength of the man and woman in front of him had reached the pinnacle of the world. Any one of them could beat him into a meatball. Even if he hadn't gone through the previous ordeal and his strength hadn't been damaged, he still couldn't defeat them. Not to mention that the two of them were of the same spirit and branch, so he couldn't afford to offend them. Dad, what do you think of his combat strength? Is it okay? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Okay. Zhuo Changlu sized him up carefully. It's more than okay. This Brother Zhu is more than a little stronger than your teacher Qin. But his potential seems to have reached its limit. Amazing. Zhu Yan was sincerely convinced. He had seen powerful people who could tell at a glance that his potential was reaching its limit, but the one in front of him was far weaker than those people that his eyesight was really good. Although I don't know why Brother Zhu's body was so severely injured that you had to use your life potential to heal it, and although you seem to have recovered and your combat strength hasn't decreased too much, without the help of heaven-defying luck, your potential would have been exhausted very quickly. Your lifespan is running out. Zhuo Changlu didn't hide his pity at all. Zhu Yan said miserably, It's because I know this that I need to meet my savior. Only then can I have a chance to improve. Zhua, Changlu muttered, the legendary beast of misfortune. Wants to meet your savior. Why do these words sound more and more wrong? Dad, his strength. You'll know after you spar with him. Zhua Zhonglu felt extremely regretful. So he said in a deep voice, given his strength, it's not impossible for him to become another trump card. But he has consumed too much of his essence. So he's destined to never return to his peak. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, just like with Qin Fangyang, Zhou Changlu personally fought with Zhu Yin in the Tower of Annihilation. Zhu Yin took the first blow from Zhuo Changlu with his Origin Primordial Cultivation base, and the second blow from Zhuo Changlu with his Peak Origin Primordial Cultivation base. It didn't take the third blow. When it came to the third move, Zhuo Zhonglu circulated his cultivation at the intermediate stage of the Golden Immortal Realm and converged his might into his palm. This palm strike sent the Zhu Yin ape flying. Then, it was met with Zhuo Zhonglu's storm-like beatings. The Zhu Yin struggled to hold on and parried the blows reluctantly. But the force that landed on its body was too heavy, and too painful. Finally, he wailed, "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me!" Zhuo Changlu stopped, looking more and more disappointed. It shouldn't be like this. Brother Zhu, your reputation as the beast of misfortune is well-deserved. What happened to you? Not only has your strength regressed, but you've also lost your potential. How much of your life force have you lost? You've been hiding in the astral souls for so many years. How can you be so weak when you suddenly reappear? Zhuo Changlu's words revealed undisguised anger and disappointment. Zhu Yin was now on his side. No matter what, the beast of misfortune's reputation could be ignored for the sake of its strength. However, it should have been a more powerful trump card, but it couldn't reach that stage now. Even if it was a trump card, the effect it could play was minimal. It couldn't play much of a role. This was too much a blow. What happened? Bees hide at the bottom of the valley. Pots come from the sky. Pots come one after another, one after another. My inner core, my blood, my brain matter, they were all eaten by Teacher Qin. Eaten and even digested. And it was the heavenly Tao that helped him digest them. Scarlet Ape felt so wrong that it wanted to die. Do you think I want to? With my foundation and cultivation, it's a piece of cake for me to live for another few million years, but I only have 1,000 years left now. What can I do? When everyone heard this, they were all stunned on the spot. They turned to look at Qin Fangyang, who hadn't talked much about this. Only then did they know about this. But why did they look at Qin Fangyang with a confused expression? Although Qin Fangyang knew that Zhu Yin had saved him, he really didn't know how he had been saved. As for what he had eaten, he didn't know either. After all, he had been unconscious the whole time. Who would have thought that he had eaten Zhu Yan's brain as if it were tofu pudding? Zhuo Changlu sighed. Only now did he understand that Zhu Yan's foundation, which spanned the ancient times and even the present, had been damaged so much. It turned out that it had helped Qin Fangyang in such an extreme way. It was no wonder. Looks like this is the only trump card. Zhuo Changlu sighed inwardly. Dad, what do you say? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked rather eagerly. In his opinion, given Zhu Yan's strength and foundation, he should be able to help Zhuo Changlu a lot if he stayed by his side, right? At the very least, he should be able to block a blow in a life-and-death situation. Brother Zhu should stay by your side, Zhuo Zhonglu said, after pondering for a long time. Stay by my side? Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little puzzled. If he stays by my side, I'll just have one more bodyguard. He may not be able to do anything. Zhuo Changlu sighed softly. But if he stays by your side, you may have one more trump card, one more karma, or even one more good fortune. He looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo meaningfully. Son, go ahead and do it. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded thoughtfully. Let go and do it. These 4 words were commendable. Also, your team should have a code name, so that it can be included in the unified organization of the higher-ups, Zhuo Changlu said. What do you think we should name our team? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Everyone immediately perked up at the mention of this topic. Since the minister had spoken, it meant that everyone would have a formal organization from now on. This was no small matter. Once their team's name was confirmed, they would officially appear in the Forest of Strong. Moreover, it would be even better if the minister himself came up with a name for our little group. It would be infinite glory, Zhua Changlu said. Regarding this name, it's still up to you guys to name it. Remember to be more careful. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room seemed to have exploded into an uproar. Paparazzi, Zhua Xiaoduo shouted excitedly. Get lost, 14 people said in unison. I think Long Xiao team is good. The leader of the dragons, a unique branch. Long Yuxing said, get lost. Let's make it simpler. Let's call it Xiao Long team. There are many dragons in our team. Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing. There are many. Li Chenglong said leisurely. Get lost. Success team. No, it's too vulgar. Awesome team. Get lost. Pretty girl team. How can that be? Tinya team. No. Feng Yin team. Too vulgar. Nightmare team. Nightmare team. It's okay, but I feel like it's missing something. Immortal team? Get lost. Sea Death team? Get lost as far as the sun goes. Deity team? Get lost. Vulgar. Justice team? What the hell? What the hell is wrong with your brain? 15 heads gathered together, and there was a heated discussion. Zhua Changlu, Wu Yuding, and Qin Fangyang all looked helpless. Just listening from the side was enough for the three of them. What kind of lousy names are these? Zhua Changlu even wanted to break the deadlock. He wanted to give a name directly. Finally, Gao Qiaoer came up with a more reliable name. How about Hidden Dragon Team? Hidden Dragon rises from the abyss, or Leap in the Chuan? At least it's a good name, right? As soon as the name came out, Zhua Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others immediately cheered loudly. However, it also aroused fierce opposition from Li Changming, Yu Moyan, and the others. Long Yuxing's reaction was especially fierce. He continued to insist on the name Long Xiao Team, Hidden Dragon Team. Then it would all belong to you, Hidden Dragon High Martial Artists. Everyone has their own opinions. How about we name it after Zhua? Let's call it Duo Team. After all, we only gathered together because of Zhua, Zhen Piapiao said. Everyone shook their heads. No, it's not domineering enough. Then, the names proposed in the next round were still rejected one by one. There were all kinds of objections, and they came one after another. It's not profound enough. It's not domineering enough. It's not bold enough. It's not elegant enough. It's not elegant enough. It's not elegant enough. Qin Fangyang, who was listening at the side, was about to fall asleep. He couldn't wait to drag these guys out and beat them up. Seeing that these guys were still chattering away, he finally said weakly, "This isn't enough. That isn't enough. You might as well call yourselves the Insufficient Brigade." Qin Fangyang's original intention was to tease them. However, as soon as this sentence came out, Zhua Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. This name is not bad. Li Chenglong seemed to be deep in thought. The meaning is profound. It proves that no matter how many contributions we make, no matter how many enemies we kill, no matter how many treasures we have, we still feel that it's not enough. Long Yuxing frowned and his eyes lit up. Yes, no matter how far we go, we will always feel that it's not enough. In short, all the things we have or will get in this world are far from enough. The more he explained, the more everyone felt that this name was really good. So, we'll call it Duo Team. Zhua Xiaoduo made the final decision and was very proud. This was because he felt that the word enough had the same pronunciation as dog. This also meant that this was his team. Moreover, it seemed that they hadn't realized that their names were embedded in it. Duo Team was also a dog, right? Duo Team. Yes, the more the better. The more the better. No matter what it was, the more the better. This was the true meaning of this name. It was indeed profound and meaningful. Therefore, under the absolute advantage of 10 people agreeing, 3 abstaining, and Zhua Xiaoyan and Gao Qiaoer strongly opposing, the 15 people named it Duo Team. This also meant that the dog-catching team, which would become famous in the galaxy in the future, was officially established today. We are Duo Team. Zhua Xiaoduo laughed and announced solemnly, "I'm Zhua Xiaoduo, the captain of the Duo Team. It means that everything is not enough, and we must do more. I'm Li Chenglong, the deputy captain and military advisor of the duo team. After Li Chenglong finished, he hurriedly added, Sister Nian is the wife of the captain. Her status is equal to the captain. She also has a veto power and can reject the captain's decision. Swollen was very cowardly. He even came up with a veto power. This was to make sure that Zui Xiao duo would not dare to oppose, nor did he have the ability to do so. After all, this supreme captain was only effective on Zui Xiao duo. Gao Xiao was very resistant to this title. She was very depressed, but it was a foregone conclusion. She could only say, I'm Gao Xiao, the general manager of the duo team. Then, Long Yuxing and the other members signed up one by one. They were all very excited and arrogant. They all began to fawn on Li Chenglong, the deputy captain and military advisor. They ignored their dignity and flattered him. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo, the captain of the duo team, everyone ignored him. This guy was just a decoration. Don't bother. Now I, the deputy captain and military advisor, will arrange the members of the team, Li Chenglong said proudly. Swollen, I think you should change your name. No, change your name. You should call yourself deputy captain and military advisor chief, Zhuo Xiaoduo said coldly. Zhuo Xiaoduo emphasized a certain word. Li Chenglong modestly stretched out his hand and said, So, are you going to arrange the members of the team yourself? Then, please. Zhuo Xiaoduo subconsciously shut his mouth. He turned his head and talked to Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not have the ability to arrange the members according to the overall combat strength. The situation was better than the person. He could only avoid the topic and pretend that he did not hear it. Weak chicken. Li Chenglong mocked. Let's compare notes later. I'll let this weak chicken practice with you, deputy captain. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Boss, I'm wrong. Li Chenglong immediately prostrated himself. His attitude changed completely. Li Chenglong began to arrange the team after a long quarrel. Based on the principle that husband and wife teams should not be separated, the team arrangement is as follows. Zhua and sister-in-law will be a team. The captain will be paired with the supreme captain. It's a strong team. The first team is the strongest team in the team. It can be separated at any time, and each of you can rush to the rescue. It's the mobile two-man team in the team. Everyone nodded their heads repeatedly to express their agreement. No one had any objections to this. In fact, if Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan hadn't rushed to the rescue in the Battle of the Dragon's Vein, it would have been very difficult for the team to have a complete lineup of 15 people. Me, Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong, Zhan Xuejuan, and I will be the team leader. Li Chenglong said. Everyone pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. This choice was also within reason. Although Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and Zhan Xuejuan each had their own strengths, they were all simple-minded players. Li Chenglong looked at them as if he was looking at three pigs that they complemented each other perfectly and were intricately linked. Gao Xiao, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, Yu Moyan, and Duganer, it will be a team of 5. Whether to long-range attack, close combat, or assassination, there will be suitable people. Gao Xiao will be the team leader of this team. Everyone still felt that the allocation of members in Gao Xiao's team was very reasonable. Gao Xiao's calculation ability was not much inferior to Li Chenglong's. With her watching and Long Yuxing's assistance, it was more than enough to deal with most situations, even if it was not foolproof. Li Zhongming, Yi Yan Zhen Pia Piao. Ahem, I almost forgot about you. Pai Bao, the 4 of you will be a team. Yu Yan will be the team leader. Li Chenglong said. Pai Bao rolled his eyes. He had the urge to pinch Li Chenglong until his eyes rolled back. Why did this guy always add the word again when he called him? It was fine if he forgot. His presence was already low, but adding the word again was like adding a knife to his wound. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others thought that it made a lot of sense. Yi'er, it was meticulous and was especially sensitive to danger. With Zhen Pia Piao as her best friend, it was even harder to miss. Pai Bao was a natural shadow assassin and long-range archer. He could hide in the dark and could be said to be the greatest protection in the dark. Li Zhongming's Great Dream divine skill was almost unheard of. Once it was activated, no one could escape from Pai Yibao's sniping. This team could be said to be a team of absolute death. Of course, the premise of this ultimate team was that they could not meet an opponent who was much stronger than them. Li Zhongming was not just digging his own grave by activating the Great Dream divine skill against an opponent who was much stronger than him. He was basically committing suicide. However, as long as Pai Yibao was left outside, he could keep a powerful mouthpiece and help. At this point, the 4 teams have been assigned. On the other side, Zhuo Chonglu, Qin Fangyang, and the others nodded secretly. Although it seemed like a simple grouping when thinking about everyone's character, combat strength, weapons, habits. If one was not familiar with these people, it would be difficult to make such a detailed division. This Li Chenglong was truly a talent. He was not someone who only knew how to talk big and talk on paper. Then, what about me? A silly and weak voice came from one side. The one who spoke was Zhu Yin. Zhu Yin felt wronged. You asked me to follow this Zhuo, so I'm a member of the team. Why am I not part of the group? Are you treating me like I don't exist? Li Chenglong came to his senses immediately, but his expression did not change. He said seriously, Brother Zhu, your position is the most important, so I have to emphasize it. That's why I saved it for last. Oh, normally, you will move with the main group. However, when it's time to split into groups, you will be divided according to the strength of the enemy. You will go to whichever group is under the most pressure. You will be the strongest backup and also the key to providing reinforcements in all directions. Li Chenglong said with certainty. Zhu Yin was instantly delighted and even intoxicated. So you didn't forget about me. I am so important. It feels so good to be valued and needed. Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed and almost laughed out loud. He quickly buried his head in Zhuo Xiaoyan's hair and coughed twice. As the person who knew Li Chenglong the best in this world, Zhuo Xiaoduo certainly knew. Even though Li Chenglong was behaving so well right now, he definitely did not regard Zhu Yin as the strongest reserve team just now. Instead, he had completely forgotten about it. It was even worse than ignoring Pai Yibao on a daily basis. He had completely forgotten about it. Not enough team. We are open for business today. Zhuo Xiaoyan grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo and pinned him to the ground. She said proudly, Grand Captain of the dog-catching team, I have captured a puppy. Chapter 1263. On the second day, Qin Fangyang's appointment letter came down. He was parachuted into Phoenix City's number 2 high school as the principal, and the original principal, Li Changjiang, was demoted to the executive vice principal. He was still in charge of the school's affairs. Li Changjiang's treatment was promoted by 2 ranks, and he was given the same treatment as the vice principal of a high school as a consolation. The meaning was very clear. Qin Fangyang was only there in name. The actual management was still Li Changjiang's, that as long as Qin Fangyang returned to Phoenix City, he would be in charge. In the past 2 days, Shangjing had been struck by thunderbolts. One by one, the aristocratic families had been dealt with, and stripped of all their privileges. Countless aristocratic family members had been thrown into the dare-to-die prison because they were held accountable for their crimes. The so-called dare-to-die prison was a dare-to-die unit. Once there was a war, these prisoners would be the first to rush to the most dangerous place. They weren't afraid of betrayal, escape, or counterattack. After all, there were law enforcement teams behind them. Once they achieved a certain level of merit, they could leave the team and become an ordinary person. However, most of them, or rather 100% of them, died on the battlefield. They obtained a clean name after death, and their families and children wouldn't be implicated. Of course, there were also more than 4,000 aristocratic family members and martial artists who were sentenced to death. On the execution ground, a large amount of blood accumulated and flowed into a small river. This time, no matter how many years had passed, those who had manipulated, used unspoken rules, or schemed against others were all dealt with. Heads rolled. Blood filled the sky. When the news first spread, there were still people discussing it on the internet. However, as more and more people were killed, more and more aristocratic family members fell from grace, and more high-ranking officials were implicated. Gradually, the whole continent was shocked. No one said anything about it anymore. Whether it was in reality or on the internet, there was complete silence. Of course, it wasn't that there were no comments at all. It was just that, compared to the previous heated discussion, there was less than 90%. After that, the Sky Surveyor Throne and Emperor Zhai Xing jointly issued a statement. The ancestors' fame and achievements are not the capital for the future generations to commit crimes and abuse their power. Meritorious deeds must be rewarded, and the 3 generations will be protected. Crimes must be punished, and there will be no leniency. The whole continent was in fear and trepidation. Just as Shangjing was about to raise the butcher's knife, the minister and his wife returned to the Sun and Moon Pass. Qin Fangyang went to pay a visit to the Liu family. That night, he set off, robbing the rich and giving to the poor. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo and his group of 15 people, along with the demonic beast Zhuyan, returned to Fenghai. In the past few days, Zhuo Xiaoduo had gone around the continent and collected hundreds of thousands of tons of Astral Soul's jade powder. At the same time, he also collected a large batch of heavenly secret orders and put them all into his space ring. Jin Yunqing's cultivation had improved greatly during this period of time. He had successfully entered the Origin Core realm. But regarding his situation, Zhuo Xiaoduo chose to ignore him and let him grow freely. Instead, he quietly observed his future. Long Yusheng and the others were still enrolled in the Martial Arts Academy. They had gone to the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy in the name of Advanced Studies. Oh, there was one more thing that needed to be mentioned. When they parted, Zhuo Xiaoduo had given the red spider lily to Qin Fangyang. Teacher Qin, it's still up to you to decide when the old principal will regain his memories, or if he will regain them. As for whether to tell the Liu family about this, it's also up to you to decide. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously, we will support your decision unconditionally. Qin Fangyang still remembered that time when he received the red spider lily very carefully. His expression was unprecedentedly complicated. He seemed to have pondered for a long time before he finally put the red spider lily into his space ring and left without a word. If I find her and restore her memories, how unfair would it be to her parents in this life? If I find her and don't restore her memories, then what's the point of looking for her? For a moment, Qin Fangyang's heart was extremely complicated. It couldn't be described with words alone. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others naturally understood his feelings. However, understanding was one thing, and they couldn't help him. Everything would ultimately be decided by Qin Fangyang himself. When Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others returned to Fenghai Hidden Dragon High School, they received an unprecedentedly warm welcome. The entire Hidden Dragon High School was like a new year, welcoming the returning students. Yi Changqing and the others were all smiling like flowers. From today onwards, Hidden Dragon High School was the #1 school in the entire Astral Souls continent. It was unshakable. However, there was one thing that made Yi Changqing when Xing Tian and the others feel awkward. Among the higher-ups of Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Changqing had the highest cultivation. Currently, his cultivation had only just broken through to the Sky Soar realm. However, these students were all genuine Sky Soar realm pinnacle cultivators. Therefore, when Zhuo Xiaoduo bashfully made a request with a bashful smile on his face, no one said anything. Thanks to the school's nurturing, the teacher's love, and earnest guidance, this student has today's achievements. Now, I would like to spar with the teachers and the principal to verify the level of my cultivation. This will encourage me to move forward. This seemingly reasonable request caused Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian's faces to stiffen. They didn't say anything for a long time. What spar? What encouragement? You clearly want to use this opportunity to beat us up, right? This is a blatant revenge. The two looked at each other. In the end, when Xingtian sat on a chair and said, "Since you're a student, I'll sit here and let you hit me a few times. Let's see if you can make me move. If you can, then hit me with all your strength." When enchanting saw this, he felt that this was a good idea. He immediately followed suit and sat on a chair. I also want to see how hard your fists are now. Can you make your teachers vomit blood? Facing these two shameless teachers and the principal, what could Xiaoduo do? He could only concede defeat and retreat. I can't make you move. Ha ha. I don't think you can make me move either. After a sumptuous feast, Xiaoduo and the others returned to their villa to study. Right now, there were no teachers left to teach them. At least, there weren't any hidden dragon experts. However, they couldn't give up on improving their strength. As for going to the battlefield, that was impossible. With the current situation, how could they let these fellows go to the battlefield? These fellows destroyed the enemy's army one by one. How could the Umno Alliance bear such a loss? You'd better cultivate in the rear. Leave the front. To us. As time passed, the Tower of Annihilation continued to strengthen. Xiaoduo and the others' strength continued to improve. The Huahuang Sword, the God-slaying Spear, Xiao, Bai Jiu, Ice Spirit, and the others' strength also improved by leaps and bounds because of the countless treasures of heaven and earth. Everyone knew that time was tight, so they weren't stingy with their cultivation. All of them used the best resources to aid their cultivation. Time passed slowly. On the side of the Sun-Moon Pass, when Yudong passed by, he suddenly noticed that there was a battle nearby. Why is there a battle here? Yudong couldn't help but wonder. This place was originally a training ground. Logically speaking, it wasn't rare for a battle to occur. However, during this period of time, it could be said to be a full-scale battle that continued without stopping. This place had been abandoned for a long time. Excited to see the hunt, Yudong actually felt a little surprised the moment he saw it. On the other side, there were two women. One was dressed in white, the other in blue. They were fighting side by side against a pack of dissolving soul wolves. They rushed left and right, shouting and fighting fiercely. Both of them were injured, but they were exceptionally calm. There wasn't the slightest hint of panic. Yudong didn't expect to see two women training and fighting here. Originally, the number of female cultivators at the border was far less than the number of male cultivators, but with his tens of thousands of years of experience, it was no longer rare. However, this kind of battle between two women against many high-level giant beasts was still unprecedented. He couldn't help but be interested. One had to know that although these dissolving soul wolves were not high-level monsters, each of them had the strength of a high-level divine reigning cultivator. And Yudong found that this pack of dissolving soul wolves had the strength of a wolf king. It was the standard strength of a divine reigning cultivator. Facing such a lineup, an ordinary divine reigning cultivator would probably be torn apart and eaten without leaving a trace. And these two women, their strength was only SOSO. Not only did they have the courage to fight, but they were also able to attack and defend. Just based on this point, it was worthy of praise. After a while, the situation of the two women became more and more dangerous. They began to retreat step by step, but they still had a target and did not lose their order. Seeing the sword light flickering, the two figures slowly retreated, gradually retreating into a cave. The cave only had a very small entrance. One person and one sword could guard it tightly. Under such circumstances, if the pack of wolves wanted to continue to attack, they could only go up one at a time. Even if two wolves joined forces, they couldn't do it. But in this way, the so-called attack was just delivering food. Seeing this, the Wolf King at the back let out a long howl. The surrounding wolves changed to bombarding the cave, intending to destroy the terrain and then annihilate them. But after the previous reinforcement, the mountain range beside the Sun-Moon Pass was extremely sturdy. How could this pack of wolves, who were at most in the divine reigning realm, break it? The pack of wolves tried for a while, but seeing that it was useless, they retreated. At the right time, a voice from the cave entered Yudong's ears. "How are you?" "I'm okay. I just deliberately suffered that little injury. Nothing else." "I'm about the same." "Deliberately suffered that little injury?" Yudong's eyes immediately flashed with a touch of admiration. The pack of wolves was still wandering around, unwilling to leave. The smell of blood here was very strong. Not only was it the blood of the wolves killed by the two women, but the corpses of the wolves that had been killed had been torn apart and eaten by their own kind. Even their inner cores had been swallowed by their own kind. A large amount of blood flowed everywhere. Naturally, it was exceptionally bloody, but they still did not leave. Chapter 1264. Because every 10 minutes or so, there would be some food that emitted a strong fragrance flying out of the cave. Not only were they nutritious, they were also 100 times more delicious than the corpses of their own kind. The wolves were obviously reluctant to leave, so they left unwillingly. Obviously, those were thrown out by the two girls. They were rearing wolves and not letting them leave. They were using the wolves to train. Although Yu Dongtian praised them, he already knew the fate of these two girls. In the long run, they would definitely not be able to outlast the wolves. Half an hour later, the two girls rushed out again and started fighting with the wolves again. The wounds on the two girls' bodies had already healed. The bodies of high-level martial artists recovered very quickly, not to mention that they had deliberately injured themselves. Naturally, they recovered very quickly. This time, the two girls were still caught off guard and were bitten by the wolves. Fresh blood spurted out, and the smell of blood immediately dispersed. Immediately, more wolves pounced on them. The two girls started a new round of fierce battle. Obviously, they were using their own blood to create an illusion for the wolves, thinking that they could take them down if they put in more effort. And on the other hand, they took advantage of this life and death environment to constantly train and improve their martial skills, improving bit by bit. And this kind of method, this kind of ruthlessness, even if Yu Dongtian saw it, he would be speechless. Even if it was a group of desperados in the army who came to train, they would rarely play so ruthlessly, let alone two girls. The attacks of the soul, transforming wolves, were unusually sharp and fast. The wolves gathered more and more, gradually accumulating to more than 1,000 wolves. It was almost as if there were wolves in all directions, all attacking under such an atmosphere. The situation of the two girls inevitably became more and more difficult. After fighting for a while, blood splattered everywhere. The two girls retreated again, and once again retreated towards the direction of the cave. But this time, the entrance of the cave was already occupied by a few wolves, forming a pincer attack from the front and back. The soul-dissolving Wolf King was already at the returned profound realm and had considerable intelligence. Being tricked by the geographical advantage once was already the limit. How could it be tricked again and again? At this moment, it had already set up a backup plan. If the two women were really seriously injured, it would be impossible for them to break through this encirclement, let alone return to the cave to regain the geographical advantage. But the two girls only acted after planning and still had some strength left. Yu Dongtian watched the two girls at the last moment, exerting all their strength and risking their lives to fight back the wolves. Almost relying on the last bit of strength, they finally rushed back into the cave and escaped. Then, fragrant pieces of meat began to fly out of the cave. But each piece of meat was very small, scattered all over the huge ground. The fragrance of meat and fragrant filled the air. All the wolves who had a share of the meat became even more anxious. These were too small, not to mention filling their stomachs. They could barely fill the gaps between their teeth. Compared to their well-developed digestive systems, it was not even worth mentioning. However, the taste was too enchanting and tempting, making the wolves unable to stop themselves after a while. The two girls rushed out again, that Yu Dongtian quietly left. The two girls were here to train, and they planned before acting. These rounds of fierce battles, including deliberately getting injured and retreating, proved this point. There was nothing to say. One was only at the peak of the royal god realm, and the other was only at the high level of the royal god realm. Their courage was commendable, and their ruthlessness was also admirable. But in the end, they were still just two good-looking ants. Well, that was it. But the charm and appearance of one of them made Yu Dongtian's heart, which had not changed for thousands of years, suddenly have some ripples. 2 days later, he thought of that familiar charm in his heart, that Yu Dongtian could not resist, and pass by this place again. The battle was still going on there. Those two girls were still training, not resting. Yu Dongtian quietly went over again that he saw that the two girls were still back to back, covered in blood. And the wolves in front of them were increasing, and the corpses of the wolves nearby were also increasing. That Yu Dongtian glanced at it casually, but he was slightly shocked, because that white-clothed girl was already at the return profound realm, and that blue-clothed girl had also advanced to the peak of the royal god realm. It could be seen that she was now in the stage of repeatedly compressing her true energy, but he did not know how many times she had compressed it, although her cultivation had improved with the increase of the wolves. And among the wolves, there were obviously several alpha wolves participating in the battle, and several wolf kings commanding. The battle was much more difficult than before. Her progress is quite fast. But like this, how long can she last? How many days can she last? She is overestimating herself. Yu Dongtian touched his chin. Logically speaking, if this kind of extreme training mode could effectively promote cultivation, it would have considerable reference value, and could even be considered to be popularized. Although there were many wolves around the Sun-Moon Pass to provide this kind of training atmosphere, and most two groups was already the limit. So this kind of training atmosphere, at least for now, was very difficult to replicate. Yu Dongtian quietly stood in the void, looking at the white-clothed girl below, brandishing her sword, leaping, killing, clashing, her eyes, her figure, her charm. And, at every critical moment, biting her plump lips, this familiar action, this inexplicable sense of familiarity, he raised his head, staring at the endless void, and suddenly felt very lonely in his heart. Fenghua, why does my heart feel so soured at the right time? Yin Zhonghu sent a message over, asking him to deal with the matter. Yu Dongtian did not say anything, turned and left. For a big shot like him, stopping to watch was already the limit, and it was very rare to see more. Another 2 days passed. Yu Dongtian passed by again, not because it was convenient, but because he was curious and wanted to see if the two girls were still there. Could they have been eaten by the wolves? Yu Dongtian was apprehensive, but also somewhat self-deprecating. Two little girls, little ants that look a little better, can actually make me worry about them. Going over to take a look, the two girls were still fighting, but the current situation was getting more and more tragic. The Wolf King had already begun to participate in the battle, constantly waiting for an opportunity to strike. With the Wolf King's participation in the battle, the two girls' injuries became more serious and were already covered in scars and bruises. What was also clear was that the two girls seemed to have reached the tipping point of exhaustion, and this kind of tipping point meant that they had improved. Even if they could not break through the realm, at least in terms of physical strength and potential, they could greatly improve. Therefore, the two girls did not retreat half a step, and instead became more and more excited and tenacious. As the fierce battle continued, the wolf claws that were like sharp blades constantly scratched the two girls' bodies, and at this time, there was naturally no time to bandage the wounds, and they could only let the blood splatter continuously as the battle continued. Finally, after another eruption, the two girls rushed out of the encirclement again and returned to the cave to rest for a while. Yu Dongtian knew that the two girls had broken through a limit, but he was stunned in the air, and his mind was thinking. The white-clothed girl's final move, her eyes suddenly became cold and fierce, and her cold temperament suddenly dispersed that made him feel absent-minded. He actually felt like he was dreaming. In this world, were there really people who were so similar? The conversation in the cave, naturally, could not escape Yu Dongtian's ears. How long has it been? About 1.5 months. This 1.5 months is really worth it. A girl's voice was very cold, mixed with a lot of gratification. It's really quite difficult. Another voice. No choice. My disciple is now at the peak of returning profound. As her master, I only have this bit of strength. It's really a bit embarrassing. That cold voice laughed bitterly. No matter what, I can't lose face for my disciple. Even if it's a loss of face, it can't be too much. No wonder you're so desperate. Before I came, you've already been here for 2 months, right? No. Previously, I was fighting in front of the troops, and only came here when the troops in front of me were not fighting. The white-clothed girl said indifferently. Don't be too pressured. You haven't slept for 10 days in these 4 months, right? It just so happens that you've broken through a limit now. Have a good rest. I'll guard you for a night. Okay. The white-clothed girl was not pretentious and fell asleep right away. In less than 7 or 8 seconds, there was already the sound of a kitten snoring. This little snoring sound was inexplicably very intimate that Yu Dongtian suddenly had some feelings. Sitting at the top of the mountain, thinking of his past, looking up at the sky, an inexplicable sense of loneliness rose from the bottom of his heart. The white clouds were leisurely, the breeze was gentle, and in the distance there was an almost inaudible battle. Nearby, there were white clouds and wind, red flowers and green grass. The sun rose and the moon set. The sun rose and the moon rose. An afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. The night was deep. The bright moon, the deep galaxy. It's exactly the same galaxy and starry sky as back then. Yu Dongtian looked at the starry sky in a daze, only feeling that his heart was like a great tide. How many people have left forever under this unchanging scenery? Thinking of the past, how many brothers, friends, and comrades are still with me? How many people can I still remember? Yu Dongtian sat quietly like a statue and could not help but ponder. Perhaps he should find more opportunities to drink with Little Tiger, Nan Zhengxian, and the others. That perhaps not at this time. The sound of battle came from the valley again, and a wolf howl suddenly sounded, shaking the heavens and earth. A silver light flashed, and a silver wolf the size of a house suddenly joined the battle. It was the overlord of the wolf pack that had not made a move yet. Soul-dissolving Wolf Emperor. Clearly, this Wolf Emperor was nervous, and many Wolf Kings of the Wolf Packs had made a move. Furthermore, they had caused considerable damage to the enemy. This kind of result was enough to make them covet its position, and as a king, it had to establish its might, and the best way to do so was to kill these 2 girls. This was something that the other wolves had not been able to do. At the very least, it had to kill one of them. Killing one of them was enough. The silver light continued to flicker, causing the entire world to transform into a silver wave and condensing together with the Wolf Emperor. Its might was earth-shattering. This was the power of the soaring heavens. This Wolf Emperor was already at the soaring heavens realm. When the thousands of wolves saw this shocking scene, they all stopped their attacks and howled towards the sky. Under the attack of the Wolf Emperor, the 2 girls had no chance of survival. The white-robed girl howled and blocked in front of the blue-robed girl with her sword and shouted, "You, back off!" Her voice was firm and could not be disobeyed. This matter cannot be done, but we can't all die here. Let's go. As she spoke, she patted the blue-robed girl's shoulder, and a gentle force pushed the blue-robed girl away. Following that, she leaped up, and she had already used the technique of becoming one with her sword. A vast and mighty sword light was like a rolling cylinder, and it was like a thunderbolt in the night sky, suddenly illuminating the night sky. At the same time, the white-robed girl's dantian and meridian swelled, and countless amounts of blood suddenly spurted out. Even her graceful body showed signs of swelling, and it was obvious that she had overdrawn the potential of her life and soul, fusing it all into this sword. With her strength, it was impossible for her to contend against the Wolf Emperor. Only by using the power of the fusion of essence, energy, and spirit could she fight for a way out for her companions. Yu Dongtian could see through this with a single glance. Very clearly, the white-robed girl had also done the same, resolutely and resolutely. Yu Dongtian suddenly felt a surge of warmth in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly thought of his wife, Nian Fenghua. Back then, Goddess Fenghua had also died in a similar situation. Back then, she was protecting 2 legions. Right now, This white-robed girl was protecting her companions. Perhaps the consequences were different, but the nature was the same. Back then, his wife was also always dressed in white, looking elegant and otherworldly. Back then, Nian Fenghua also said the same thing. This matter cannot be done. We can't all die here. Let's go. This short word was the only sound Nian Fenghua left at the last moment of his life. Yu Dongtian's blood suddenly boiled, and in a flash, he dashed out. With one hand, he grabbed the white-robed girl who was about to explode, and with an extremely pure spiritual energy, he instantly sealed her energy that was about to explode and dispersed it. Then, with his other hand, he suddenly slapped down. All of you die for me. With a muffled boom, a huge palm with a radius of more than 10,000 meters fell from the sky, instantly turning all the wolves in the area into meat patties, including the Skysoar Realm Wolf Emperor. At this moment, Yu Dongtian's body was boiling with killing intent. It was just like when he had taken revenge for his wife. He had annihilated a legion of the Umno Alliance with a single slap. The blue-robed girl, who had been pushed away by the white-robed girl, also flew over with no regard for her own safety. Yin Yin, let's go together. Before she could say anything, she was already stunned on the spot in the blink of an eye. The wolves that had covered the sky and covered the earth were all gone. All that was left on the ground were puddles of blood that were slowly dispersing. There were also some intact wolf pelts. As for her good sister, she was already in the embrace of a tall and handsome man. Under the moonlight, they slowly drifted down. Under the hazy moonlight, the blue-robed girl hugged the white-robed girl. One was handsome and tall, while the other was beautiful and had long hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. For a moment, the blue-robed girl sighed with emotion. But then she was shocked. Who is this? What kind of world-shaking cultivation is this? With a single slap, thousands of wolves were annihilated. For a moment, the blue-robed girl thought that she was dreaming. You, let go of me. At this moment of life and death, she was suddenly hugged by a man, and an extremely strong masculine aura rushed in her nostrils. The white-robed girl instinctively struggled, but then she saw the hellish scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood caused by the man's slap. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, and then she coughed. She actually choked. This is too terrifying. Who is this? What are you thinking? I just want to save people. How can I have such thoughts? Yu Dongtian put down the white-robed girl, but when he saw her beautiful face, which was cold and beautiful, he was in a trance for a moment. This girl really looked like his wife, Nian Fenghua. Even though Yu Dongtian's cultivation was peerless and his state of mind was calm, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva and said with a dry voice, "What's your name?" Mu Yinyan. The reason why Mu Yinyan answered so readily was probably because she knew the identity of the man in front of her. The moment she saw his face, she recognized that he was the heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian, the legendary top power of this world. So, she honestly said, Mu Yinyan of Kunlun Taoism sect greets the heavenly king. Thank you for saving my life. Mu Yinyan. Yu Dongtian murmured, this name is good. It's really nice. What? Mu Yinyan and Sister Lan on the side fell into a daze at the same time. This is what the heavenly king of the right said? Thank you, heavenly king. Mu Yinyan calmly took half a step back. What about you? My name is Lan Lan. It's also nice. Yu Dongtian chuckled and said kindly, don't be shy. Don't be nervous. Speaking of which, we are all of the same age. Of the same age. Mu Yinyan really couldn't help but roll her eyes. How can you say this sentence? I'm not even 200 years old this year. You are almost 20,000 years old, right? Well, the first number in front should be the same. So, we are also of the same age. You are 19,000 years old, and I am 190 years old. If we take away the rounding, we are both 19 years old. If so, there is nothing wrong. After all, 0 is meaningless, right? Bullshit. You two practice very hard, Yu Dongtian said with a smile. I have seen your fights, and your progress is very fast. He said, you too. but his eyes were only looking at Mu Yin Yin. Sister Lan felt very uncomfortable at this moment. She said, "I'm going to clean up the battlefield." Then she left. After all, Yu Dongtian had a high position and was at the top of the world. If I really said that I had a good impression of you, you should be flattered and feel honored. If you didn't accept it, you would be ignorant and not knowing what was good for you that couldn't be helped. When one's status reached a certain level, a certain height, this was how it was. Mu Yinyin only felt that Yu Dongtian's eyes were peeling off all her clothes. She felt very uncomfortable and said subconsciously, "I'm going to clean up the battlefield too." There is no hurry. Yu Dongtian reached out and stopped her. He looked like a playboy teasing a woman on the streets. He said, "We are all children of the pugilistic world. I wonder what Miss Mu's impression of me is." Mu Yinyin. What was the meaning of this? Had Heavenly King Yu's soul been possessed by someone? Was this something a Heavenly King should say? The Heavenly King of the Rites said, "I also don't know how to woo girls. In terms of wooing girls, I am far from the king of Zhuolu and Yin Zhonghu. That guy is a jerk. I am not good with words and have never been in a relationship. What do you think of me? Am I all right?" Mu Yinyin was stunned. "What I mean is, why don't we get to know each other first?" Yu Dongtian said passionately. Looking at this face that resembled his wife, Yu Dongtian could not control himself, especially when he hugged her just now. That softness, that familiarity that Yu Dongtian decided that even if he embarrassed himself, he would not let her go. "Since you're not saying anything, does that mean you are agreeing?" Yu Dongtian said to himself. There was a hint of eagerness in his tone. Mu Yinyin wanted to say that she did not agree, but Yu Dongtian interrupted her and said, "I understand. I know that there is a difference in status between us. I am high and mighty, but I am approachable and do not put on airs. We are of the same age. What is there to be afraid of? Are you worried that your sect elders will not agree? Don't worry, I will settle your sect." I did not mean that." Mu Yinyin stared and stammered. She could not say anything. "We are all children of the pugilistic world. Although I'm a heavenly king, I am a boar in my bones." Yu Dongtian said, "Now that the war is fierce and dangerous, we do not know when accidents will happen. Let's hurry. We cannot waste time on such things." I know, I understand. I'll report this to my father and uncles tomorrow and ask them to make the decision for me. Don't worry, I'm not taking a concubine, I'm marrying a wife. I'll go through all the necessary formalities. Heavenly King Yu said considerately, "Don't worry." He looked at Mu Yinyin's face with shining eyes. This girl was really beautiful. Not only her appearance and figure, but also her charm. Was like Fenghua. I'm not looking for a substitute, but I just want to protect her and protect her. Mu Yinyin felt confused, as if she were in a dream. Her mood was complicated to a certain extent. She hadn't even said a single word, yet her marriage had already been decided. When Sister Lan came back from cleaning up the battlefield, Yu Dongtian asked Sister Lan for a red envelope. "You're the first one to congratulate me." "Thank you. Thank you very much." Sister Lan stared. "Why did they congratulate me? What did I say or do? How did I give a red envelope out of the blue? And it became Heavenly King Yu's wedding gift. Could it be more childish?" That Sister Lan also began to feel confused. So the two girls followed Yu Dongtian. It should be Yu Dongtian who drove the wind and clouds and took the two girls back. It was not much different from kidnapping. I did not agree. Mu Yinyin blushed. "Are you married?" "No." "Do you have a sweetheart?" "A sweetheart? A marriage contract?" "No, none at all." Mu Yinyin was angry. "If I had a marriage contract, I would have married long ago. Since there is nothing, why don't you agree?" "I don't have this idea or preparation at all. It's not too late to think about it now. You can start preparing now. Two people need a process of understanding each other." I understand. Why? Why what?" Yu Dongtian said eloquently, "Love never needs a reason. But I am not mentally prepared now." Facing Heavenly King Yu, Mu Yinyin did not dare to talk back to him, and Yu Dongtian took advantage of this. "What's wrong with oppressing people with power? As long as you become my wife, you will be harmonious in the future. I told you to start preparing your heart now. I will give you time, but I can't do it. It's simple. I will teach you. Repeat after me. At. From today onwards, I am Yu Dongtian's wife. Repeat it. You. Mu Yinyan was angry. Shameless. Oh my secret trait. You can see through it at a glance. You are both beautiful and intelligent. We are a match made in heaven. Chapter 1265. Then, Yu Dongtian took Mu Yinyan, whose heart was broken, back home. Yin Zhonghu, Nan Zhengxian, and Dongfang Xingyang were playing Fight the Landlord. The three of them were playing a much more proper game than Yu Dongtian. Yun Zhonghu lost 2,000 pieces of jade of astral souls in half an hour. He didn't renege on the bet, and he didn't even look embarrassed. Even if the market price of a piece of jade of astral souls was 1 billion, the king of Zwolu had already lost 200 billion. What was a tycoon? If Swishaoduo saw this, he would definitely cry. His eyes would not only turn green, they would also turn blue. With his current character of cheating when playing Dodiju for 100-star yuan, he reckoned that in the future, he would only be able to play against Yu Dongtian. Whoever lost would act shamelessly and see who had the lower limit. When the three of them saw Yu Dongtian come back with two beautiful women, the king of Zwolu hurriedly threw down his cards and handed over the jade of astral souls that he lost. He asked, "You've been appearing and disappearing like a ghost these days. Who is this?" Yu Dongtian said unhappily, "What do you mean by who? You're already an adult. Why are you still so impolite? Call her sister-in-law." Yin Zhonghu's eyes bulged out of their sockets. Sister-in-law? Mu Yinyan was embarrassed. "No, Yin Zhonghu." Dongfang Zhenyang waved the jade of astral souls that he just won. He said coldly, "Heavenly King of the Right, is your old tree about to bloom? Bloom your ass." Yu Dongtian scolded. "Why aren't you calling her sister-in-law? Are you blind?" Dongfang Zhenyang rolled his eyes. "You didn't steal this from the bride, did you?" Yu Dongtian said. "Don't you think she looks familiar?" Dongfang Zhenyang snorted. "Although she looks familiar, we can tell that she looks like your wife. That's why you're attracted to her. But she obviously doesn't want to doubt. What's the difference between this and robbing? What's the difference? You're not doing this right." Dongfang Zhenyang squinted. "She obviously doesn't want to. You're forcing her." Yu Dongtian said, "I'm not forcing her. She knows that I'm shameless. She knows me very well." Dongfang Zhenyang laughed and said, "Yu Dongfang Zhenyang, as a brother, I have to remind you that your great-grandson offended the minister because of a woman. It's just because it happened not long ago." Yu Dongfang Zhenyang. Yu Dongtian laughed and said, "We're still at the stage of slowly building our relationship. I didn't say that we're going to do it right away. There's no rush." Dongfang Zhenyang, don't jinx it. Do you think all the women in the world are related to Uncle Zhuo's family? Dongfang Zhenyang rolled his eyes. "As a friend, I suggest that you let her go. I can see that your 5 colors are not even. You're going to be in trouble." Yu Dongtian laughed. "My father will be happy if he sees this." Yin Zhonghu asked curiously, "Where is she from?" "She's from a sect. She has nothing to do with us." The heavenly king of the right laughed. "Kunlun Taoism sect, Mu Yinyan. Greetings, king of Zwolu." Mu Yinyan looked at the king of Zwolu with pleading eyes. Although Marshal Dongfang and Marshal Nan were both here, they couldn't persuade the heavenly king of the right. Only the king of Zwolu had the power, status, and face to do so. Mu Yinyan didn't expect that she would be kidnapped one day, and the person who came to kidnap her was the heavenly king of the right. This really overturned everything she knew in her life. If she asked for help now, would people say that she was being pretentious? What am I thinking? Why am I having this kind of thought? "Brother, you let her go. She's so pitiful." Yin Zhonghu finally persuaded. Yu Dongtian narrowed his eyes. "What did you call me?" Yin Zhonghu stared. "Huh, a tiger cub. How dare you call me brother you? How dare you lecture your brother you? Ha 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 ha." Yu Dongtian said sarcastically, "Have you become stupid from sleeping with your wife in your arms every day? A full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. I've been a bachelor for thousands of years. It's rare for me to fall in love with someone. How dare you persuade me to continue being a bachelor? Ha, you're loyal. You're a real brother. As he spoke, he raised his thumb. Yun Zhonghu looked aggrieved. Nan Zhengxian, who didn't want to get involved in this mess, suddenly had his eyes lit up. Kunlun Taoism sect? Mu Yinyan? Mu Yinyan's eyes lit up. Hello, Marshal Nan. Do you know me? Nan Zhengxian's heart instantly bloomed with joy. Dongfang Zhengyang was the best person in the art of observing aura, and he was right. If Yu Dongtian had a disaster, then there would be a disaster. Now, there was a disaster, wasn't there? Yu Dongtian, you're not lucky in love this time. It's a disaster in love, you know? Damn it, it's really God's will. I've always wanted to mess with Yu Dongtian, even in my dreams. Now, the opportunity had come. Others might not know what was so great about the Kunlun Taoism sect, especially what the name Mu Yinyan represented. But Nan Zhengxian knew very well. He could still vividly remember how he had said, the Kunlun Taoist sect is really. Therefore, he clearly knew the name of Zhuo Xiaoyan's first teacher. Mu Yinyan. It was Mu Yinyan. Ha ha. The opportunity had come. Yu Dongtian's dangerous eyes had already turned to Nan Zhengxian. Little Nan, do you know her? An acquaintance? No, I don't know her. Nan Zhengxian shook his head like a rattledrum. Miss, although it's the first time you've met, the Heavenly King of the Right is really a good person. He has never done anything like bullying or kidnapping women. This time, he's probably been single for too long. He's been bored. Miss, please don't mind. He laughed. I think the two of you are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Mu Yinyan looked at Nan Zhengxian in disbelief. Was this the legendary righteous marshal, Nan, who couldn't tolerate a single grain of sand in his eyes? Sure enough, the higher the rank, the greater the power. The so-called loyalty was just that the price of betrayal was not enough that Yu Dongtian laughed and patted Nan Zhengxian's shoulder. He didn't even mind that Nan Zhengxian said he had been single for too long. He laughed and said, sure enough, Nan Zhengxian is my real brother. As he said, he glanced at Yun Zhonghu and murmured, you heartless thing, I took care of you so much when you were a child, hugging you while you were peeing and shitting. Yun Zhonghu was so angry that he stuttered. You, when did you? Pee and shitting. Get out. Okay, I'll get out. Yu Dongtian laughed and then said to Mu Yinyan in a very polite manner, Miss, two ladies, I'll take you to rest. As he said, he turned and left with the two ladies. Mu Yinyan looked back as she walked, and her eyes were full of indescribable pity. But she had already accepted her fate, that alas, although the world was big, how many people could control the Heavenly King of the Right? How many people would be willing to offend the Heavenly King of the Right for a weak woman like her? Since she was in trouble, she had to accept her fate. If she said anything more, it would only make people think that she was pretentious and didn't know what was good for her, and didn't know what was important. In short, it was all her fault. She had been practicing and fighting at the border, and didn't pay attention to the news at all. Naturally, she didn't know the identities of Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. She didn't know that in today's world, there were indeed few women that the Heavenly King of the Right couldn't get, but she, Mu Yinyan, was on the list of those few people. Mu Yinyan, who didn't know the deep reason, only felt dead silence in her heart at this moment, that although I admire and respect the Heavenly King of the Right, it doesn't mean that I'm willing to marry him. I don't know anything about him. He didn't even chase me. He didn't even say a word of sweet words. He didn't even give me a chance to be reserved. No matter what, I'm still a girl. For a moment, she was a little depressed. She inexplicably remembered the feeling that she had for a long time. It was like a person suddenly exploded, everything in the world disappeared. It would be better to explode, watching Yu Dongtian's back disappear. Nan Zhengxian also immediately left as if his but was on fire. He even tore the void and directly disappeared with a step. Both Yin Zhonghu and Dongfang Zhengyang were stunned by the urgency of the situation. Was Nan Zhengxian sick? Yu Dongtian was like this. Nan Zhengxian was like this. Couldn't they be a little bit more serious? Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding were meditating on the top of the mountain, and there were mysterious Taoist connotation flowing around them. Thought suddenly, Nan Zhengxian rushed up like flying. "Boss, do you have time? I hope I didn't disturb you. Something bad happened." Zhuo Chonglu turned his head and looked at Nan Zhengxian helplessly. Looking at this guy's expression, he must have a lot of bad intentions, and it was definitely not something serious. Regarding this, Zhuo Chonglu knew Nan Zhengxian very well. The most direct explanation was, if it was really urgent, he wouldn't come up and say, "Boss, do you have time?" And he wouldn't carefully say something like, "I hope I didn't disturb you." As for the last sentence, something bad happened. It was the biggest failure of all failures, and it was unnecessary. If it was really something urgent, Nan Zhengxian would only say calmly, "Boss, the Sun Moon Fortress has fallen." He wouldn't act like he was being chased by a dog, and come with a posture as if his boat was on fire. "What happened? If you have something to say, just say it." So Chonglu said impatiently. "Who do you want to complain about? Just say it." Wu Yuding looked at them from the side with a faint smile. "Boss, that brat Yu Don Tian snatched the bride. He snatched a woman back. The woman made it clear that she was not willing to marry him. But he snatched a woman." Nan Zhengxian wiped his sweat with his hand, showing that he had a hard time rushing here. "Yu Don Tian kidnapped a woman?" Wu Yuding was stunned. "There's such a thing?" "Yes, Heavenly King Zhua and Dongfang tried to persuade Yu Don Tian again and again, but he stubbornly insisted on being such a bully." Nan Zhengxian said anxiously, "Sister-in-law, you don't know, but that girl is really pitiful." Wu Yuding snorted and said, "Yu Don Tian has been lonely for so many years, and now he finally has a woman he likes. This is also a good thing, a fate. We can pretend for a while, but we're still happy to see it happen. Besides, which woman is so lucky to be chosen by Yu Don Tian? She looks good. How's her face? Is she suitable for a family? Can she give birth to a son?" Wu Yuding's identity quickly changed, and she quickly adjusted to Yu Don Tian's mother's point of view. His child seemed to be good at everything, and he had a strong protective aura, which was completely revealed. She even glanced at Nan Zhengxian. Nan Zhengxian hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, your argument is fine in most situations, but the key now is that the girl Yu Don Tian likes has a deep relationship with Yu Don Tian. She is really not suitable for you. Their families are not compatible. Do you think we are a family that cares about family background?" Wu Yuding said, "I can be the matchmaker." Cough, cough, cough. "That girl is Mu Yin Yin, Teacher Mu." Nan Zhengxian looked at Wu Yuding, who was full of protective aura, and whispered, "She is Nian Yin's teacher. When I said that their families are not compatible, it was actually..." "What?" Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding were shocked and turned around suddenly. If it was someone else, it could be done like this, but the girl was Mu Yin Yin. That was a completely different matter. If Teacher Mu was forced by Yu Don Tian, how could they explain it to their daughter in the future? Although the two of them were still happy to see it happen and hoped to facilitate this marriage, and even had the thought of persuading Mu Yin Yin, they still had to take care of this matter and treat it seriously. "We have tried to persuade him." Dongfang Zhengyang said that he was committing a crime against the wind. "Didn't the previous incident involve you, boss?" "But Yu Don Tian said." Nan Zhengxian's eyes were evasive, and he wanted to say something but stopped. Wu Yuding frowned and asked gloomily, "What did he say?" Nan Zhengxian braced himself and said, "He said, all the women in the world can't be related to the Zhuo family. I don't know how many generations of grandchildren I met, but I can't meet one too. How dare you?" Wu Yuding slapped a big rock on the top of the mountain directly into the ground. Nan Zhengxian's lips twitched. This was the Sun Moon Gate, an almost indestructible rock. "I'll go and see." Wu Yuding stood up with an angry look on her face. He's really got some guts. Not only did he kidnap a girl, he even dared to spout such arrogant words. Who is he relying on to be so presumptuous and unscrupulous? Zhuo Chonglu sighed. "I'll go too." He glanced at Nan Zhengxian. "You too?" "Ah, I'll go too." Nan Zhengxian's square face was full of astonishment. I haven't had time to laugh or be happy yet. Besides, I just told on him. Is it appropriate for me to go now? But obviously, I have to go. The three of them flashed and disappeared from the top of the mountain. The next moment, the three of them appeared in front of Yu Dongtian. Yu Dongtian was talking to Mu Yinyan. I say, you should know me. I'm not a bad person. I really think you're pretty, and I feel a sense of familiarity. This shows that we're fated. Mu Yinyan said nothing with a cold face, as if she didn't hear him. To tell you the truth, you look very much like my wife. Yu Dongtian sat on the stone stool in the pavilion and sighed. Whether it's appearance, figure, style of dress, temperament, everything is the same. Yu Dongtian looked sad. Don't blame me. I miss her so much. I really miss her. Yu Dongtian took a breath, so Mu Yinyan felt inexplicably softened, but she still said coldly, so you treat me as a substitute for your wife? Yu Dongtian was silent. Mu Yinyan said, I don't want to be someone else's substitute. Even if the heavenly king of the right has a high position and power, can he ignore other people's wishes and do whatever he wants? But I won't let you go. I hope you can consider it, Yu Dongtian said. Who won't you let go? What do you want to consider? Wu Yuding stepped out of the void, her face full of anger. Yu Dongtian, you've really grown up. You even dare to kidnap a bride? Are you going to poke a hole in the sky in a few days' time? Yu Dongtian was instantly dumbfounded. Seeing Zhua Changlu and Wu Yuding appear one after another, and Nan Zhengxian follow them in with a shameful face, how could he not understand everything? It turned out that there was a mole. Nan Zhengxian, you're really good. You're so good at snitching. Where did you learn it from? I've only cheated you less than 1,000 times in my life. It seems that I'm really sorry for you. Zhua Changlu and Wu Yuding's current appearance was still the appearance they had when they were reincarnated into the mortal world, which was in Phoenix City. Mu Yinyan had seen them and knew them. When she saw them appear, she was also shocked and couldn't help but stand up. Brother Zhua? Sister-in-law? Why are you here? Brother Zhua and sister-in-law? As soon as he heard this title, Yu Dongtian felt his vision go dark. In an instant, he didn't even have the thought of getting even with Nan Zhengxian. His whole body went soft, and he was completely unwell. He sat down on the ground and wailed, Uncle Zhua, I really don't know. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know? When she heard the words Uncle Zhua, no matter how slow Mu Yinyan was, she knew the true identity of Zhua Changlu and his wife. She was so shocked that she almost fainted. The minister and his wife. Teacher Mu. Wu Yuding grabbed Mu Yinyan's hand. Don't worry. I'll make the decision for you. With me here, if you don't want to, no one can force you. She looked at Mu Yinyan and felt that the familiarity in her heart was getting stronger and stronger. When she saw Mu Yinyan in Phoenix City, Wu Yuding had this feeling. But at that time, she didn't have cultivation, and her divine sense was also sealed, so she couldn't feel much. But now it seemed that the inner temperament, the ethereal charm, really seemed like it. Wu Yuding turned her head and looked at Yu Dongtian. Why aren't you standing up, you disappointing thing? Yu Dongtian stood up listlessly with a defeated face. I admit my guilt. I'm guilty. I deserve to die. I can't be forgiven. You're not guilty. You don't deserve to die. Wu Yuding scolded him to his face. In the end, she felt sorry for him. Looking at Mu Yinyan's appearance, figure, temperament, and clothes, how could she not know why Yu Dongtian did this? Alas! Finally, she sighed and said sternly, why don't you apologize to Teacher Mu? As a heavenly king, you snatched a civilian girl. You're not as good as your great-grandson. Mu Yinyan stood up in a panic. No, it's just a misunderstanding. In fact, Mu Yinyan bit her lips. I'm not angry. Not angry? Wu Yuding was stunned for a moment. She was keenly aware of the strangeness of these words. I don't want to be forced, and I don't want to be anyone's substitute. So, Heavenly King, right? I'm sorry. Mu Yinyan stood up and bowed to Yu Dongtian. Then, she stood beside Wu Yuding. Yu Dongtian stood there in a daze. Watching Mu Yinyan walk out, he only felt that his heart was empty, as if he had fallen into a fog. At this moment, He had never missed his wife so much. He missed that figure that was as cold as the moon and as white as snow. Ever since you left. Do you know how much I miss you, that there's no one in the world like you, that we agreed to spend the rest of our lives together, to grow old together. But you, just left so resolutely. You left resolutely, leaving me alone. Do you know how lonely I've been all these years? I didn't ask her to stay because I wanted to do anything. I just wanted to take a look at her similar face and feel her cold temperament that way. When I close my eyes, I can feel that you are still by my side, that you have never left. That's what Changlu left with Mu Yin and Sister Lan. Before leaving, Mu Yin couldn't help but turn back and look at the back of that dazed figure. She remembered that sentence. I really miss her. In this sentence, there was an indescribable yearning that was as deep as the mountain and the sea, as well as sadness and ecstasy. Mu Yin's gaze was complicated. She bit her lips and turned to leave. Are you still upset? Wu Yuding looked at Yu Dongtian. No. Yu Dongtian sighed and smiled. What's there to be upset about? It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but there are plenty of two-legged women. Plenty of them. Have you been single for so many years? Wu Yuding smiled and said, Do you really like her? It's not true. Yu Dongtian said dejectedly. It's just that they're too similar. I don't want to do anything to her. I just want to see. Have you ever thought that she might be the reincarnation of Fenghua? Wu Yuding said leisurely. What? Yu Dongtian turned around like a whirlwind, and his eyes were shining with bright light. Auntie, you also have this feeling? I'm just saying, don't listen to the wind and the rain. It's your wishful thinking. Wu Yuding said, but Yu Dongtian's whole face was glowing. I feel. There's a chance. Otherwise, why are they so similar? Whether it's temperament, the feeling she gives me, the ruthlessness, the determination in despair. They are similar in every aspect, even the small action of biting her lips. Whether Miss Mu is the reincarnation of Fenghua or not, if you really like her, you can't treat her as Fenghua. Wu Yuding said, Why? Fenghua's soul exploded at that time. It's impossible for her to be reincarnated. Even if Miss Mu is really related to Fenghua, it's at most Fenghua's obsession. It's impossible for her to be reincarnated. Do you understand the difference? Yes. Chapter 1266. So, even if you find the red spider lily and feed it to her, she might not awaken her memories. Even if she does, it won't be Fenghua's memories. Wu Yuding said, Teacher Mu is a completely new person. He has his own independent thinking. You have to understand this. I understand. That's why you treat her as a substitute for Fenghua. That's already unfair to her. If you really like her, you have to pursue her with sincerity. Wu Yuding said, She's already made it clear that she won't accept. Yu Dongtian sighed. Which ear did you hear her say she's not willing? Wu Yuding exasperatedly said, Idiot. She said she doesn't want to be forced. She didn't say what would happen if everything goes according to plan. She said she doesn't want to be someone else's substitute, but she didn't say. She doesn't want to live like someone else. You don't even understand this. I really don't know where you've been living all these years. Wu Yuding sighed. Yes, isn't that so? Yu Dongtian's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. So I have hope. Yes, there's a lot of hope. I understand. I'll go and pursue her now. Yu Dongtian stood up immediately. You can go later. We'll talk about it after we leave. Well, there's one more thing I have to tell you. Everything has to be based on Ms. Mu's consent. If you dare to act rashly again, I promise I'll break your legs immediately. I won't. I promise I won't. Yu Dongtian turned around and muttered, But how can I pursue her? Wu Yuding was furious. How did you pursue Fenghua back then? Weren't you the one who decided that? I didn't need to pursue her. Yu Dongtian said helplessly. Wu Yuding felt tired. So, you're blaming me now? Nan Zhengqian, who had been standing at the side like a statue, volunteered to atone for his mistake. I know, I'll teach you. Yu Dongtian snorted and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Traitor, Nan Zhengqian, are you going to listen or not? If you tell me if you want to learn or not, I'll leave immediately. I don't believe that you can beat me to death when you get your revenge. He was actually very unyielding, and his attitude was also very firm. Yu Dantian coughed. Help me first. What about me? Nan Zhengxian asked. If you catch up, I won't blame you. That won't do. I invited Brother Zhua and his wife here because I was afraid that you would do something wrong. Even if your purpose is not pure, your intention is still good. You shouldn't blame me. I'm helping you now because we are friends. Not only can you not blame me, but you will also owe me a favor. Nan Zhengxian was a villain once he gained the upper hand. Okay, as long as you catch up, not only will I not blame you, but I will also owe you a favor. Is this okay? Are you serious? A gentleman keeps his word. A man keeps his word. Okay, deal. Nan Zhengxian beamed with joy. Good, good, good. Not only did he escape, but he also gained something. This trip was not in vain. This trip was not in vain. Yu Dantian thought to himself. There's a saying that when the newcomer enters the room, the matchmaker will be thrown over the wall. Nan Zhengxian, when the time comes, I will definitely not beat you or scold you. Only when the day comes, I will seal your cultivation and throw you over the wall. As for whether the other side of the wall is a public toilet of one of the Eastern and Southern armies, that's none of my business. I'm only responsible for throwing the matchmaker over the wall. That's all that night. Nan Zhengxian, who was eager to end this matter and gain a favor, hastily created a group and organized a pickup team. The name of the group was simple and crude. Yu Dongtian's Pickup Strategist Group. The purpose of the group was obvious, to let everyone work together and actively come up with ideas. My life. First, I'll introduce the situation. Everyone here is experienced in picking up girls, so everyone should think of a good plan. Tiger in the clouds. Nan Zhengxian. Who are you calling experienced pickup? How dare you slander my innocence? Great son of the East. Nan Zhengxian. Who are you calling an experienced pickup? How dare you slander my innocence? Great hero of the North. Nan Zhengxian. Who are you calling an experienced pickup? How dare you slander my innocence? Westgate is very heroic. Nan Zhengxian. Who are you calling an experienced pickup? How dare you slander my innocence? My life, change to my life is really difficult. I'm really in a dilemma. Anyway, this is the situation. The question now is not whether you're interested or not. The key is how to help Yu Dantian, this old bachelor. Let's pool our wisdom and help each other. Let's help our brother. Tiger in the clouds. Why do we have to clean up your mess when you're the one who caused it? Great son of the East. You caused it. Great hero of the North. You caused it. Westgate is very heroic. You did another round of formation. My life is really difficult. Heavenly Kings with troops are so orderly. Even the group chat is so orderly. I'm amazed. Ha ha ha. Tiger in the clouds. What are you laughing at? Great son of the East. What are you laughing at? Formation. Still formation. My life is really difficult. I'm really lucky to be able to meet all of you in this life. Tiger in the clouds. Who are you talking about? Below, there was another row of neatly written comments. Who are you talking about? Nan Zhengxian. I'm bowing with my hands folded. Everyone, please think of a way to save me. I will owe everyone a big favor. If I don't do this well, Yu Dantian will really tear me into pieces. Tiger in the clouds. What does this have to do with me? Great son of the East. What does this have to do with me? They were still in formation. My life is really difficult. I'm wailing in the voice chat. Bosses, I beg you. Great son of the East. When this guy was the Minister of Finance in Shangjing, he was so arrogant. He used a little bit of money to bully us and didn't give us any face at all. Now this guy has finally met his end. Westgate is very heroic. Who is the Minister of Finance? Is his surname Dongfang? Everyone, great son of the East, subconsciously cursed and retorted. Seeing that there was an internal conflict, the neat formation also fell apart. Tiger in the clouds. All right, a bunch of jokers. Let's talk about serious matters. This matter seems to be quite fun. Great hero of the North. It is indeed fun. I'm also very interested. Therefore, they began to work together to seriously come up with ideas and solutions. But after a while, I really couldn't help but leave the group chat. Everyone looked at each other and was silent for a while. After a while, the group chat was filled with laughter. Nan Zhengxian's face turned purple. What kind of rotten ideas were these guys coming up with? Sir, the rice is already cooked. Are you afraid that the girl won't give in? Yudong Tian has been single for so many years. I don't know if that thing will work. I have medicine here. Why do you have medicine? What the hell? Is this the time to ask these questions? Although it's not the time, how do you know that medicine will work? Did you use it before? Why did you use it before? A series of questions, each more vicious than the last, went straight to the softest part of the human heart. It was really vicious and ruthless. Even if he was a deity, how could he come up with anything good in such an atmosphere? Nan Zhengxian could only return to the Southern Army alone and look for his old subordinates to think of a solution. But halfway there, Tiger in the Clouds invited you to join the group chat. Fuck. Nan Zhengxian looked up to the sky and cursed. But this time, the atmosphere seemed to be more normal. Everyone really started to think of solutions and ideas. After carefully pondering over many ideas, Yudong Tian, who felt that it was quite feasible, started to pick up girls. A few days later, Mu Yinyan was frowning in the barracks. Her face was haggard. Why don't you just give in? Sister Lan's state seemed to be worse than Mu Yinyan's. She said with a trembling voice, I can't take it anymore. Who did I offend when I had a good night's sleep? In the morning, I found myself in a sea of flowers. There were roses all around me, and they were roses with thorns. They were fragrant and beautiful. But the crux of the problem is, we two girls fell asleep and unknowingly fell into a sea of flowers. Fortunately, we didn't sleep naked otherwise. But even so, it was not good. Who didn't have a little problem when sleeping? Grinding teeth, snoring, farting, and turning over. These were not problems that only men had. And these private problems might not be known to everyone, but they were exposed in broad daylight like this. The next day, the two girls decided not to sleep. They planned to replace sleep with meditation. Originally, this was a common occurrence for high-level cultivators. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a common occurrence. However, for some unknown reason, the two girls fell asleep again, and this time, when they woke up, they found themselves in a sea of lilies on the third day. The two gave up and went to bed early. When they woke up again, they were already tens of thousands of meters high in the sky. The stars were twinkling, extremely beautiful. The stars seemed to be within reach. In terms of artistic conception, it could be called romantic. But if one was really there and felt it, what would it feel like to wake up and find oneself tens of thousands of meters high in the sky? Just imagine it, and you will know. This was a fucking nightmare. Yudong Tian turned romance into waves, and he was still complacent. Mu Yinyan even had the heart to die. But in these few days, the scene of self-destruction that she had seen since she was young didn't seem to appear much. Why was that? And I was clearly not willing, but subconsciously, I didn't hate it. It was as if, in his heart, there was a little person with a gentle smile on her face as she watched Yudong Tian busying himself. Her face, which was supposed to be cold, was filled with happiness and indulgence, full of anticipation that let's just watch this heavenly king of the right play, see what kind of flowers he can create. That if that was all, it would be fine. But heavenly king of the right was looking for a wife. How big was this? Who knew which general intentionally or unintentionally leaked this out after drinking? So, the matter completely went out of control. These days, there were countless generals who came for a stroll when they had nothing to do, passing by the door, not passing by once, passing by twice. In any case, they just kept passing by. Every time they passed by, there would be waves of flattery, deliberately loud. We won this battle again. Haha, awesome. Yes, it's all thanks to Heavenly King of the Right. Heavenly King of the Right is really wise and brilliant, and his plans are flawless. It's rare that he's so handsome, too. Yes, Heavenly King of the Right's character is really good. Smart, wise, brave, and strong. He's really a role model of our generation. The person I admire the most in my life is Heavenly King of the Right. Haha, Heavenly King of the Right is also very loyal, very loyal. Of course I know that, forever liking 18. Cough, cough. No, I mean forever liking one person, right? Unwavering loyalty. I forgot to add the word one person just now. Cough, cough. Yes, Heavenly King of the Right once said something that left a deep impression in my mind. What is it? If you meet the person you love, you'll never be different. Wonderful. Wonderful. I didn't expect Heavenly King of the Right to not only have great foresight, but also great martial arts, unrivaled, and such literary talent. That's right, that's right. The good things about Heavenly King of the Right can't be described in 3 days and 3 nights. Groups of people were passing by, talking loudly about the good things about Heavenly King, as if they were afraid that others couldn't hear them. Mu Yin didn't dare to go out. Am I stupid? What these guys meant was as clear as day that the officers who came here for a stroll saw that this method was ineffective, and they couldn't even see the person. They couldn't go back and complete their mission. So they changed their method. They directly went to visit. Dong, dong, dong. Is anyone here? Can we say no? Mu Yin and Lon Lon felt weak all over. Ever since the beginning, all of a sudden, every day, countless people came to visit in an endless stream. Sometimes the people from the East Army came, and sometimes the people from the South Army came. In order to give face to Heavenly King of the Right, they all behaved respectfully and elegantly. But no matter how elegant they were, the compliments that came out from the mouths of such a group of boorish people, no matter how they changed it, felt like they were scolding people. And there were all kinds of dialects. This is Miss Mu. Heavenly King of the Right really has good taste. She's so damn beautiful. Damn it, this girl looks very pleasing. She's a water spirit. She's so beautiful, so beautiful. This girl is so energetic. This girl is so valiant. This little girl is really worthy of a look. Occasionally, there were many female generals, such as the white-haired fairy Shan Xiaoru, who came to hold Mu Yin's hand and have a heart-to-heart talk. As they talked, they turned to Heavenly King of the Right. Days passed by. Mu Yin sat on the chair with a long face. Her eyes were lifeless, and her heart was dead. If you knew it would be like this, you might as well just kidnap the bride. On the 4th day, the Heavenly King of the Right appeared. He was refined, handsome, and tall. He looked like a talent. When he walked, he looked like he was floating. When he opened his mouth, he revealed 2 rows of big white teeth. His smile was very amiable. Miss Mu, have you been happy these days? Happy? Mu Yin rolled her eyes weakly and said, quite happy. She rolled her eyes subconsciously at Yudong Tian, but he was shocked to the core. Oh my. When Feng Hua was angry and depressed, she looked at me like this. He couldn't help but ask more sincerely, do you want to be happier? Do you want to be happier? Before his voice died away. Ha ha. There was an uncontrollable burst of laughter outside the wall. Yudong Tian rushed out angrily and drove away the 4 people who were eavesdropping at the foot of the wall. Even after dozens of miles, Yudong Tian's angry roar and the other people's laughter could still be heard. Mu Yin turned her head and looked at Sister Lon with a pale face. She said sincerely, I don't want to live anymore. Sister Lon, let's not talk about how Heavenly King of the Right picked up girls. No alliance on Mount Wushan. The Flood Witch and the person in front of her had been fighting for 10 days and 10 nights. Chansheng. After another battle, the two continued to sit opposite each other and discussed how. The two people's thoughts presented another fierce collision, and both of them felt that they had benefited a lot. However, in the past 10 days, Toad Saint clearly felt that. He could not keep up with Lin Fan. The Grand Wizard of the Wizard Alliance in front of him was not only powerful, but he also had a terrifying background. The speed of his advancement was beyond imagination. When he first came here, this guy was just a senior magus, and his strength was a little worse than his. He could only rely on his fighting experience and the mighty hammer technique to make up for it. But, up until now, this fellow had been advancing at a rapid pace, and it was actually him who was lagging behind. For example, the great witch Hong Shui was flying 1,000 miles a day, while the Toad Saint was running 700 miles a day. In one day, the Toad Saint was running 300 miles, and in 10 days, the Toad Saint was running 3,000 miles. Although the Toad Saint started first and was leading by a certain distance, it could not withstand such a speed. Now, the Toad Saint and the Great Witch Hong Shui were running side by side, but the Great Witch Hong Shui was still not done. It was estimated that in a few days, the flood, which would completely leave Changsheng behind. Senior Magus, with your current strength and progress, I could discuss Tao with you for 7 days at most. After 7 days, I have to leave. Changsheng's words were full of emotions. The flood which pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Dare I ask Changsheng, how is my strength now compared to Master Zhu Wu?" Changsheng thought for a moment and said, "Compared to Zhu Wu, there's still a little bit of a gap." Great Flood which said, "How is it compared to Ancestral Witch Gongong?" Changsheng smiled faintly and didn't say anything, but the flood which already understood. If he couldn't say it out loud, then he was still far away. "Come, let's fight." The flood which picked up the 1,000 Souls nightmare hammer and challenged again. Okay, behind the flood palace, a thatched hut. Bai Yunting was in seclusion. Well, to be more precise, he was in seclusion. Since he came here and saw his senior flood, he proudly reported what he had done. Then, the flood which didn't say anything and forcefully locked him in seclusion. Bai Yunting still didn't understand why he was locked up until now. Why was he locked up? But the flood didn't explain at all, not even a word. Bai Yunting had a belly full of gloominess. He had clearly made a great contribution. Not only did he not reward him, but he was also locked up. Until tonight, the Flood Witch, who had made another breakthrough, came here. Facing Bai Yunting's doubts, the Flood Witch gave a rare explanation. Now, my target and enemy, or should I say the enemy of the Umno Alliance, is no longer the Astral Souls continent. For the current situation, the Astral Souls and the Tao Alliance, the stronger, the better. The stronger the foundation, the more geniuses, the better. The more geniuses who have the potential to become saints in the future, the better. The Wu people were at a disadvantage when we fought against the monster race in the ancient times. But Zhu Wu supported the situation, so we didn't suffer a crushing defeat. Now, the monster race's return is a foregone conclusion, but our Zhu Wu doesn't exist. With our strength alone, how can we be a match for the returning monster race? The lifeline of the Wu people is largely connected to the astral souls. This is the consensus of the higher-ups of the 3 sides. From now on, what you need to calculate is the monster race, the demon race, the Rakshasa race, and the Western race, and not the astral souls and the Tao Alliance. Do you understand? Bai Yunting suddenly understood, but then he felt dejected. Why didn't you say it before? I thought you knew who often claims to be the wisest person in the Wu people. The Flood Witch glanced at him and floated away. You think I know? What the hell do I know? Bai Yunting jumped up in anger. You, the Flood, which was nowhere to be seen. Bai Yunting calmed down and thought for a while. Then he sighed deeply. No wonder. Even after suppressing Xing Hun for so many years, we still haven't been able to destroy him in one fell swoop. I've long said that as long as the 12 great shamans make a move together, they would be able to achieve victory in one fell swoop. With the suppression of absolute martial prowess, no military strategy would be able to succeed. Xing Hun is long gone, and the 3 continents have long been unified. If I don't know the fundamental goal, what can I do? But this scheme of yours, you've hidden it too deeply. Bai Yunting was very angry at the moment. He was angry that the flood didn't tell him the reason earlier. He was also angry that he couldn't see the strangeness in it. The so-called wisest person in the Wu people was reduced to a clown, unable to do anything right. But he didn't know that the higher-ups of the 3 continents didn't know whether the monster race would return or not. The original situation of the 3 sides fighting for supremacy was real and not fake. Now that the monster race's return was a foregone conclusion, the higher-ups of the 3 continents put this more threatening crisis on the table and discussed it together. It wasn't until the recent 100 years, especially with the sudden change in the Starlight Mountain Range and the reappearance of the Crown Prince's Academy that they were able to confirm that the Great Flood Shaman and the upper echelons of the three continents had been worried about this for who knew how many years. The monster race was indeed coming back, and it was coming back in a few days. Even if the flood, which explained it in detail, he might not be able to explain it clearly. But he had absolute strength, so he didn't need to explain it all. Everything is for the sake of being invincible. The Tao League was also showing signs of an earth-shaking change. As the higher-ups, the seven Taoists were almost crazy. They were vigorously reorganizing the army and the higher-ups. Their methods were swift and decisive. But the Tao League was used to being lazy, and the seven swords of the Tao League always had the idea that the Tao League was very good at fighting and that every one of them was an elite. In the end, when they were brought to the battlefield, they were all a motley crew, a bunch of idiots. Elite? What was that? Why couldn't they find it? Now, no matter how hard they tried to catch it, it was too late. Because the seven swords' actions were too aggressive, it caused a considerable amount of resistance. The seven Taoists knew that indecisiveness would only lead to trouble in the future, so they made up their minds and killed more than 7,000 mid-level soldiers in one go. Only then did the morale of the army stabilize and lead it back to normal. But even so, compared to the army of the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance, the Tao League's military strength was already far away. In order to shorten this gap as quickly as possible, the Tao League decided to start actual combat training. This so-called actual combat training was a battle between two armies, and there was no limit to the number of deaths. If you died, it was your bad luck, apart from using the most extreme and cruel method to pull out. There was really no other way. Taoist Thunder and the other six Taoists knew very well that the Demon League was coming back. Some of the experts of the Tao League in the past were wandering outside, but no one knew when they would return, or perhaps they had already died. They cannot be counted on at all. If the demons came, the three continents would most likely not be able to stop them even if they cooperated sincerely. No matter how unwilling they were, they could only use the most cruel and bloody method to train their soldiers. Taoist Thunder often sighed. Instead of being greedy and dying in the hands of the demons in the future, it's better to die early today and have a good time. Everything is for the sake of survival. On the other side, the border of the Astral Souls was also bustling with activity. No, at least it was even more intense. Don't be fooled by the fact that the higher-ups were all joking around whenever there was an opportunity. They seemed to be very comfortable and relaxed. But every one of them looked like they were going to die in battle tomorrow when they came to their posts. The frequency of patrolling troops was originally less than once a month, but now it was almost 2 to 3 times a week. If the patrolling troops drawn by lots didn't perform to the satisfaction of the marshal, this troop would be directly disbanded this month. Even if they were Guaxian realm experts, they would be drilled into a pile of mud in a day. Everything is for the sake of becoming stronger. Become stronger, not only to welcome the demons, but even if we destroy the demons, the human race needs to become stronger. The stronger, the better. Their gazes returned to Feng Hai. The dragons fighting for the heritage had officially come to an end. Zhuo and the others still didn't slack off. In addition to continuing to improve their cultivation, they had another project. In a short period of time, all the mountains and dense forests within 10,000 miles of Feng Hai were swept by the 15 people. All the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, all the demon beasts and star beasts, all the robbers and gangs. All the territories that could be squeezed out of them were swept clean by the insatiable Not Enough Brigade. And they all felt that it was not enough. Zhuo also found the correct way to use Zhu Yan. When there was no target at all, he sent Zhu Yan out to be the vanguard. And Zhu Yan could find some gathering places. Whether it was by chance, or by the hands of gods, or by chance, it could find the target places that Zhuo and the others couldn't find after painstaking efforts. Gao Qiao simply gathered 100 accountants to sort out all the things that were brought back by the Not Enough Brigade, and then disposed of them as soon as possible. That in this way, There were always a few mountains in the backyard of Zhuo's villa, and often, before the old mountains were gone, the new mountains had already been erected. Zhuo's company received a share of the profits every 3 months, and the profits that fell into Zhuo's hands were easily several billion. But now, Zhuo didn't care about this at all. How much money was this? This brother went out to rob, and when he came back, it would be at least a few trillion. He didn't even need to worry about the management of the billions of profits without any capital. Thinking of this, naturally, he became more and more inattentive to the operation of Zhuo's company. Sometimes, if there was any request for instructions, he simply ignored it, turned a deaf ear, and threw it to the back of his mind. Anyway, at that time, he set up this company for Principal Shuyinfeng. Now, this company was useless. So Xiaoduo, a hands-off boss, simply packed this laborious business to Li Chenglong without much profit and said, "Do as you see fit. Just don't let them come to me in the future." Li Chenglong, who also had a high vision, was also impatient about this, but finally he issued a relatively reliable order. In the future, the company will run independently. We will wait for the dividends and won't participate in the decision-making. But the dividends should not be less than 50 billion per year. The profits could only be exceeded and not decreased. If the profits decreased by 1 cent, they would all be fired. When this order was issued, all the people in Zhuo's company gasped and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Several of the executives glanced at each other. Then, after they left the office, they began to discuss. Then, they reported it. Heavenly King, the behind-the-scenes boss, doesn't care anymore. The reply came quickly. Isn't that good? May I ask, is Zhuo's company under the direct management of the National Treasury, or it's a private company? Why should it be under the management of the National Treasury? Seeing that it's doing well, are you jealous? I wouldn't dare, I understand. I'm warning you. If you covet a penny from his company, I can't save you. I understand. Inform everyone of my intentions. I don't want any chaos. Any trouble needs time and effort to deal with. I don't have the leisure to do so now. I understand. The communication ended. Everyone discussed for a long time. The executives certainly wouldn't tell them anything that was too high-end, so they could only guess and analyze the relevant clues. Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean. How much do you not understand? You mean never to join the unified management? Such a behemoth has always been a private company? The meaning of this is a little scary. Does this mean our big boss's power is bigger than the country? TSK, now that you've said it, I'm also getting goosebumps. No way. Big boss is more powerful than the country. Anyway, that's what I heard. Besides, what company can't we reach out to? But Heavenly King said that if we covet a penny here, he can't protect us. Isn't it obvious? Haha, you're scared. Why don't you continue to think about it? Heavenly King means that we can't even have any trouble. That is to say, he doesn't need to deal with troublesome problems. Think about it. Isn't it more terrifying? Hiss. Hiss. So, tell your subordinates to be honest. This world is too dangerous. It's not a joke that there's a disaster at every turn. Yes, I'm really convinced by our big boss. I'll watch the house for him. Me too. Me too. So, Xiaoduo walked out of the Tower of Annihilation and took a deep breath of the outside air. Everyone followed Xiaoduo out. Each of them looked like prisoners who had just been released from prison after 10 years. They greedily breathed in the air of the outside world and looked at the leaves outside with a kind of familiarity. This feeling was really wonderful. I'm suffocating. Li Chenglong stuck out his tongue. The others also had the same expression. Their faces were a little pale after staying in the Tower of Annihilation for so long. It was reasonable for their faces to be paler after not seeing the sun for so many years. As Zhuo's sky-destroying pagoda continued to improve, every few days there would be tens of tons, hundreds of tons of Star Soul Jade powder being sent into the pagoda. This allowed Xiaolong to collect more and more qi veins faster and faster. This sky-destroying pagoda was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. So far, the flow of time in the Tower of Annihilation had reached a terrifying 6 months, which was equivalent to a day in the outside world. They did not go out for 3 consecutive days, which was equivalent to cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation for 1.5 years. A whole 1.5 years. Originally, the cultivation of a cultivator was a painstaking effort. It required the accumulation of days and months to make progress. It was not a big deal to cultivate in seclusion for 180 years. However, the cultivation method of this group of people was different. Li Chenglong and the others spent the past 1.5 years being beaten up almost every day, except for Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. The others were beaten up on average 3 times a day. Among them, Zhan Piapiao, Yu Moyan, Li Zhongming, and Pai Yibao, who had the lowest cultivation and were not good at close combat, were beaten up 7 or 8 times a day. It was a common occurrence that the fact that your cultivation is weak is the original sin. If you get beaten up, you have to take revenge on your body. Isn't this the most normal logic? However, it was also because of this that everyone's combat experience was solid. At the same time, their cultivation was solid and solid. Li Chenglong was currently at the peak of the Skysoar realm, suppressing his true yuan for 18 times. It seemed that he was about to be unable to bear it, and could explode at any time and advance further. After the others obtained the Dragon of Fate, they also made great progress. The average level of their cultivation was also suppressing their true yuan for 13 times or 14 times. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, no one knew or wanted to know how many times they had suppressed their true yuan. It would be better if they did not ask. If they did, they would only feel frustrated and lose the confidence to challenge them. Only a fool would ask, not to mention that everyone else had reached their limits except for the 2 of them. Everyone gathered together only because they were about to undergo the Tao integration tribulation. Everyone came out like a swarm of bees and flew out of the city. Zhu Yin was following Zhuo Xiaoduo around obediently, looking extremely docile. The reason why Zhu Yin was so willing and even eager to follow Zhuo Xiaoduo was that when Zhuo Xiaoduo was in a good mood, he would use the Heavenmin Stone to replenish his true yuan. Although the Heavenmin Stone was not very useful for replenishing the true yuan of an expert like Zhu Yin, mainly because Qin Fangyang had drunk too much of this fellow's brain matter. However, the benefits were still immediate. At least Zhu Yin felt that there was hope for him to recover and was no longer so afraid of his physical body reaching its limit and dying on the other hand. It was also because Zhuo Xiaoduo's qi of fate was too strong. Zhu Yin had followed him for so long and almost every day, but nothing bad had happened to him. This was enough to make Zhu Yin happy. Zhu Yin had now pinned all his hopes of washing away his false reputation as the beast of disaster on Zhuo Xiaoduo. Therefore, Zhu Yin was now fawning over this little master to the extreme. He flattered Zhu Bai and Jiu so much that they did not want to listen to him anymore. Xiao was also enraged. It was a living competition for favor. But why was this bastard so good at flattery? Did he live millions of years longer than me, just to further his flattery skills? Every time Xiao saw Zhu Yin now, she wanted to rush up and spit out a mouthful of Grand Sun True Fire. Chapter 1267. Using a very, very vivid analogy, Zhu Yin was now like a pug, following Zhuo Xiaoduo around every day. Whenever Zhuo Xiaoduo sweated a little, it would hold a white towel and wait on him by the side. Zhu Yin was a little thirsty, but before he could say anything, a cup of water would be placed in front of him. While everyone was fighting and cultivating, Zhu Yin would take out a recipe book and study it seriously. Otherwise, he would set up a barrier and barbecue in the distance. He would stop when he was 70% cooked and seal it. After everyone finished their training, he would barbecue it until it was 80 to 90% cooked. First, he wiped the tips of a bunch of skewers with the cleanest white cloth and handed them to Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. As for the others, they could eat by themselves. They did not have hands. Did they not know how to take it themselves? After staying inside for 3 to 5 days, Xiaoduo chased him out. Go out and sweep the area outside, those that we didn't manage to sweep. You don't have to worry about the people, but kill all the star beasts and monster beasts and bring them back. Okay. Thus, Zhu Yan went out and spread his bad luck that only a few people knew about Zhu Yan's reappearance. Otherwise, the legend of the Beast of Disaster would be added to the list. There was no need to gossip. The dozen or so people went out to transcend their tribulations. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were naturally in charge of guarding them. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the distant starry mountain range. Tribulation lightning bolts came crashing down one after another. However, the power of this tribulation was even weaker than the flying tribulation that they had transcended before. This was because the flying tribulation was one of the 3 most important tribulations in a cultivator's life. After transcending the flying tribulation, they would be promoted to several stages, which was a blessing from the heavenly Tao. After a round of tribulation lightning, the 13 Tao integration stage, cultivators successfully transcended their tribulations and ascended to the Tao integration stage. In terms of cultivation base, Zhuo Xiaoyan was now able to suppress her vital energy 49 times, while Zhuo Xiaoduo was able to suppress her vital energy 53 times. However, the two of them felt that they were still some distance away from their limits. Naturally, they were not in a hurry. After all, they were already cultivating as hard as they could, and there was really no way to speed up their progress. After breaking through to the Tao integration stage, Li Chenglong and the others exchanged their insights and experiences with each other for a long time. They sparred with each other to stabilize their foundations and improve their spiritual energy and vital energy. They could use it freely. Everyone felt that they had become a lot stronger. Therefore, their gazes towards Xiaoduo became somewhat unfriendly. As a result, anger rose in everyone's hearts, and their guts grew, and they put their thoughts into action. Then, after a chaotic battle, Xiaoduo swung his twin hammers and sent the 13 new powerhouses flying in the air. Everyone obediently admitted defeat. This fellow's strength was getting sharper and sharper. He had actually grasped the concept of lifting light as heavy and lifting heavy as light to the point where he could ensure that he would not injure himself even if he swung his sledgehammer. What did you do? Boss, long live the Jianghu. After spending another 3 days in the outside world in the Tower of Emptiness, everyone felt like they were going to suffocate to death. They couldn't hold it in any longer. So Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan had finally reached the threshold of the Sky Soar realm. Both of them felt that they were unable to continue any further. They hadn't expected that with the help of the Spatial Destruction Tower and so many high-quality resources, it would be so difficult to cultivate a Sky Soar realm cultivator to the pinnacle. It's a long story. When they came out to undergo their tribulation, Xiaoduo sighed and sighed. If those words were heard by someone who understood the situation, they would spit on their faces and spit on their faces. This is blatant flaunting. This is the deranged Versailles. Do you dare to be any more heinous? After the 2 lightning tribulations, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan advanced very smoothly. There wasn't any difficulty at all. Then, everyone began to discuss where they should go to relax. They really couldn't suppress the raging desire to go out and play. Let's go out and play. Where to? Let's go to the Sun Moon Pass. I haven't been there before. It's time to go and take a look. Yes, it's decided then. Everyone returned to Fenghai to report to Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian. When Yi Changqing and the others saw that Zhuo Xiaoduo wasn't able to break through again, their emotions and expressions were extremely complicated. It couldn't be described with words. Were the reared eagles finally going to fly out of their warm nest and fight in the blue sky? Be careful. Wait for a day. The Hidden Dragon Institute will give you your graduation certificates. So Xiaoduo smiled and said, Principal, you're thinking too much. We'll be back. Yi Changqing smiled sadly. You're the one who's thinking too much. People like you. Once you go out, you'll never come back. In the future, the entire continent will be your battlefield. That's the stage for you. Make a name for yourself and accumulate merits. Don't forget about the Hidden Dragon Institute. Don't forget to come back. Once you've achieved success and recognition, not returning to school is like walking in the night. Why do I have a feeling that when you guys leave, the next time you see each other, it'll be when the war on the continent ends? When Xing sighed softly, he stepped forward and carefully tidied up the clothes, hair, and robes of each of his students. In the end, he stood in front of Zhuo and said with a smile, "The frisky monkey is finally going to jump out and harm others. It's really time. I'll let others have a taste of my stomachache." Zhuo scratched his head and chuckled. "Don't worry, Teacher Wen. When the war is over, I'll come back every day to piss you off. I guarantee you'll be so angry that you'll turn into a fatty. How could I, the Iron Fist young master, Zhuo, do something stupid like walking in the night? Don't do that. I can't bear it. I'm very satisfied with my current figure." When Xing laughed heartily, but his eyes were a little red. In the end, he patted Zhuo's shoulder and said, "Let's go back to the villa. Prepare the dishes and wait. Tonight is your graduation ceremony." "All right." The group of youths bowed respectfully, then turned around and went back to prepare the last meal of their graduation season. It was also their farewell meal with the teachers of the Hidden Dragon High School. The morning sun shone on their backs. It was as if a layer of gold was embedded on each of them. They laughed and joked around as they walked out of the school gate. In front of them was a road that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was as deep as the path of cultivation. It was so far away that no one knew when they would return. A cool breeze blew, and the leaves on both sides rustled, as if they were sending these children off. When Xing took a deep breath and held back the bitterness and reluctance in his heart, he forced a smile and said, "Boss, in my lifetime, I might only be able to teach this batch of genius students." Yi Changqing laughed disdainfully. "It's already an extreme honor to have such a batch. Don't tell me you're still satisfied. Don't tell me you don't know that this batch of geniuses, since the beginning of the world, is most likely the only batch. They've already been touched by you. They've already been taught by you. What else do you have to regret? Being greedy is the worst sin." There was too much sourness in Yi Changqing's tone. His choice of words was also somewhat eccentric. When Xing laughed heartily, but his tone became more and more disappointed. "It's a pity that the time I've taught them is really too short. If it's any longer, they can't be called geniuses." Yi Changqing looked in the direction Zhuo and the others left with his hands behind his back. Only when they could no longer be seen did he sigh and say, "I have a feeling right now." "What feeling?" "I feel that in terms of ability as a teacher, you might be the first person since the beginning of the world." "The first person since the beginning of the world?" When Xing said in surprise, "Aren't you exaggerating a little?" "Ha!" Yi Changqing said. "It said that the Tao ancestor has 6 disciples. Each of them is an extraordinary talent. In the end, all 6 of them became sages. And you, Wen Xing, have taught them. Zhuo, Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Pai Bao, Yin Zhan Piao. There are 7 of them. If all 7 of your disciples become sages, then your results, won't they be on par with the Tao ancestor? Or even one more? If my prophecy comes true, and I say that you're the first person since the beginning of the world, would I really be exaggerating?" When Xing was stunned. Then he laughed heartily. "If they really do live up to expectations, then so what if I really have this ambition? My disciples have made me proud. So what if they're on par with the Tao ancestor?" The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They laughed even more happily. After a while, thunder rumbled in the sky. Silver snakes danced wildly, as if they were warning something. When students left school and children left home, they would often say some blessings. Those inauspicious words could not be said no matter what. If when Xing said that after Yi Changqing said that, he would say, "I don't dare to have such extravagant hopes. Maybe the will of the heavens would deviate because of this." It was precisely because when Xing Tian understood this principle that he was willing to bear the enormous pressure and the heavenly might in the sky. Even if it was a taboo, he still had to finish his words. He had to finish his words completely. This was already the best blessing he could give to his child. In a world where the heavenly Tao monitored the human world, saying such words was simply unbelievably bold. About this, it's not that I'm superstitious. This kind of power often exists. For example, a wife quarreled with her husband. When the husband went out, he vented his anger by saying, "Die outside. Don't come back." With this kind of depression, this husband really has a certain chance of. We've seen a lot of such news. Therefore, don't believe that there's no heaven's will in the world. It's best to be careful with your words. I'm in a bad state today. I'm afraid I can't write that much. There will be more in the afternoon. Chapter 1268. Duo and the others walked on the road. The atmosphere was heavy on the way back. They were finally going to leave. No matter how excited they were at the beginning, they couldn't help but feel melancholy at this moment. Duo and Xiaonian held hands as they strolled along the road. Duo lowered his head, but his fingers were quietly touching Xiaonian's hand. His thumb slid here and there. Xiaonian's face was cold and slightly flushed. During this time, everyone was working hard to cultivate. Duo didn't always pester Xiaonian to consummate their marriage. Although he asked many times, Xiaonian always rejected him with the reason that they weren't married yet. To be fair, if Duo tried harder, perhaps Xiaonian would agree. However, Duo felt sorry for her. Seeing that she didn't agree, he gently let it go. But there were conditions for letting it go. Basically, Xiaonian had been taken advantage of by someone. Not to mention other things, Xiaonian was forced to learn dozens of dances in order to hold on to the last step. The more she learned, the deeper she fell. And the lower her limit was. Now, even Xiaonian thought that holding hands was a very normal thing. It wasn't worth it. Duo didn't show it on his face, but he was already exultant in his heart. The method of boiling the frog in warm water is indeed useful. I'm smart enough to know that I have to do it slowly and not be too hasty. If the last step had been done long before the wedding, then I'm afraid that's all there is to it. It will only be harder to unlock things in the future. Now that I'm doing it slowly, it seems too natural. If you don't want me to do it, then you should at least give me some other benefits, right? Otherwise, I doubt as a result, Duo was slowly stroking her hand. His heart and soul were in deep thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. At the side of the road, a clump of grasshopper plants was growing vigorously. Under Duo's attentive gaze, a large area suddenly grew out from both sides without a sound. Duo's heart skipped a beat. He immediately spread out his divine sense, Elder One. As if sensing something, a field of grasshopper plants suddenly sprouted and spread out, forming flower buds and then blossoming. Amidst the faint fragrance of flowers, an old man in white suddenly appeared. He nodded and smiled at Duo with an amiable expression. If it wasn't for the people's livelihood, then who was it? Elder One, why have you come out? Duo ran over in surprise and laughed. Don't leave this time. Rest here and have fun. You can see the world. A smile appeared on Wan Chunxing's face as he said softly, I've already seen this world. What do you think? Duo blinked. It's a long story. Wan Minxing's face flashed with disappointment and an inexplicable expression. He said softly, it's 90% bad and 60% good. What do you mean by that? I know that there are scores of 10, at most 12. What do you mean by 15? At this time, Li Chenglong and the others also gathered around. Duo introduced them to each other and then escorted Wan Minsheng to the villa. If the total score is set to 10, then people's hearts are 90% bad. However, among these 90%, there are still 60% who can restrain their desires. That is, they still have a bottom line when doing things. They are not too bad and can still be saved. However, 40% of people no longer know what etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame are. They have forgotten what the foundation of being a person is. Madness is not enough to describe their behavior. Wan Minxing sighed and sighed. Suddenly, a coin of astral souls appeared in his hand. He looked at it in a daze for a while and said, "The pursuit of this thing in this world has reached a level that the predecessors could not even imagine or understand. Along the way, I've seen with my own eyes that people are taking risks for this thing. For this thing, they kill and rob people. For this thing, they blackmail and blackmail people. For this thing, they kneel on the ground. For this thing, they take off their clothes. For this thing, they pretend to be crazy and stupid. For this thing, they have no sense of shame." Wan Minxing sighed and put the coin of astral souls on the table. With a ding-dong, he said, "This thing is harmful, but it's already an indispensable thing for people's lives." Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "This general equivalent is already an essential thing for human progress. It's also an essential thing for the survival of life." Wan Minxing sighed and said, "How can I not know this principle? But I can't abandon the foundation of being a person because of this." Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others could only be speechless about this question, because this could never be explained clearly. Once upon a time, they also chased after it. It was just that they did not touch the bottom line. So, what right do they have to comment more? This time, I specially came to look for you, because the demonic forest has been very active recently. I suspect that they have already contacted the demon clan outside. Wan Minxing's heart was filled with melancholy as he said, "Although I've long warned them that it's better to be still than to be active, to pass their days peacefully and peacefully. They don't seem to have taken my words to heart." Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes sharpened. "What do you mean? I'm afraid it's not more than half a month." Wan Minxing frowned. "A few days ago, I had a sudden impulse. I saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood and rivers of blood. How strong is the demon clan? The demon clan is extremely strong. The demon ancestor Rahu is rumored to be a strong pillar at the peak of the path of Tao against the Tao ancestor. His strength is earth-shattering. With a god-slaying spear in hand, even those virtuous saints are no match for him. In terms of combat power, he is not below the demon emperor. And the 8 great ferocious beasts under the demon ancestor each have the ability to devour heaven and earth. The 9 heavens and 10 earths, 19 demon monarchs, are also ruthless characters who roamed the ancient times. Wan Minxing sighed. If all the demons return, it's not just difficult to deal with, it's impossible to deal with at all. With the god-slaying spear in hand, it's not a joke to kill gods and Buddhas. There's no existence in the universe that can make the god-slaying spear afraid. Even in the face of the Tao ancestor, the god-slaying spear's killing intent dares to compete with the power of the heavenly Tao. The number 1 killing treasure in the universe lives up to its name. It's unparalleled in killing. Wan Minxing said, "With the current strength of the continent, I'm afraid it's difficult to resist." Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and looked at Li Chenglong. Both of them had the same thought. If that was the case, then they really couldn't go out to play. Elder Wan said that there was half a month at most, so there is still a gap of more than 10 days, that these 10 days were equivalent to several years in the space-exterminating pagoda. And this was the only time that could be fought for. Zhu Yan. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out 2 pieces of sky-mending stone and handed it to Zhu Yan, saying, "Immediately tear the space and go to the Sun-Moon Pass. Find my father. Bring the news that Elder Wan brought. If there's a chance, go to the Demon Spirit Forest and take a look. It's okay to stay for a few more days." Zhu Yan didn't say anything and nodded in agreement. With the 2 pieces of sky-mending stone in his hands, the corners of his mouth cracked open happily. So Xiaoduo called again and asked his father to send someone to pick up Zhu Yan. The main purpose of sending Zhu Yan over was to let him stay near the Demon Spirit Forest. It would be best if he could bring the disaster aura there. He didn't want this guy to run to other places. If something happened, it would be terrible. As for why he didn't call to tell him the news, It was because he wanted to strengthen his parents' combat power by sending Zhu Yin over. What if he told him on the phone and his father didn't agree to let Zhu Yin go? Zhu Yin got up excitedly and left. He tore the space and disappeared in a flash. The world is so big. Zhu Yin, can finally go out and roam the mountains and rivers. Wan Minsheng rejected Zhuo Xiaoduo's invitation to stay for the banquet. He turned into a ray of white light and disappeared in front of everyone, leaving behind only a sigh. If things don't work out, you can come to my heavenly spirit forest to take refuge and give the human race a chance to live. The voice disappeared, and so did the figure. That night, Yi Chongqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others came in formal attire. Several vice principals and directors also came. Everyone received a graduation certificate and a Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts honorary student badge. The banquet didn't last long. Yi Chongqing, Wen Xingtian, Xiang Quangren, and the others were excited, but they were worried that they would lose their composure if they stayed any longer. After drinking a few cups, they tried their best to control their emotions and left. Children, when Xingtian only said 3 words. His throat was blocked, and he couldn't speak. Even his voice trembled. Yi Chongqing hurriedly took it. You will definitely become the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy and be proud of it forever. We are all looking forward to that day. Let's go, let's go. Until they left the villa for a long time and returned to the school gate, when Xingtian's tense body and gritted teeth finally relaxed. He shook his head to shake off the tears in his eyes and sighed deeply. Children, you must take care of yourselves. He murmured silently. 100,000 massacres. Such an unyielding man couldn't help but feel like a child when he was about to leave, because he knew that his students were going to the battlefield. From then on, the flames of war would burn the sky. On the battlefield of flesh and blood, it was either life or death. No one could be sure that they could survive and return safely. After all, for so many years, how many batches of students had he taught, and how many had he sent away? Most of them eventually became photos that were only kept in Wen Xingtian's photo album. It was hard to see them again. Every single one of them was a pain in Wen Xingtian's heart when he thought of them. Now, he was sending away the batch of students that he was most proud of, most fond of, most proud of, and most hopeful of. At this moment, how would Wen Xingtian feel? Teacher Wen seems to be crying. Yuyan Er's face was gloomy. Li Chenglong's face was also solemn. We will not let him down. Everyone must be well. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and cultivate. During this period of time, even if you can't break through to the primordial chaos stage, you must at least advance to the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were also a little red, but he was very rational and restrained himself. Now that the crisis was imminent, it was not the time to be sentimental. It was more important to deal with it actively. Okay, everyone filed into the space-destroying tower. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan stayed behind. Zhuo Xiaoduo gave Zhuo Xiaoyan a look. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't understand. What? Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't answer. Zhuo Xiaoyan followed him upstairs and entered Zhuo Xiaoduo's study. She was a little curious. What's the matter? Nian Nian cat. Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice was very heavy. I just called her mother. She said. Zhuo Xiaoyan asked curiously, what did she say? Ahem, she said. So Xiaoduo tried hard to maintain his cold expression and said reservedly, that we can consummate our marriage. Chapter 1269. So Xiaoyan was caught off guard when he heard this, and he was stunned for a moment before his face flushed red, and he was at a loss for what to do. He stood up with the intention of fleeing, but he was hugged by Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had been on guard since long ago. Let go of me. I won't let go. You're my wife. Why should I let go? You. Zhuo Xiaoduo whispered into her ear. Our mother hasn't finished yet. The second half of her speech is that chaos is coming, and you and I, one ice and one fire, are a natural fit for dual cultivation. Moreover, this method is the best way to help us improve greatly. I don't believe it. Mom has always emphasized to me that I should keep my virginity. I'm telling the truth. Things are different now. Keeping your virginity is for the best time. I'm also a virgin, so I've kept my virginity for you. I'm going to call Mom. I don't believe you. Then call her. You'll know if it's true or not. Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and held her phone. After a while, she dialed Wu Yuding's number. She was too shy to continue. Wu Yuding knew what was going on. She didn't dawdle and said directly, "That was my idea. Mom, we're not married yet. Girl, why can't you think straight? At your level of cultivation, why do you still need such a ceremony?" "Yes, we do. That's not too late. It won't stop you from consummating your marriage. Besides, this is cultivation, not that kind of nonsense." Wu Yuding didn't want to be too direct, but she insisted. This is cultivation, cultivation for improvement. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt feverish. But now that the war is coming, even if you improve your cultivation a little, it may be of great use, let alone such a big improvement. As long as you converge fire and water, yin and yang, heaven and earth are in harmony, it will naturally make everyone's strength reach a higher level. This is determined by your cultivation method and your own aptitude. It can be said that it's a talent opportunity, not something that's trivial. So, before Wu Yuding finished, Zhuo Xiaoyan bit her lip and said shyly, "Mom, don't say any more. I understand." Wu Yuding was speechless. This girl was obviously very happy, but she still called to ask for instructions. She was desperately trying to prove that it wasn't her idea. It was her mom who wanted them to get on the train first. If she wasn't her own daughter, if she didn't know Zhuo Xiaoyan's personality, Wu Yuding, she would definitely beat her. You want to save face, but you sold your mother out. What a filial daughter. 10 days later, we'll hold its sun and moon pass. Wu Yuding said in a low voice. Okay, thank you, Mom. You two don't have to worry about anything else. Focus on dual cultivation. We'll arrange all the guests and venues. Thank you, Mom. Shouldn't Mom thank you for that? Thank you for finally becoming my daughter-in-law. Mom, you're making fun of me again. After hanging up, Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was flushed red. Her eyes secretly drifted to Zhuo Xiaoduo, almost dripping tears. She whispered, I'm a little scared. I'm not prepared. I don't have experience." Zhuo Xiaoduo was grinning from ear to ear. His face was radiant as he raised his eyebrows and said lewdly, "It's bad to have experience. I don't have experience either. I have to cross the river by feeling the stones. Aya, we can prepare together and try together. Slowly, we will have experience." Nian Mao, do you think we should go to the Tower of Annihilation? Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't wait. He rubbed his hands and was eager to try. Let's go to the tower. Damn, I'm telling you, this is just for cultivation. Yes. You're right. Of course, we're doing this for cultivation and to improve ourselves. We're forced by circumstances, it's not our fault. Zhuo Xiaoduo's words gradually became incoherent and nonsensical. Outside, Zhuo Xiaoyan still felt unsafe. The worst thing was that she was really nervous right now. She felt her whole body stiffen, and she didn't even know how to walk properly. She looked like a criminal who was about to be sent to the execution ground. She instinctively grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo's sleeve like a helpless little girl and begged, Duo, can you wait? Come, let's go in." Zhuo Xiaoduo held Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand tightly and didn't let go. His face was still mixed with the big bad wolf smile as he pulled with all his might. Zhuo Xiaoyan's feet were nailed to the ground. She sat back and was dragged by Zhuo Xiaoduo on the ground. Wait. I'm scared. Don't be scared, Your laughter is so scary. How is it scary, What are you so happy about? I've been waiting for this day for many years. Finally, it's here, So Xiaoduo held Zhuo Xiaoyan's hands together with one hand and walked in front of her proudly. Zhuo Xiaoyan's body kept leaning back. However, her hands were caught and her hips kept falling. Her feet couldn't move, and she was dragged into the Tower of Annihilation. Li Chenglong and the others were practicing in a place far away. because the gap between the two sides was too big. Everyone habitually used the mountains as the boundary. Thousands of miles away was Zhuo and Zhuo practice area. No one would look for trouble and ask for trouble. If they came here, they would be tortured. What was the point of coming here? However, over there, Zhuo and Zhuo often went to look for trouble. Therefore, the place where the two of them were staying was unusually quiet. The two of them moved into a small courtyard that had its own entrance. Their days were rather elegant. Previously, the thing that Zhuo was most happy to do was to tidy up this small courtyard. When she was cultivating, she would take care of the flowers and plants. She would use a small pair of delicate scissors to trim the branches. Her life could be said to be extremely comfortable and full of vitality. Every time this happened, Zhuo mouth would hold a gentle and quiet faint smile. She only felt comfortable, relaxed, and happy all over. However, when she came in this time and looked at this small courtyard, she had long placed her hopes for the future and yearned for happiness. However, at this moment, she was filled with fear. She wanted to avoid it like the plague. When Zhuo dragged her in through the door, her two little feet left two marks on the ground. She was still begging, don't. She did not look like a great cultivator who had reached the Dao integration stage at all. She was simply acting like a young girl who had fallen into a wolf's den. Zhuo's role as the evil tyrant was even more vivid and realistic. Especially the cackle that came from the bottom of his heart. It showed that the villain's skills were very good. It would not be an exaggeration to award 2 Best Actor and Best Actress awards just from this scene alone. When they entered the room, Zhuo pretty face turned even paler as she watched Zhuo quickly set up a soundproof enchantment. Her entire body started to tremble. Her cultivation base, which was enough to look down on all the Dao integration stage cultivators in this world, seemed to have completely disappeared. She desperately said to herself in her heart, I've already set my mind on this person. What happened today was just a matter of time. Didn't he already take advantage of me before? All that's left is this last line of defense. What's going to happen will happen eventually. I wasn't afraid before, so what's there to be afraid of today? Isn't he still the same person? However, even though she told herself thousands of times in her heart, she still could not help but feel nervous and fearful of the arrival of that moment. Zhuo looked at Nian Mao. Nian Mao's situation did not seem right. If this continued, wouldn't she be traumatized? He immediately turned his eyes and said faintly, Nian Mao, do you still remember the wine that Mom and Dad gave us back then? The wine that we won? Zhuo thoughts were even more rigid now. She turned her head unconsciously. Huh. Zhuo said, the wine that can't be drunk until one reaches the heavenly ascension stage? Do you have any recollection of it? Do you remember now? Zhuo lifeless eyes regained a bit of life. Her brain spun rapidly, and she nodded. I remember now. He suddenly thought of a way to stall for time, which was to drink wine and stall for time. Shit, we're both Dao integration stage, super mighty figures now. How could you hide that wine from us? He scolded as if he had been reborn. Take it out and drink it. Zhuo was a bit confused. Drink it? He thought to himself, I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already asking to drink it. What the hell is going on? What are you hesitating for? Zhuo said in one breath, I'll drink with you tonight. After that, we'll do so and so. What do you think? Drink with me, and then we'll do so and so. Hee. Zhuo chuckled and immediately stopped. He said solemnly, let's consummate our marriage first, then drink. Zhuo immediately became nervous. No, let's drink first. Drink first? Yes, drink first. Are we really drinking first? Yes, we're drinking first. Then, there's nothing else. You can drink wine that can improve your cultivation when you reach the heavenly ascension stage. How could you forget that? You've committed a heinous crime. Zhuo forced herself to pretend to be very angry. She said evilly, hurry up and take out the wine. What are you waiting for? Cut the crap. I've never seen someone as irresponsible as you. Zhuo pretended to dawdle. Zhou Xiaoyan kept urging him. She raised her eyebrows and put on a fierce look. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! As she spoke, she glared and stomped her feet. She looked very angry. Obviously, she was grasping at the last straw and refused to let go. So Xiaoduo had no choice but to start rummaging in the space ring. Where is it? There are too many things. I can't find it in such a short time. Why don't we consummate our marriage first? You have to drink first. Otherwise, you won't be able to do anything, Zhou Xiaoyan said loudly. Okay. Oh, I found it. So Xiaoduo immediately took out 2 jugs. His actions were clean and swift. Chapter 1270. Hurry up and find. Zhou Xiaoyan urged him, but before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Xiaoduo had already taken out the wine and placed it on the table. Seeing the wine in front of her, Zhou Xiaoyan was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the wine and then at Zhou Xiaoduo. She felt that something was wrong. Didn't you say it was hard to find? Why did you take it out and place it here in just 2 or 3 seconds? Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. Why are we drinking wine at this time? It's... Zhou Xiaoyan was relieved. She rolled her eyes and said, Your heart is full of dirty things. I don't want to talk to you. Come on, let's drink. Zhou Xiaoduo hesitated. Just drinking wine? There's no food. Zhou Xiaoyan was furious. You usually have so much good wine and food in your space ring. You can have dozens of banquets at any time. How can there be no food today? You're obviously trying to shirk responsibility and cause trouble. I won't let you get away with it today. Zhou Xiaoyan snorted and said, You don't have food, but I do. She took out a pile of food from her space ring and placed 17 or 18 different dishes on the table. With a victorious smile, she asked condescendingly, What about now? Is there food? Zhou Xiaoduo nodded and said humbly, Yes, there's so much food. Then what are you waiting for? Zhou Xiaoyan said in a cold and arrogant tone. Sigh. Zhou Xiaoduo heaved a long sigh as if he was deeply moved. But in his heart, he thought this time it's settled. Ha ha. And he pretended to be innocent. I didn't know. You were the one who insisted on drinking wine. How would I know the wine would be like this? Am I that kind of person? Blah, blah, blah. Blah. Point 2 transparent cups were placed on the table. The aroma of the food filled the air. It was so delicious that people below the inner core realm would not be able to take a bite. So Xiaoduo carefully opened the mud seal. He did not want to waste anything. So Xiaoyan looked at the dishes on the table, and for some reason, he seemed to be deeply moved. He sighed and said, Duo, only now do I feel that things are different from before. When we were in Phoenix City, we didn't even dare to imagine such dishes. Every piece of meat is from a beast king. How extravagant. With just this table of dishes, if I were to sell it, it would only take a blink of an eye for me to become the wealthiest person in Phoenix City. So Xiaoyan's eyes looked distant, with a hint of sadness. So Xiaoduo knew that she was thinking about Meng Xinyu. While opening the mud seal, he said, Actually, there are many things like this. No matter if it is the cultivation world or the secular world, there are always some things that are unattainable. For example, a watch that the upper echelons of the secular world play with may not be able to afford even after 3 lifetimes of hard work. Even if they could afford it, they would not be willing to buy it. Even if they did buy it, what use would it be? However, a piece of meat in the cultivation world is something that those so-called upper echelons of the secular world can't afford even if they spend 3 lifetimes. Even if they can afford it, they can only look at it as it stinks and rots without daring to eat it. The logic behind this is similar. Although everyone is calling for and advocating equality in this society, in this world, there is a hierarchy, whether it's the dominant or the recessive. Although this level will change with time, it will still be relatively stable and unshakable for a certain period of time. There are some things that are not there when they are born. There are some things that clearly exist, but generations of ancestors say that they are not real. The whole continent of astral souls advocates monogamy, but this rule is completely different when it comes to the cultivation world and the upper echelons of the secular world. They educate everyone to follow the rules, and the people who set the rules and the people who benefit from it will always be the ones who break the rules. Zhuo was serious for once. But personally, I hope that I will never break the rules. With the power of an immortal, I cultivate the heart of a mortal. This is my way, Zhuo said with emotion. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at him in a daze. She had never seen a puppy like this, but it was so respectable and charming. And it was overflowing with. Was that a kind of Taoist connotation? Yes, it was Taoist connotation. When Zhuo Xiaoduo said, with the power of an immortal, I cultivate the heart of a mortal. The entire space of the Tower of Annihilation was suddenly filled with Taoist connotation. It was a Tao that was completely different from the previous Tao. Li Chenglong and the others, no matter what they were doing, fell into an epiphany because of the sudden Taoist connotation. Not only Li Chenglong and the others, but Xiao, Bai, Jiao, and the others also fell silent at this moment, as if they had fallen asleep. The Huahuang sword shone brightly. After a while, the light slowly disappeared, just like an ordinary sword. I see. The Huahuang sword was full of emotions. I see. This kid has actually created a completely different Tao. So this is the truth of Tao. Everyone's original intention of cultivation is to become stronger, to live a long life, to become an immortal, to be high and mighty, and to look down on others as ants. But they don't know that when this kind of mentality is born, whether or not they can reach that level, they have already broken away from their own foundation. Because we are mortals. Once we look down on mortals, we look down on ourselves. If we look down on ourselves, then how can we hope to achieve the Tao? At this point, the Huahuang sword was suddenly a loss. Could it be Zhu Wu, the sages, the demon emperor, and the others? Their Taos were all wrong? How is that possible? Or is there more than one Tao in the 3,000 Taos? Then, which Tao should I choose? Sword of Empress Envihua fell into a deep confusion. After a long time, he raised his head and looked in the direction of Zhuo Xiaoduo. Since fate has allowed me to fall into the hands of Zhuo, then I shall walk the Tao of Zhuo. Then the Huahuang sword also entered a state of enlightenment. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not know what kind of movement his words had created. At the same time, he did not feel that his soul and divine sense had become unprecedentedly clear at this moment, and he did not even feel that his cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds at this moment. He was now pouring the wine with single-minded devotion. The first cup was filled. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at the wine and said emotionally, Duo, if we were not the descendants of the minister, do you think we would be able to reach where we are today? This question was a little heavy. Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and thought carefully. Then, he said slowly, maybe, we would be able to achieve something, but we would not be able to reach where we are today at such a young age. He thought of the time when he had the Phoenix Pulse spirit. Although he had his own arrangements and a mysterious jade pendant that helped him gain the strange ability of fortune-telling, but one thing was certain. If it were not for his parents, he and Zhuo Xiaoyan would not have been able to obtain the Flaming Sun Scripture and the Moon Scripture. As for the benefits brought by these two cultivation methods, it was easy to see. If it were not for them, not to mention whether they would be able to reach where they were today, the Phoenix Pulse spirit might not have been able to pass that stage. And his sword and hammer. If it were not for his parents, Uncle Wu would not have been able to go there. Although my parents did not say who they are, the blessings we have received are incomparable to others, Zhuo Xiaoduo said affirmatively. Without them, we would not be able to reach where we are today. Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded slowly. My parents are so good. Although I scolded them every day when I was in Phoenix City, now that I think about it and know who I am, there are only 2 words. Zhuo Xiaoduo winked. So fragrant. Zhuo Xiaoyan could not help but laugh. Doggy, you are so cheap. I am your husband. How can you say that to your husband? Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously. Kiss me as punishment. Cough, cough. Let's drink. The two of them sat opposite each other. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was like a peach blossom. For the first time, she raised her wine glass and said with a smile, Doggy, it is rare for you to be so obedient. Come, let's drink. With a ding, the two wine glasses clinked. Zhuo Xiaoyan raised her glass and downed it in one gulp. The large glass of wine was downed in one gulp. Based on their cultivation, even if it was aged and mellow, it would not affect them too much. However, as soon as Zhuo Xiaoyan drank the wine, she felt a line of fire burning from her throat all the way down. Then her whole body heated up. Her pretty face instantly turned red, but she felt relieved. It was rare that Doggy did not pester her. His performance today was really good. Even my mother has spoken, but Doggy did not force me. That was good. Thinking of this, her pretentious cold face suddenly became gentler. She looked across and saw Zhuo Xiaoduo staring at her, as if he had seen something unbelievable. She could not help but be fierce again. Hurry up and drink. How can a man be so slow? You can't even compare to a little girl like me. Zhuo Xiaoduo was really shocked. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoyan drink a large glass of wine in an unusually bold and unrestrained manner, he felt that the script was very normal, or even too normal. She was simply performing beyond her level, that hearing the urging, he naturally did not hesitate. He raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. He exhaled and said, "It is really good wine. The wine must be really good." After it entered his stomach, a ball of fire burned and quickly spread along his meridians. The pure spiritual power that had been settled many times in his body suddenly became lively. In his dantian, there was also a feeling of exploding. Their meridians were wide, and the flow of their spiritual power was much faster than that of ordinary cultivators. At this moment, after drinking a large glass of wine, it was like a flash flood running on its own. Both of them could feel that their spiritual source was growing at a rapid pace. It was a far cry from their usual cultivation. This wine is really good. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt the abnormality in her body and praised endlessly. She analyzed, "After absorbing all the medicinal power in this glass of wine, my strength will increase by at least a quarter. It is really good wine. As expected of the wine that our parents specially warned us about. If we drink this wine before reaching the Sky-Sur realm, we will be in big trouble. Good wine. Good stuff." Zhuo Xiaoyan beamed with joy and praised. Fortunately, it was all thanks to this wine. Otherwise, Chapter 1271. Zhuo Xiaoyan said this from the bottom of her heart. She was not exaggerating at all. Her current foundation was only slightly inferior to Zhuo Xiaoduo's among her peers or cultivators of the same level since ancient times. A quarter of her current spiritual power was almost comparable to the lifetime cultivation of an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the Dao integration stage. Otherwise, how could the two of them defeat Li Chenglong and other cultivators who had advanced to the Dao integration stage with the power of flying in the sky? And such a spiritual power base was just the energy contained in a glass of wine. Naturally, the two of them did not know that this wine was specially brewed for the Fire Witch and his wife. It was natural for it to have such an effect. Therefore, it was natural for Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo, who drank it for the first time, to be shocked. The spiritual source was too abundant. After a full 2 minutes, the initial scorching heat subsided slightly, and the spiritual source was fully activated. So Xiaoyan ate a few mouthfuls of food in a row, trying to suppress the drunkenness. After all, it was such a big glass of wine. It was natural for her to feel tipsy after drinking it in one breath. She would naturally feel better if she ate a few more mouthfuls of food. She did not know whether the food was really effective or just a psychological effect. Anyway, Zhuo Xiaoyan really felt a little better. She blushed and said, "This wine, why is it so hot?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a serious face, "It's natural for the body to feel hot after drinking, not to mention such a good wine. It would be abnormal if the body didn't feel hot, right?" He said with concern, "It should be because you don't usually drink and you drank a lot this time. Naturally, you feel a little tipsy. If you feel that you can't bear it, we can." Zhuo Xiaoyan was afraid that he would turn the topic back to the bridal chamber. so she hurriedly said, I can hold my liquor very well. I said that I want to drink tonight, so I'll drink more. Zhuo touched his nose and said with a smile, Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. Therefore, Zhuo personally stood up and moved the wine jar over. She then poured wine for herself and Zhuo. She lifted her glass and said, Duo, this is the first time we've drunk alone in our lives. Come on, cheers. She looked at Zhuo, and her heart was filled with tenderness. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol, but the little puppy in front of her was pleasing to the eye no matter how she looked at it. No matter how she looked at it, she fell in love with it. No matter how she looked at it, it was the perfect person to entrust her life to. She couldn't help but whisper, Toto, to be able to meet you and be with you in this life, it's truly great. When she spoke, her voice was much more gentle and beautiful. Compared to her usual icy beauty, she was like a different person. Zhuo raised his wine glass and clinked it gently. He said softly, Yes, it's great to have you in this life. The two of them looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They could see the deep affection in each other's eyes. Their eyes were fixed on each other, and the corners of their lips were blooming with happiness. As they looked at each other's smiles, they raised their wine glasses, tilted their heads back, and slowly drank. Their deep affection and sweetness were expressed without words. Their eyes were always looking at each other. Zhuo heart was filled with contentment and happiness. She wished that this moment could last forever. Suddenly, she thought that perhaps it would be a good thing to consummate their marriage tonight. However, as soon as she thought of this, her face became redder and redder. Her eyes were watery, as if they were about to drip out. She murmured, Damn, I remember Phoenix City. In your diary. She smiled happily as she spoke. Zhuo was suddenly embarrassed. Diary? You peeked at my diary? Yes. Zhuo smiled like a flower. When? When did you see it? Zhuo prayed in his heart. It should have been when she saw Phoenix City, right? She didn't see it after she arrived in Fenghai, right? After she arrived in Fenghai, especially after she got engaged, what he recorded was all valuable information and learning experience, as well as the hypothetical cultivation experience of various moves that she didn't see it, right? However, looking at Zhuo current expression, she didn't seem to have seen it. If she had seen it, she probably wouldn't have such an expression. She would have pounced on me and killed me. When else could I have seen it? I only recorded a few pages in Phoenix City. Later on, you got lazy and didn't write much. Xiaoyan pouted, making her look even more playful. Fortunately, it was just as he expected. Yes, I'm a laziest person. I didn't write much when I arrived in Fenghai. Zhuo was relieved and said casually, You didn't write much, but you did. Well, can you show me what you've written recently? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Xiaoyan felt that her body was a little soft and her mind was a little blurry. She thought that the alcohol was really strong, but she was also interested in Zhuo's new diary. She got close to Zhuo's face and said, I want to see the new one. Zhuo was startled and said, I didn't write recently. You really didn't write? Xiaoyan asked softly as she got closer to him. They were only 2 or 3 centimeters apart. Normally, Xiaoyan would never be so bold and teasing. However, at this moment, after drinking this wine, her feelings surged. The more she looked at Zhuo, the more she liked him. She felt that her body was getting colder and colder, while Zhuo was getting hotter and hotter. Where she felt that Zhuo's body was getting colder and she was getting hotter and hotter. She had to get closer to him to feel comfortable. This feeling was getting heavier and heavier, and there were signs that it was getting out of control. She couldn't control herself at all. I really didn't write. Zhuo looked at the petal-like red lips that were close to him and smelled the sweet fragrance. He couldn't help but pout and kiss her. The moment their lips touched, Xiaoyan trembled as if she had been electrocuted. She only felt that her body was burning hot, and with this contact, a cold breath came over. For a moment, Her whole body was so comfortable that it felt like she was floating. She subconsciously retreated, but her mind became more and more blurred. She only felt that she was flying in an instant. She bit her lip and said, Duo, don't move. So Xiaoduo said, I won't move, I won't move. Miss Cat, have we drunk enough for today? We've drunk 2 big glasses, which is almost half a kilo. So Xiaoyan only felt that her body was getting hotter and hotter, and her body was getting softer and softer. Her breathing became rapid, but she didn't forget her original intention. She said in a trembling voice, Drink. 1 more glass. She suddenly swayed and giggled. There's fruit on the coffee table. She waved her hand, but for some reason, the fruit on the coffee table didn't come to her. So Xiaoyan snorted and stood up to get the fruit. But for some reason, the closer she got to Xiaoduo, the cooler she felt his body was. On the other hand, her body was too hot, so hot that she wanted to take off her clothes. Duo, are you hot? So Xiaoduo looked at her swaying body and was inexplicably worried. He reached out and grabbed her hand, saying, Miss Cat, you're drunk. When their hands touched, the cold and heat flowed at the same time. The flaming sun and moon spirit were automatically transferred to each other. Both of them trembled as if they had been electrocuted. It's so comfortable. Zhua Xiaoyan's body went limp, and for some reason, she fell into Zhua Xiaoduo's arms. Zhua Xiaoduo pulled Zhua Xiaoyan into his arms and placed her on his lap, saying, Miss Cat. Zhua Xiaoyan lay softly in his arms. Her starry eyes were dazed. She hugged him with her arms and murmured, Doggy, you're so bad. Why is it so hot, so hot? It won't be hot if I kiss you. No. It's not hot anymore, right? It's still hot. You can't. I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. After a long time, Zhua Xiaoyan's starry eyes were drunk. She sat in Zhua Xiaoduo's arms, her body like cotton wool. She hugged Zhua Xiaoduo's neck and murmured, Doggy, kiss me. Zhua Xiaoduo had a very satisfying night. After the first time, Zhua Xiaoyan woke up. She felt like crying when she sensed her condition. She pouted and said, Why? I don't know. Zhua Xiaoduo said happily, We were going to consummate our marriage anyway. The heavens are helping us. But this is not right. Doggy, you tricked me. I didn't trick you. You pushed me down. You have to take responsibility for me. I don't care anymore. I was wrong. Feel it. This dual cultivation is progressing really fast. It's too fast. The spiritual energy in your body is already at the intermediate stage of the Tao integration stage. It's true. It was naturally a good thing that her cultivation base had improved. However, Zhua Xiaoyan felt as if her entire body was falling apart. She felt as if she was floating in the sky. She subconsciously pushed him with her little hands. Get up. Why are you? Zhua Xiaoyan was extremely regretful. She had tried so hard to escape, but in the end, she had delivered herself to him. This was a classic case of being caught in a trap of one's own making. She had delivered herself to the door and delivered herself to the tiger's mouth. However, she couldn't say anything that she was also very smart. After thinking about it, how could she not think of the problem? The problem must be with the wine. But why was there a problem with the wine? The wine itself was a rare tonic. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand the spiritual energy emitted from the wine, let alone taste it. This was definitely true. Moreover, after doing that, her cultivation base had indeed improved greatly. This was even more evidence. Moreover, she was the one who suggested drinking wine. So Xiaoduo didn't take the initiative to mention it. So where did the problem lie? Zhua Xiaoyan spent the whole night running, resisting, begging for mercy, and then collapsing into a pile of mud. Over and over again, Zhua Xiaoduo didn't expect himself to be so brave. The result was that the next morning, Zhua Xiaoyan's body was filled with earth-shattering cultivation base. But it seemed that she couldn't even move a finger, that her face was pale, and she was lying on the bed. It seemed that she didn't have long to live. Anyway, her condition didn't look good. Zhua Xiaoduo, on the other hand, was full of energy. He got up half naked, wearing only shorts, and quickly looked for recovery medicine in the space ring. Come on, drink a bottle. Good girl. Ah. After drinking the water, Xiaoyan lay back on the bed heavily, panting. She pulled up the quilt and covered her body. She said weakly, You go out. I won't go out. I have to take care of you. I don't need you to take care of me. Go out quickly. I'm not naughty. I'm just a little sleepy and want to sleep. Xiaoyan was shocked. Her beautiful eyes widened. I can't. Don't come over. At this moment, Xiaoyan was so nervous that even her toes were taut. She really couldn't take it anymore. For the whole night, the little dog was like a battering ram. Xiaoyan felt that her body had shattered into a galaxy of stars. Sometimes, even her consciousness had shattered into a galaxy of stars. It wasn't a short while, but a whole 13 hours now. After resting for less than half an hour, Xiaoduo was actually sleepy again. How could Xiaoyan not be afraid? How could this be? Absolutely not. I want to get up. Xiaoyan struggled to get up. I'll help you put on your clothes. Let me serve Sister Nian. Sister Nian, it's been hard on you. Get out of here. It's inconvenient for you. I'm helping you. How can you treat my kindness as malice? You're letting my heart down. Then don't move around. You're thinking too much. She was only halfway through putting on her clothes, but it turned into taking off her clothes. You, I really can't take it anymore. I'll help you cultivate. Once your cultivation is high enough, you'll be able to take another step forward. It wasn't until the afternoon that Xiaoyan struggled to get up on her trembling legs. She put on her clothes and cleaned up the mess on the bed with a red face. Not only the bed sheets, but even a mattress and blankets were kept in her space ring. Then, she weakly sat on the sofa and leaned against the back of the sofa. She verbally instructed Xiaoduo to clean up the mess. Xiaoduo was still bare-chested and wearing only a pair of shorts. He was excitedly busy. As he worked, he reminisced about the aftertaste. From time to time, he would let out hee sounds. Finally, his long-cherished wish came true. Xiaoduo was now filled with happiness. He was perfectly satisfied. Basically, he didn't think about anything else. He only thought that it was almost nighttime. However, Nian Cat's first time last night was torturous. Tonight, as he was making the bed, he suddenly turned around and asked with concern, Nian Cat, have you applied medicine? Xiaoyan blushed. She snorted and didn't say anything. As a cultivator of my generation, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the physique, and the faster the recovery of the body. Are you almost fully recovered? Xiaoduo asked excitedly. No, I just got up. I'm not in a good condition. Xiaoyan saw that Xiaoduo's face was filled with longing for the taste of the marrow, and he was furious. Naturally, he didn't want to be nice to him. After cleaning up, Xiaoduo supported Xiaoyan and took a walk in the villa. He supported her carefully as if she was fragile porcelain. Actually, you'll get used to it. Bah, I don't want to get used to it. Nian Cat, think about it carefully. You were the one who pushed me last night. I was the one who was passive. You're still talking about it. Xiaoduo supported her while nagging. Nian Cat, when I was studying the learning materials, I found a particularly interesting posture. Get lost. Okay, we'll study it later. I told you to get lost. No problem. We can criticize it later. At the same time, we can practice it. As the saying goes, true knowledge comes from practice. As a high-level cultivator, Xiaoyan's physical body recovered very quickly. At night, she didn't feel anything unusual. She held her sword and planned to start practicing to strengthen her foundation. After all, the progress of her cultivation last night could only be described as terrifying. The spiritual power of water and fire was completely dissolved. Moreover, it was the first time they had drunk this kind of wine. Naturally, the effect was extraordinarily powerful. In addition, it was the first time they had dual cultivation using the fiery sun and moon spirit. It would be illogical if they didn't benefit from it. In just one night, the two of them had risen from the initial stage of the Tao integration stage to the advanced stage of the Tao integration stage. Both of them felt the strange and powerful power in their bodies. This matter was so magical. If they could improve at this speed, even if there was only half a month left before the demons returned, half a month in the real world was equivalent to 7.5 years in the Tower of Annihilation. After 7.5 years of dual cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult for the two of them to advance to the primordial chaos realm. Perhaps they could even go one step further. This was simply, by the way, didn't you say yesterday that you were going to collect the Astral Soul's jade powder? Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and said, and those things you printed, you can also collect a batch of them. Zhuo Xiaoyan's abacus clicked loudly. As long as she coaxed the little dog out of the Tower of Annihilation, no matter how long he stayed outside, she could always rest for a few days in the Tower of Annihilation. If that was the case, it would be a lot easier than last night. The little dog went on a rampage almost tirelessly. She was so weak that she didn't have any strength left, but the little dog still refused to let her go. He actually took advantage of her when she was weak, when she was powerless to resist. He played with her. Just thinking about it made Zhuo Xiaoyan's face turn red with embarrassment. It was so embarrassing. This little dog was too despicable. How could he bully her like this? That if he continued to do it tonight, she wouldn't be able to stand it. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly remembered. Yes, you're right. This way, you'll have time to rest. I'll be back soon. Wait for me. As he spoke, he left the Tower of Annihilation in a flash, whistling. Zhuo Xiaoyan heaved a sigh of relief. She staggered to the side of the bed and fell directly onto it. She fell asleep. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Zhuo Xiaoduo anxiously went out for a walk. After his identity was exposed, he simply used his connections to request the officials to send all the remaining Astral Soul's jade powder that was used for cultivation to Fenghai. Because of this, they specially opened up a huge place to settle it. Because of this order, many cultivators came from all over the world to dump large amounts of Astral Soul's jade powder here every day. Boss Sun, who was originally in charge of purchasing the Astral Soul's jade powder for Zhuo Xiaoduo, was promoted to the chief steward. His daily job was to supervise and organize people to collect the jade powder properly. Every time Zhuo Xiaoduo came, the place would be emptied. However, very soon, mountains of jade powder would be piled up again. After all, the Astral Soul's jade powder was an inevitable product of cultivators' cultivation. The entire continent worked together to supply it. The amount was indescribable. During this time, in the Tower of Annihilation, mountains of jade powder of Astral Soul's jade powder fell. The efficiency was many times higher than before. Guanshana only had one job now, which was to lead a large team and travel back and forth between Shangjing and Fenghai. There was only one job, which was to obtain Tianji orders. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo only needed to go to Feng Yinua's place to obtain a large amount of Tianji orders. No one knew what Zhuo Xiaoduo was thinking. He already had hundreds of billions of Tianji orders in his hands. No matter what, Zhuo Xiaoduo wouldn't be able to use them all up. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo insisted on taking as much as he could get. The Tianji orders were only for one order, but the content was to make as much as they could. Now, all the printing factories around Shangjing were urged by Jin Yunsheng to contact their bosses and directly stop all other business. They only made Tianji orders, and the production capacity accumulated like this reached a terrifying level. Guan Shanha went once a day and realized that the space rings of 100 people were definitely not enough. Therefore, the next time he went, he sent a team of 200 people. If it wasn't for the sake of safety, Guan Shanha would have brought all the space rings with him. However, if they were robbed, Guan Shanha admitted that he couldn't bear the responsibility. Since he already had so many Tianji orders in his hands, Zhuo Xiaoduo used them without any scruples. The last time he came back from Shangjing, he distributed more than 100,000 of them along the way. He used them very generously. A few days ago, when he went to the Hidden Dragon High School, he also distributed one to each person. As a result, everyone in the Hidden Dragon High School had a copy. With this operation, the benefits that came with it came one after another. Originally, if Swishaoduo only relied on himself, even if he had a godlike appearance and an eidetic memory, it would be impossible for him to remember so many people. Now that the Tianji orders were distributed in large quantities, as long as he saw a person in the future, he could just take the Tianji orders from them and take a look. He didn't need to spend time memorizing the person's background or karma. And before Swishaoduo made it clear, the other party wouldn't be able to see that he had such a card on him no matter what. This could be said to be Xiaoduo's biggest cheat at the moment and the source of his confidence. Everyone who had received the Tianji orders from him only needed to take a look at them to know the trajectory of their fate. As for those who hadn't received the Tianji orders, he would wait until he met them and then distribute one. What a simple matter. It had to be said that ever since the integration of the jade pendant on his chest and the upgrade of his cultivation technique, Swishaoduo was now the world's biggest cheat. In this mortal world, he was a living bug-level existence. Chapter 1272. Imagine how terrifying it would be when everyone in the world no longer had any secrets in front of you. Even though Swishaoduo had the identity of a super second-generation heir and the strength of a high-level cultivator, he still didn't dare to explain why he printed so many Tianji orders. He was worried that he would be beaten to death if he told others about it. It was a taboo. Therefore, even Zhuxianyan didn't know the whole story. When Swishaoduo came out this time, he saw that all the cities and villages on the continent were working hard to build earthquake-proof houses. It was probably because of this policy that many skyscrapers that were under construction stopped, and the surrounding areas were emptied. The government gave a strict order to demolish all the buildings that were more than 10 stories tall within a limited time. There will be continents returning soon. When the two continents collide, there will be a strong earthquake, and the aftershocks will be continuous for a long time. This explosive news was spread all over the world. As for the source of this news, it was naturally one Minsheng who spread the news, and then Swishaoduo. This news would certainly cause people's hearts to waver, but as long as it was handled properly, it could mobilize the people's solidarity and help them overcome the difficulties together. In fact, the three continents were doing the same thing and making the same choice. This time, the return of the continents was preemptively prevented. The people or other lives that were supposed to die in this earthquake would all be rewarded with merits. And this merit would be shared by Wan Minsheng, Swishaoduo, and the higher-ups of the astral souls. This great merit would also become a great foundation for the higher-ups of the astral souls. The entire astral souls issued the notice to demolish the tall buildings with unprecedented urgency, and almost no resistance was met that this was the trend of the world. Some of the places where the tall mountains were, countless warriors had set up layers of protection to prevent landslides and other disasters from happening. In short, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Everyone was racing against time and doing their best to avoid the arrival of this calamity. Which direction will it come from? This was a question that Changlu and the others had been pondering over. No one knows what the geographical distribution of the ancient times was like. The return of the continent of devils is a foregone conclusion, but was it originally located in the continent of astral souls? Or on the Wu people's side? Was it returning to its original position? Or random regression? No one could answer this question, especially after he returned. He had no idea what he looked like. For example, when there was only the Astral Souls continent and the Tao League continent returned, the Astral Souls continent and the Tao League continent were bordered by high mountains on one side and a boundless ocean on the other. When the Umno Alliance returned, the two continents were connected by land, while the Umno Alliance and the Tao League were separated by an ocean. Now that the Demon Race's continent had returned, how it would come into contact with the existing three continents was still unknown and difficult to predict. In order to prevent the continent from falling into panic, the higher-ups of the Astral Souls continent threw out another piece of shocking news. This news was, the son of the Sky Patrol minister was getting married. The time was set to be 10 days later. Well, it should be 9 days later now. The Sky Patrol minister couple sent out an invitation to the entire continent. We welcome all the heroes of the world to attend the ceremony. In this message, there was no mention of who could come and who couldn't, but all the forces were aware of this. Those who weren't qualified couldn't go. Especially since the wedding was held at the Sun Moon Pass. The journey was quite far. The current Sun Moon Pass was probably more dangerous than before. This was a moment of life and death for the continent. Those who were weak shouldn't join in the fun. In addition, many people knew that such a big shot wouldn't just hold a simple wedding. They would use this wedding as an excuse to arrange some follow-up. What follow-up? You can't think of it? Is your brain filled with tofu dregs? Didn't you see that the Sky Patrol minister couple sent out invitations to all the heroes of the world? That included the Tao League and the UMNO Alliance. It was equivalent to inviting all the powerhouses in the world, and there were no restrictions. If you still couldn't figure out this mystery, then your brain must have been damaged, and it must be quite damaged that actually Zhuo Changlu and his wife weren't interested in the guesses of the world. They were busy with something important. After all, there were some people that they needed to contact personally. Brother, you on that day, you will definitely be the MC. Zhuo Changlu was on the phone. No problem. Other than me, no one else in the world is qualified. Okay. Brother Lei, don't forget to invite everyone a drink on that day. This is really a joyous occasion. Okay. Cough. Your wife emptied our warehouse the last time. Oh, is that so? Ha. Then she should have accumulated quite a lot by now, right? Okay, you must come. I have prepared a banquet. Okay, I'm hanging up. Brother Hong, your godson is getting married. If you're busy, you don't have to come. What do you mean, Zhuo? What? Could it be that you want to come? Are you giving me face? My son is getting married, and I don't come personally. Is there any logic in this world? What the hell? You mean you want to come as your son's godfather? Are you sure you're not joking? I'm joking with you. My identity should have been exposed long ago. What's the point of hiding it? The demons are coming soon. This is a joyous occasion. As the father, shouldn't I sit on the stage and enjoy my godson's kowtow? Of course. As long as you prepare a red packet, there will naturally be tea for you. I'm willing to bleed this time. I must prepare a huge red packet. Well, how can a red packet be enough? Your godson and goddaughter are getting married. In addition to your son and daughter-in-law, you also have to face your daughter and son-in-law. You should know that in your heart. Zhuo, you're really not human. You're blackmailing me. Did I blackmail you? Zhuo Changlu said righteously. Tell me, am I blackmailing you this time? The flood which stuttered on the other end for a long time. Finally, she sighed. You're not blackmailing me. It's good that you know. By the way, help me inform the UMNO Alliance. Don't mess up the wedding of your son, daughter, son-in-law, and daughter-in-law. I'm hanging up. I'm very busy here. Before she finished speaking, the busy tone of the phone rang. The flood which felt helpless in her heart. Should I inform him? How? Should I really say that my godson is getting married and we should all go to the wedding banquet? Should I do this? Or should I say that Zhuo Changchang's son is getting married and we should all go to the wedding banquet? The flood which struggled for a long time and finally didn't have a nerve to use the first reason. Her telepathic thoughts shook all the grand wizards. Ahem, something big is coming. Zhuo Changchang's son is getting married, and he invited us to attend the ceremony. Everyone, get ready and go. I've already agreed. I'll personally lead the team. All the grand wizards suddenly boiled up, and several of them were particularly excited. After all, they had already learned from someone about the intimate relationship between Zhuo Xiaoduo and their boss. The flood which invited all the grand wizards to join the group chat. Golden Scale Wizard. Boss actually knows how to pull people into a group. It's a wonder. It's amazing. Boundless Wizard. More than that, more than that. In this life, I can see boss create a group and get pulled into it. I can die without regrets. Poisonous Wizard was excited. Boss, can I go too? Yes. Ha ha, long live boss. Dan Kong Wizard. Ha ha, I'll start preparing the gifts. Fire Wizard. Ha ha, I've already prepared the gifts. I knew there would be a day like this. Zhu Meng Wizard. You've prepared everything? Then I'll prepare the gifts too. The Icy Hell Witch said, a bunch of poor people. Only you can prepare shit. When the time comes, it will depend on the boss. Let the boss alone represent all of us. After all, this is a very wonderful and happy event. It's so wonderful that it's called Quack. System notification. Ice Hell Wizard was kicked out of the group chat. Then, the Great Fire Witch pulled the Great Ice Witch back into the group chat. Ice Hell Wizard. Haha, someone's face is reserved, but I'm afraid he's already overjoyed. His body is upright. Haha, someone is just at Sundara. Dress up well, and don't embarrass yourself. Then Ice Hell Wizard was kicked out of the group chat again. After that, Great Witch Flood carried her twin hammers and went to the Ice Soul Mountain. After a while, Ice Hell Wizard said in the group chat, I've prepared the gifts. This is the time to show the strength of the Umno Alliance. Everyone must be prepared. Don't embarrass yourself, and don't embarrass the Wu people. Icy Hell Witch, this is the most important thing at the moment. Everyone must be on high alert. Icy Underworld Witch, prepare some gifts. Let boss look through the gifts first, just in case. Icy Underworld Witch, maybe there will be a meeting this time. Brothers, you have to be prepared. There were some problems that needed to be considered in advance. For example, what if the demons returned? Great Ice Nether Witch. While all the other senior magi were dumbfounded, the senior Ice Hell Magus sent 20 to 30 messages in the group. He wasn't being cheap at all. He didn't have the slightest bit of foul mouth. It was all about the overall situation and the harmony of the three races. Raging Inferno, Pill, Emptiness, Wind, Emperor Bamboo, Radiance, Boundless Golden Scales, Burning Candle, Thunder, Bow, Venomous Poison, West Sea all expressed their feelings at the same time. Dazed eyes, dazed eyes, dazed eyes, dazed eyes. Did Bing Ming really say that? How could Bing Ming say that? Wasn't this too serious? Fuck that, I've been with my brother for so many years, but I still don't understand him. That this is definitely a lifetime series. Wind Emperor Magus, it's okay to attend it. As for the gifts, just do whatever you want. Don't listen to Bing Ming. Zhui Chong Chong Sun's wedding has nothing to do with us. Golden Scales Magus, Wind Emperor is right. What other business could Bing Ming have? Boundless Magus. That's true. West Sea Magus. I'll just take a fish. Thunderstorm Magus. I'm also reluctant to give something too good as a gift. 1 meter higher sky always wants to save face. I can't do something like blackmail at my son's wedding, right? Anyway, I'm not going to prepare anything. I'll just give something casually. How can the things on our senior Magus be ordinary? Pill Emptiness Magus. Raging Fire Magus. Icy Underworld Witch. Haha. Although Poisonous Magus didn't know what was going on, he keenly recalled the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer used by his Washao in the Demon Spirit Forest last time. Instinctively, he felt that there was something going on. Poisonous Magus, I don't care how you go. I've carefully prepared a gift. It's not easy to go out. I can't make it too shabby. Although Bing Ming is unreliable most of the time, he's right this time. I can't lose the face of the senior Magus. I must take out a gift that suits the senior Magus. When the Flood Great Witch left the Deep Ice Great Witch, the Deep Ice Great Witch, who had been beaten like mud, jumped up from the ground and rushed out as well. He went to find Pill Emptiness Magus first, and then the two of them went to find Raging Fire Magus together. I can't say it. I can't tell those guys even if I'm beaten to death. Let these guys be embarrassed. It's hard to see such a good show again in my life. I see Underworld, which was full of expectations. Ha ha ha. Pill, Emptiness, and Raging Fire laughed proudly. But the three of us have to prepare well. Of course, if we don't prepare, won't we also be acting? It's better to find some rare things that others can't find and attract people's attention. Yes, this time the three of us will give face to the boss. The boss will definitely look at us differently. Him, what's the use of looking at us differently? Just don't hit me. I didn't say anything in the group today, and I was beaten up at the door. The boss may be going through menopause. Quiet. Shut up. Ha. Even if I don't say it, you can see that guy is now proud and arrogant. What has he become? He's just a godfather, but he thinks he's his real father. Bah, this was Xiaoduo doesn't even know him. Boom. The flood which appeared in the air raised the thousand souls nightmare hammer high and fell heavily. Boom, boom, boom. Say a few more words of sarcasm for me to hear. Boss, please spare my life. I was just too outspoken. Boom, boom, boom. Help. I don't dare. I really don't dare. After a long time, Dan Kong and Icy Inferno came out together. Let's go and find something good. Where should we go? Let's go to the Demon Spirit Forest. We can also see what's going on there. Okay, I won't feel guilty if we rob them. Brother-in-law, carry me. I'm beaten up so badly that I can't walk. Walk on your own. I can't carry you. You can't carry me? Brother-in-law, why are you so weak at such a young age? TSK. No wonder my sister fights with you every day. You can't do it. Fuck your sister. Do you want to die? Fine, Dan Kong is a good guy. Don't be fooled by his face. He's really ferocious. Go to hell. Zhu Yin excitedly went all the way to the Sun Moon Pass and found Zhuo Zhonglu. However, Zhuo Zhonglu was really helpless when it came to Brother Zhu. His son had said very clearly that Zhu Yin hadn't released the disastrous aura for a long time. It was estimated that it had accumulated to a certain extent. It was best to send him to the Demon Spirit Forest. At the very least, he could send him to the Dao League continent. Anyway, he couldn't keep him by his side. He was a disaster bomb that could explode at any time. No, a nuclear bomb. The demons are about to return. Go to the Demon Spirit Forest and see if there's any movement there. Collect some information. Zhuo Chonglu arranged. Okay. Remember to be careful when collecting information. Safety is the most important thing. Okay. Zhu Yin soared into the sky in high spirits and tore through space to enter the Demon Spirit Forest. Although the location of the Demon Spirit Forest was relatively hidden, with Zhuo Xiaoduo's guidance and Zhu Yan's speed, it didn't take long for them to arrive. Collecting information was a piece of cake. Besides, there was no need to fight. Nothing would happen here. Furthermore, he wouldn't be the scapegoat again. Although the demonic aura here seems to be rich, the quality is just average. This kind of thing is most suitable for me. Zhu Yin was a ruthless character who had seen a lot of big scenes since ancient times. He went down carefully. With the current strength of the demons, they wouldn't find him even if he was beaten to death. However, the demonic aura was everywhere. It was difficult to see anything. Zhu Yin didn't find that the demons were also training their soldiers until he landed. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 1 million demon race soldiers lined up in formation, forming a black mass that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were many further away. All in all, this force was very strong. This time, when the demon ancestor returns, we must fight well. No matter what, we must be foolproof. This time, we're going to face the Umno Alliance. The strength of the Umno Alliance cannot be underestimated. Although we have always been in the territory of the Umno Alliance, this is not a favor, but an exchange of conditions. We don't have to have any psychological burden. This time, when the demon ancestor returns, we are on opposite sides. This is a matter of standpoint, nothing else. At this time, Zhu Yin had taken a lot of photos and obtained a lot of material. Feeling that it was enough, he planned to go back to report. After all, it was rare to have a lot of delicious food and fun outside. Probably at this time there was a sudden sound in the air, like a thunderclap. Ungrateful demon bastard! How dare you harbor such thoughts? In the next moment, the monstrous flames rained down from the sky with a momentum that was 1 million times more explosive than a volcanic eruption. Instantly, the left side of the sky was scorched red, while the right side had silently turned into a glacier, and the middle part inexplicably collapsed, as if a piece of space was suddenly missing. With a series of spatial distortions, All the demons in this space were twisted into fragments. Then, countless knives, swords, and hidden weapons turned into a torrential downpour, mixed with unparalleled power and sprinkled down. In just a moment, the demons below had suffered heavy casualties, countless of them. Looking carefully, there were 3 stalwart figures in the sky, and they were rushing down with murderous looks on their faces. Sure enough, those who are not of our race must have different intentions. They want to rebel, kill them all, once and for all, get rid of future troubles. It was Dan Kong, Ice and Fire. It was the 3 great wizards who were searching for wedding gifts everywhere. They just wanted to take advantage of the demons, but when they came over, they heard that these people were actually planning to rebel. Great Wizard Dan Kong was still calling people. The demons in the demon forest are rebelling. Come quickly. At this moment, the group was the most active. Once a sentence was sent out, it was immediately filled with curses. Kill them. The great wizards rushed out one by one, eager to fight. Then, they began to mobilize the troops. Then, the high-level troops of the Wu people who were relatively close to here flew over majestically. The demons are rebelling? They are really rebelling? Even the Flood, which was alarmed by this news. She carried a sledgehammer and rushed over with 3 clones. What's going on? Why did the demons who had been very peaceful suddenly rebel? I wanted to wait until the demons returned from the continent, according to the agreement. But you guys rebelled in advance and were caught red-handed, so don't blame me. Though what's more, this time, there was no prohibition against the non-poisonous great wizards participating in the war. After all, it was an extreme war that could destroy a country. It would be a waste if they didn't use the non-poisonous great wizards. When a non-poisonous great wizard who was originally close to here heard this news, he was so excited that he directly tore through space and flew over with a desperate posture. What the hell, after so many years, I'm finally allowed to go to the battlefield. My poison. Yes, I have it with me. With the arrival of the non-poisonous great wizard, a large area of highly toxic poison shrouded over like a black cloud. In an instant, it became a hell on earth. No, a hell on earth. The highly toxic poison of a non-poisonous great wizard was worthy of being called a great wizard. It was truly the most toxic poison in the world. Zhu Yan, who was hiding nearby, also felt the threat and couldn't help but be shocked. How can this great wizard's poison be so powerful that even I was affected? He had no choice but to sneakily release his own poisonous gas to counter the poisonous gas of the non-poisonous senior magus. Zhu Yan's poison accumulated for countless years. Although he didn't dare to say that it was above the non-poisonous great wizard, there was no problem in isolating it. However, Zhu Yan's own safety was not in danger, but it caused another unforeseen event. The 2 poisonous gases that were at the same peak suddenly came into contact and suddenly turned into a poisonous hurricane like a boiling pot, rushing straight to the ground. Wherever it passed, even the trees and grass were quickly decayed and turned into flying ash in the blink of an eye, not to mention the demons. Their screams were earth-shattering and incessant. Stop! 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 Ah! A few devil elders flew up into the sky and yelled out in anger, Senior Magi, what do you mean by this? We have an agreement. You have already conspired to deal with us here. What agreement? Isn't it a matter of position? Is there any meaning to the agreement? The great wizard of fire's hands didn't stop, and his body didn't stop either. He flew back and forth over the demon spirit forest at lightning speed. Wherever he went, raging flames flew into the sky. Several elders of the demons hurriedly came up to intercept and fought with several great wizards. Finally, they temporarily restrained the 3 of them from slaughtering the demons wantonly. But at this time, the flood, which arrived and directly caused the 2 elders of the demons to age and turn into fragments in the sky. The power of one hammer was unstoppable. How dare you rebel? Not to mention the demons. Even the demon beasts of the demon of forest, including the snakes and insects hidden underground, couldn't escape this calamity and died. The great shamans said to leave no one alive. Their target is the demon race. But what if the great shamans are in a bad mood and insist that this mouse is also alive? So everyone tried their best to exterminate the demon race. For a moment, smoke rose into the sky and flames covered the ground, but by the time the Wizard Alliance's army retreated from the demon spirit forest, not only was there no place to breathe, even the flowers and trees had disappeared. All of them were buried in this place. Only the great shaman of the poisonous great shaman searched back and forth 3 times, as if he had a target, but found nothing. "What are you doing?" Great Shaman Dan Kong asked. "There's still someone hiding here. There's a kind of poison somewhere, but it wasn't released by me." The great shaman of the poisonous great shaman said. As a poison master, the great shaman of the poisonous great shaman was very sensitive to this point. "What do you mean? You mean someone made a move, fighting poison with poison, and saved some of the demon race?" "No, the other party's poison is also aimed at the demon race. It's not fighting poison with poison, but the 2 poisons collide and the power explodes." "Then what are you looking for?" "That's clearly one of us. Help me send the demon race off." Is your brain always so simple? What do you think? If it's not one of us who made a move against our enemy, could it be the demon race? What you said is so reasonable that I have nothing to say. The great shaman of the poisonous great shaman expressed defeat. At this time, Zhu Yan had already run far away. He definitely couldn't find it. The great shaman of the poisonous great shaman searched everywhere, but to no avail. He collected the poison that didn't belong to him and tasted it. That he murmured, "Except for the smell, this poison is really good." Without 10,000 years of precipitation and essence, it can't reach this level. Collect the spoils of war. Turn it all in. Then, return it according to the harvest of the army. The first place will return 30%. The second place will return 20%. The last place will return 5%. The last place will lead the Heavenly King Army to review. Zhu Yan went back in a daze. The process didn't matter. Although the demon race in the demonic spirit forest, the entire race, hundreds of millions of people, were all wiped out all of a sudden, which was shocking. It was nothing to Zhu Yan. After all, this guy was an ancient beast. Since the ancient times, too many races had been wiped out. However, this time, it seemed like the race that was wiped out as soon as it came into contact with the human world. Would this be the starting point of the legend of the Beast of Disaster? Please don't, please don't. Who's that guy with the sledgehammer? With one swing of the sledgehammer, millions of corpses fell. Such strength was rare even in the ancient times. It was almost on the level of the Wu people Zhu Wu, right? If that guy finds me, what will happen to me? Will it be possible for me to escape unscathed? If I didn't consume so much of my origin energy, I might not be able to defeat him, but I should have a chance to escape unscathed, right? As for now, I don't dare to think about it back in front of the Sun Moon Pass. Zhu Yan naturally reported the situation as soon as possible to Chang Lu and his wife were the only ones who knew Zhu Yan's identity. After hearing such shocking news, they looked at Zhu Yan strangely. Damn, so accurate? So domineering? How could Zhu Yan not know what they were thinking when he saw their expressions? He said miserably, "Uncle Zhua, this really can't be blamed on me. It's just a coincidence, just a coincidence." Zhua, Chang Lu comforted him. Of course, this can't be blamed on anyone but you, Brother Zhu. It's just a coincidence, just a coincidence. Don't take it to heart. Don't worry, don't worry. Zhu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Zhua's father is so reasonable. He even removed the blame that has been placed on me. What a good man. Zhua Changlu coughed and said, "Brother Zhu, I'm here. Can you not call me that?" "Yes, little Zhu." Zhua Changlu was very accommodating in this regard. "Yes. Here's the thing. Our defense here is basically foolproof. It's a waste of high-end combat power for you to stay here. You're a wise man who has experienced countless battles in the Archean era. Zhuo Chonglu said in a low voice. Now the Tao League's defense line is relatively critical. It's tense. Zhu Yin blinked. Why did he feel that something was wrong? Illusion? This must be an illusion. Don't you want to go over and help them? I'm thinking too much. With you in charge, they won't be defeated too quickly, and we'll have enough time. Don't you think so? I believe that you definitely have the ability to turn the tide. Just your experience alone is already unmatched in this world. Zhuo Chonglu praised him with great sincerity. To put it bluntly, the person I trust the most now is you. At the same time, you're also the most powerful one. Do you think you can help me with this? Zhu Yan's body suddenly became light as a feather, saying, No problem at all. Just tell me, when you plan to let me go over? The war is fierce and dangerous, and the situation is deteriorating. Naturally, the sooner the better. But after you go over, you mustn't reveal your true identity. There are people from the Tao League over there, each of them. Ahem, they have a lot of problems in this regard. If you reveal your identity, they'll most likely put the blame on you. Zhuo Zhonglu reminded like an old dog. I understand. Zhu Yin was pleased. Old Master Zhuo is so honest and considerate of me. His words really hit the nail on the head. How many times have I been the scapegoat all these years, but now I could truly understand. Everything was because I exposed my identity. If I didn't say that I was Zhu Yin, would anyone be able to put the blame on me? Right? It was my own luck to begin with. How could they blame me for it? What kind of world is this? I understand. I'll be more careful in the future. Zhu Yin said gratefully. After so many years. Old Master Zhuo, you're the first person who's been so considerate of me. They say that there are many good people in the world, but I didn't meet you until today. This is fate. You're welcome. Zhuo Chonglu said calmly. I'll introduce you to them now. I believe that with your help, the Tao League will have an unprecedented change. Okay, that's what I'm going to say. Remember, your safety is the most important thing. Don't put yourself in too much danger. You're going to help them, not die. Understood. Zhuo Chonglu took out his phone with a smile. Brother Lei, how's the defense arrangement going? Sai, it's still not very optimistic. Haha, I knew it wouldn't be very optimistic on your side. I have a brother here whose cultivation base is at the peak of this world. He's almost at the peak of primordial chaos. You know that we have a lot of people on our side. It's already the best we can do to send a brother over to help you. What do you think? Is that enough? When Taoist Thunder heard this, he couldn't believe his ears. This was really a blessing from the heavens. A peak primordial chaos expert was coming over to help. That was great. We were just worried that we didn't have enough manpower. Thank you so much. Brother Zhuo, you're so generous. Thank you so much. Taoist Thunder was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. Brother Zhuo, you're so righteous, so selfless. You're truly too moving. Taoist Thunder couldn't wait to ask, what's this brother's surname? When will he come over? My brother's surname is Zhu, and his name is Zhan. Zhu Zhan. Zhuo Chonglu looked at Zhu Yin, his eyes flashing. Zhu Yin nodded repeatedly. Yes, my name is Zhu Zhan. From now on, I'm Zhu Zhan. If anyone dares to call me Zhu Yin again, I'll fight them. Zhu Yin, the beast of disaster from now on. Get out of my way. Brother Lei, when do you think it's appropriate for him to come over? Zhuo Chonglu asked. Of course, the sooner the better. Taoist Thunder said. Can he come over today? It's best if he comes today. That way, we can have more time. Good. Then I'll have him rush over this afternoon. When the time comes, he'll take my letter and go straight to you. That's great. By the way, let me tell you, Brother Lei, if my brother goes over to your side, don't let him be wronged. I definitely won't agree to that. How's that possible? We'll definitely get along very well. Ha ha ha. Then I won't say much. Let's wait for the wedding banquet 8 days later. We'll talk about it when we meet. Let's make it clear in advance. If the Tao League's gifts are too low class, I won't accept them. Don't blame me for not telling you the ugly truth, haha. Zhuo Chonglu said in a joking tone. That won't do. Daoist thunder was full of joy at this moment, so he naturally agreed without hesitation. It was obvious that this Dao League leader was in a very good mood at this moment. Therefore, on the day Zhu Yan returned to the Sun Moon Pass, he tore open the space again and rushed over to the Dao League. Yu Xingchen, who was sitting on the side, was full of confusion. Why didn't such a great expert come to the Astral Souls continent? Zhua, Changchong, you actually sent him to help the Dao Alliance. When did our relationship with the Dao League become so close? Seeing that Zhu Yan had gone far away, Yu Xingchen finally said in displeasure, "What's going on? Why didn't I realize that we're rich enough to support the Dao League? Why did you send such a great expert over just like that?" Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo Changlu coughed. "Brother Yu." Then he transmitted his voice. "Brother Yu, that brother Zhu, just now, is Zhu Yan." Yu Xingchen was shocked. "Zhu Yan? The beast of misfortune?" Zhuo Changlu nodded calmly and continued to transmit his voice. Since this guy reappeared in the mortal world, apart from staying by Xiao Duo's side, he only went to 2 realms. One of them was to visit the Wang family, and then the Wang family was wiped out by the heavenly tribulation. The other was the demonic forest. He just came here today, and I asked him to go to the demon race to get some information. However, not long after he left, the entire demon race in the demonic forest was wiped out by the Umno Alliance. 12 grand shamans, most of the heavenly kings of the Umno Alliance, the elite army of the Wu people, and the 3 strongest forces of the Wu people wiped out the demonic forest in one day. Hiss! Yu Xingchen gasped, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. His face turned pale. So powerful? The beast of misfortune is so domineering. There's too much evidence in front of you. Do you dare to try? It's better to believe it than not. Then, let's die together. Yes, you're right. It's better to let this demon go to the Dao League to help. We can't afford it. You did the right thing. Speaking of which, it's really quite dangerous. Zhu Yan was the beast of misfortune in the legends. Who would have thought that would appear in front of them one day? Eating a meal in the Wang family was wiped out. Going to the demonic forest to get information, the entire demon race was wiped out. Who wouldn't be afraid? If the demonic beasts were to act up at the Sun Moon Pass, it was terrifying to think about. Drink. Zhuo Xiaoyan was so embarrassed that she couldn't take it anymore. Get out of my sight. You sound so good. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. There was an indescribable ripple on his face. Zhuo Xiaoyan bared her fangs and brandished her claws. She turned around and wanted to attack, but her vital part was grabbed. She couldn't help but scream. That night, Zhuo Xiaoduo pestered her relentlessly. He tried to reason with her with his emotions. He also tried to persuade her with his pleas. Finally, the two of them once again drank 2 cups of wine that were as incompatible as fire and water. Since Wu Xiaoyan had already recovered, so Xiao Duo no longer controlled himself. His head was in an orderly manner, and he advanced and retreated according to the rules. You don't understand, but all couples in the world are like this. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can check on the internet. Isn't all knowledge like this? Besides, no one else knows about this. Aya, you're so troublesome. I'll check for you. Look, it's written in a book, right? In ancient times, this kind of picture was only available in the palace. Why would I lie to you? You're so smart, I can't lie to you. Actually, it's easy to understand. It's just that I'm still very shy and can't let go. Actually, this is a very normal thing between couples. But everything has a beginning. What's wrong with this? It's okay. I can understand. We can also wait. Look, let's start with the simplest way this. If I lie to you, I won't be able to get on your bed as punishment. Is that okay? Look, I've already made such a vicious oath. I'm definitely not lying to you. Okay, then you. And so, the next morning, Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't get up again. Li Chenglong and the others' excited voices came from outside. Zhuo, are you there? Zhuo, there's good news. Great news. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. He put on his clothes and went out. He sealed the bedroom and walked out. He frowned and said, "Why are you all shouting? Look at all of you. You're all adults, but you don't even know how to be polite." Li Qinglong chuckled and gathered around. "We've been in Epiphany for 2 or 3 days. We've reaped great rewards this time. There seems to be an outline of the path ahead." I asked around, and it seems like everyone has reaped great rewards. What about you, Zhua? Of course I've reaped great rewards too. In fact, I've reaped even more rewards than all of you. Zhua Xiaoduo humphed. "I'm already at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, and I'm about to compress my vital energy. What about all of you? How far have you progressed?" Tao integration pinnacle stage? Pinnacle stage? Li Qinglong and the others were all dumbstruck. How? How could he be so fast? Didn't he break through later than all of us? How could this be? Li Qinglong and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. The fastest among them was only at the initial stage. There was still a long way to go before they could reach the intermediate stage. It was said that they still needed 7 or 8 more times to gain enlightenment, as well as a deeper understanding of their cultivation base. After that, they would need to pass a few more trials before they could reach the intermediate stage. But how did Zhua progress so quickly? However, every time Li Qinglong and the others saw this, they would feel a chill in their hearts. After all, Zhua Xiaoduo's image was deeply ingrained in their hearts. Now that Zhua deliberately created this image, it made them panic and fear in their hearts. They even suspected that Zhua's cultivation had progressed too fast, so much so that he had gone mad. Otherwise, how could he make such a scene? After all, when this state appeared on Father Zhua, it was graceful and elegant. However, when it was on Zhua Xiaoduo, it was like trying to paint a tiger, but ended up looking like a dog. They really could not bear to look at it. How could they not be frightened? When Zhua Xiaoyan finally got rid of someone and came out to resume her cultivation, everyone gathered together to learn from each other. This time, Li Qinglong and the others felt that they were hit harder if they found that it had only been a year and a half since they last saw each other. The flow of time in the space exterminating tower. But Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan's cultivation had improved to a level that no one could catch up to. Originally, they could still see their backs and were confident that they could catch up with them. However, now, they could only see a trail of dust behind them. Even the smoke and dust behind them could not be seen. How can they be so fast and so exaggerated? Are there really no hidden dangers at this rate of improvement? Li Qinglong and the others were immediately anxious. Then, they cultivated even harder. Even with their cultivation level of mid-stage Tao integration stage, they could cultivate until they fell asleep. This kind of training was simply heaven-defying. Then, they gradually found that Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan were clearly not as hardworking as they claimed. Every time they came out, they would cultivate and cultivate. Most of the time, they would get used to improving their moves and techniques and sharpening their techniques. Many times, the two of them would even hold hands and take a stroll or talk in the forest filled with spirit plants and spirit seedlings. They were clearly living a very comfortable life. As the saying went, there are hundreds of flowers in spring and the moon in autumn. There are cool winds in summer and snow in winter. Their days were sweet and happy. But why was the gap between them getting bigger and bigger day by day? What kind of logic was this? Everyone was simply puzzled. This was too unfair. 8 days passed like this. In the morning, Zhua Xiaoduo went out and saw a message from Wei Yuding on his phone. "Come, the wedding is the day after tomorrow. Let's go. Let's go." Zhua Xiaoduo felt a surge of happiness and cheered from the bottom of his heart. Zhua Xiaoyan blushed. She sat up with difficulty and put on her clothes. She stood up and walked 2 steps. However, she felt that her legs were weak. "Don't do anything for the next 2 days," Zhua Xiaoyan said very sternly. Okay, let's hurry. We'll talk about the rest when we reach the Sun-Moon Pass." In the afternoon of this day, the 15 of them rode the wind and soared into the sky with great momentum. They soared into the 9 heavens, and the wind and clouds surged in the vast sky. It was as if there were giant dragons, and the wind and clouds were meeting. They swayed along the rolling clouds, all the way to the south. Principal Yi, Teacher 1, Hidden Dragon High School, we're going. In the sky, with Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian taking the lead, the others split into 2 wings. Like a huge, sharp arrow, they cut through the sky and rushed to the south. On this day, the sky above Fenghai was filled with colorful clouds. It was magnificent. The shadows of 15 people appeared in the sky one by one to bid farewell to the Hidden Dragon High School. Below, countless people could clearly see it. It was a magnificent sight. This was also the origin of the myths and legends that were passed down through the ages. The legend was first written in this day. This scene was coincidentally seen by a famous painter. He was inspired. When he went back, he recorded this scene in a painting, and it would be passed down through the ages. 7 to the left, 8 to the right, 8 to the south, magnificent and unparalleled in the cold sky. Who in the world can be a match for them? 15 sovereigns are young. It was titled 15 Sovereigns Battle Map. This painting became the #1 treasure painting in the whole continent. It was bought by Yi Chongqing at a high price and hidden in the Hidden Dragon High School. It was the treasure of the Hidden Dragon High School. In the future, if one wanted to take a look, they would have to pay a hefty fee. Cultivators below the Sky Realm had no right to see it. Yes, students of the Hidden Dragon High School only needed to pay a certain amount of credits to see the legend. Because of this, countless geniuses gathered at the Hidden Dragon High School. They only wanted to catch a glimpse of the big picture and see the legend. Let's not talk about this later, but in the Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Chongqing and Wen Xingtian stood on the roof and waved their hands. Their eyes were full of blessings and reluctance. There was a strong sense of melancholy and also extreme gratification. Hidden Dragon High School, first grade class 1. All the students looked at their former classmates in the sky. Everyone's face was solemn, and their hearts were silent. Meng Zhangjun looked at Zhun Piapiao's graceful figure in the sky. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her peerless beauty was like ice and snow. He couldn't help but sigh softly. There was an indescribable sense of loss in his heart. Not long ago, they could still stand side by side. But now, he could only look up to her. Hao Han was beside him and said lightly. In the end, she still sneaked in. Haha, I don't know what price she paid. This wasn't a day or two of preparation, but several days of careful preparation. Countless red cloth and colored silk also wandered in the wind and the air. It was a joyous atmosphere. At this moment, many high-level cultivators had already rushed over from all directions to congratulate them. For today, the Wu people and the human race have been fighting for many years. From today onwards, the flags and drums would cease. All the follow-up matters would wait until after the wedding. Everything in the continent had to make way for this wedding. The #1 genius of the Astral Souls continent, the son of the Sky Inspector Minister and the adopted daughter of the Sky Inspector Minister, were getting married today, on such a big day where everyone was celebrating. Who would be so blind as to come out and cause trouble? Zhuo Chonglu, Wu Yuding, and the others were busy welcoming and greeting the guests. At this moment, countless great figures that only existed in legends were arriving one after another. Relying on the rallying power of the Sky Surveyor throne, all the top experts of the 3 continents were gathered together for this wedding. Not a single person was allowed to slip through the net. Even Chan Sheng, who was aloof from worldly affairs, came from afar and rushed over with the West Sea Shaman. At some point in time, the Sun and Moon Pass had been overgrown with grasshopper plants. The greenery extended all the way to the horizon. Small flowers swayed in the wind. They were like smiling faces blooming, adding a touch of brilliance to this grand event. This unprecedented grand event attracted the attention of all the top forces in the world. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, They would feel that it was unfair and would be angry because of it. Even if it's the marriage of the minister's son, it shouldn't be so grand. TSK, the second generation, is awesome. The entire continent is celebrating this wedding. Haha, I can only cheer 666. Reincarnation is really a skill. Haha, I admit that I'm jealous. A wedding, so many people are involved. 3 continents are giving gifts at the same time. TSK. The minister is really good at making money. I still remember the legend of the minister, the 1 meter higher sky. Could it be that it's not a lie? It had to be said that wherever the sun shone, no matter what era, what dynasty, or what crisis it was, there would always be countless lemon spirits and countless contrarians jumping up and down. There were also countless people who had no sense of shame. Because of their negative emotions, they were jealous, they were causing trouble, and they were saying things just to stir up other people's negative emotions. However, there was no exception. None of these jealous people were qualified to attend the wedding ceremony because people with bad intentions would never be able to reach the top and set foot on the peak. This was also the fairest place in any era, or dynasty. Unlike these jealous people, everyone who came, or those who had some brains, would naturally understand. This time, it was not just a wedding. The wedding was just a prelude. The most important thing was the meaning of this gathering. Combined with the announcements from the 3 continents, the news of the imminent return of the devil race had already been made clear. At this time, it was necessary to have such a grand gathering, to announce to the 3 continents that we have enough experts, and we have enough strength. No matter what kind of enemy comes, we can deal with them and eliminate their threat. The people don't need to panic and don't need to be frightened. The rear of the 3 continents would remain stable and peaceful. This was not to show off, but it was necessary, because there were always some people in this world who couldn't feel safe as long as they couldn't see them. These people were not a minority. Once they felt insecure, they might do other things. If I'm not good, then I want others to accompany me. After the war, everyone would feel that holding such a wedding for Zhuo was a well-deserved and wise decision. It had far-reaching significance and was far from enough, but at present, at this moment, no one had such an understanding. However, if one were to look at the current scene, it would seem that everyone had come to attend the wedding. There were a total of 99 accountants, each occupying a large table, each occupying a seat, and each of them was accompanied by more than a dozen assistants to collect the gifts. Except for the gifts of the heavenly king level and above, which were presented at the wedding site, everyone else would be led to the seats arranged by the ushers after handing in the gifts. This seat could be said to be a carrot and a pit. As long as you sat down, your divine sense would be connected to the seat, and then a gift would appear in front of you. In these few days, as long as you sat in this seat, you wouldn't have to worry about anything, whether it was eating, drinking, playing, or doing whatever you wanted. Even if you stood up and went out for a walk, no one would be able to sit in your seat. In this way, the possibility of the troublemakers not being able to find you was avoided to the greatest extent, and that gift in return was even more valuable than the gifts that many people had given, the kind that was much more valuable. As for the grievances between them, those things, no one even mentioned anything like can't take revenge today, can't do that these words must not be spoken. Who would dare to cause trouble at the wedding of the minister's son? Do you still want to be well? Even if a person who could hold half a caddy of alcohol drank 10 caddies, he would definitely not be so drunk that he would lose his mind. Countless people flew here and there, and after they landed, countless vegetables, star beast meat, and demonic beast meat fell down like small mountains. Then, they were immediately dragged away and digested without a trace. Wine jars that were as big as mountains fell from the sky one by one. They were then collected and cleaned up in an instant. All the cooks of the 4 armies were gathered together, forming a camp that was comparable to 1,000,000 soldiers. And the sky above this camp was raining nonstop. Rain of wine, rain of meat, rain of vegetables. Heavy rain, heavy rain, heavy rain, Super heavy rain. At this time, the people who had already sat down saw the strange scene of rain pouring down, and many people's mouths almost split open. Fuck, this is really an eye-opener. How many ingredients and resources are needed to supply this? Just in these 2 minutes, no less than 100,000 tons of wine have fallen. Not to mention the meat and vegetables. I think there's 1,000,000 tons of meat. Oh my God, how many people are needed to receive this? I think your brain doesn't know how to think. What kind of place is this? This is the Sun Moon Pass. Disregarding everything else, the 4 armies are still here even though the front lines have stopped fighting. How much consumption is needed just for them alone? I have nothing to say. In this situation, I only have one sentence to say. Apart from this sentence, even with my knowledge of the past and present, I really can't think of any other words to describe this. What sentence? This sentence is awesome. Too awesome. Fuck you. Who doesn't know how to describe a dog like you? Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding stood side by side in the middle of the sky above the Sun Moon Pass. If one's cultivation was not at the Dao integration stage or above, it would be very difficult to discover their presence. However, as long as one's cultivation was at the Dao integration stage or above, they would be able to sense the presence of the couple, who were like the only stars in the night sky. Naturally, they would immediately fly over to greet them. Minister, congratulations, congratulations. Same to you. Thank you very much. This is just a small gift to show my respect. This is too extravagant. Let's register. The people who had already taken their seats looked on in horror as the mythical figures flew to an empty place with a respectful expression. They bowed, smiled apologetically, and exchanged greetings. Then, they landed with a face full of glory and satisfaction that after registering their gifts, they were led down to find their seats. The minister must be there. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people going over to greet him. I see. Of course, this should be the case. Everyone instantly understood. It's a pity that my cultivation is too low. Even the minister can't see him. Sigh. We'll see him in a while. When the wedding day comes, the minister will definitely appear. Besides, the minister has no choice. If everyone sees him and goes up to shake his hand one by one, the minister probably won't be able to lift his sword today. That's billions of people. That's true. If billions or even tens of billions of people go up to shake his hand, no matter how high the minister's cultivation is, he will probably be shaved bald. You really dare to say that? Hee. It's so noisy. The minister probably didn't hear it. It's a big day. If he heard, he won't argue with you. The north wind blew. In the sky, there seemed to be a sharp arrow flying through the air. One of the 4 great generals, Nan Zhengxian, flew up. He was wearing a golden helmet and golden armor. He suddenly enlarged in the sky. The golden light was dazzling. He was 10,000 feet tall, like a god descending to the earth. He laughed loudly and said, "The bridegroom is here. The bride is here. Everyone get ready." Boom, boom, boom. Cannon salutes began to sound from all directions. Instantly, the sky shook. Countless cannon salutes rang through the sky. The sky was dye black. It was so dark that one couldn't see his fingers in front of him. First, he created an artificial night sky. Then, colorful fireworks shot up into the sky. In the sky, they bloomed brightly. In broad daylight, he created the beautiful effect of fireworks under the boundless night sky. Everyone exclaimed in satisfaction and exclaimed in amazement. Just this move alone was quite thoughtful, high-end, and classy. Chapter 1275. The rumbling sounds were endless. High in the sky, the firecrackers sounded like hundreds of flowers blooming together. They were beautiful, dazzling, and lasting for a long time. Everyone raised their heads to watch such a grand scene. His eyes were filled with infatuation and envy. She was simply too beautiful. Even though everyone present was a lord of a place, a hero of a force, or a first-class master in this world. They couldn't help but be moved. After a long while, the sound of fireworks finally came to an end, leaving only darkness in the sky. At this moment, the sky in the north was suddenly torn open, and sunlight shone in. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan arrived at this time and crashed into it. The strange phenomenon in the sky, just now, was caused by a group of powerful figures using a small trick to seal the space. As a result, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others didn't know what was going on. By the time they arrived, they had just finished their work and tore open an opening, allowing the groom and bride-to-be to enter and officially make their entrance. As for Li Chenglong and the others, they were led away from the other direction, and in this way, it gave everyone the feeling that this man and woman, the bride and groom, were like angels bringing light, brilliance, light, and even hope. In addition to their outstanding appearances, the man was so handsome and confident, and the woman was so beautiful. Just as the sky suddenly opened and the light of dawn shone on the world again, everyone had the same feeling. They saw immortals. There was also that full, lovey-dovey meal that was enough to fill anyone's stomach. In the sky, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan flew in hand without knowing what was going on. Zhuo Xiaoduo said something, and Zhuo Xiaoyan had a gentle and bright smile on her face. This smile caused everyone's hearts to tremble violently. It was so pure and beautiful. Nan Zhengxian wanted to play a prank on them. At this moment, he suddenly yelled, "Is the bride beautiful?" Her voice undoubtedly stirred the hearts of countless people below. Many of them subconsciously shouted, "Beautiful." Many people, many high-level practitioners, formed a sound wave that soared to the sky. It actually rolled up the bride and groom, who were still in a daze, and threw them out into the sky. Ha ha ha! The countless old prostitutes below were elated when they saw this scene. They slapped their thighs and laughed loudly. How could Zhuo Xiaoduo not know that they had been set up? However, on such a joyous occasion, such a harmless little joke was not a big deal. They slowly floated down according to the original momentum, their expressions calm, without the slightest hint of panic. The two of them flew leisurely and finally landed in front of Zhuo Chonglu. Zhuo Xiaoduo was tall and slender, with one hand supporting Zhuo Xiaoyan and the other hand behind his back. He looked extremely handsome and dashing. Countless old fellows roared with laughter again. They were all old foxes. How could they not see that this kid was deliberately acting cool? Oh, Nephew Gu's acting cool is 10 out of 10. I gave him 9. 9, but the final 0. 1 was deducted because he was too pretentious. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Going too far is as bad as falling short. He's really good at acting cool. Ho ho ho. Acting cool so skillfully. It's really a family tradition. The father is a hero, the son is a good man. There's a successor. Ha ha. The jeering just now was led by someone and everyone participated in it. However, those who dared to make such an unscrupulous joke now had to be like Zhuo Chonglu's old brothers. Only those who were loyal subordinates had the guts and qualifications to do so. Even a joke had to have the qualifications to do so. Not everyone could joke as they pleased in public. Yu Dongtian responded cordially. Then he saw a group of old bitches standing in a row with their chests puffed out and their bellies puffed out. They all grinned happily and said, "Big nephew, you only saw your brother Xiaoyu. There are so many uncles here, but you didn't come over to greet us. After you're done being intimate with your brother, it's our turn." Yu Dongtian gritted his teeth and said, "All of you just wait. So be it. Who cares about a junior like you?" Everyone didn't care. How many times have we been thrown the responsibility by Heavenly King of the right over the years? It's rare for us to mess with you. Do you think we won't be merciful? But even though everyone was joking around, they still had a sense of propriety. For example, they only joked about Zhuo Xiaoduo and didn't joke about Zhuo Xiaoyan. Everyone's sense of propriety could be seen from this. Jokes about the bride, no matter how close they were, should not be made casually. In the face of the heavenly king of the right, who was furious but didn't dare to do anything, the group of old bitches all grinned. It felt so good that you also have a day like this. She was using her and father's was experience as an example. Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and lowered her head. Her heart was at ease. She thought to herself, so doggy's strange requests are normal for couples. Then, in the future, Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled wretchedly. Am I right? I didn't lie to you, did I? It's normal for couples to have sex in the boudoir. How can it be so crooked? Zhuo Xiaoyan snorted and rolled her eyes. Her pretty face turned even redder, which made her even more beautiful. After that, Zhuo Xiaoduo went to try on the clothes. Zhuo Xiaoyan followed Wu Yuding to try on the wedding dress. Then, they began to take all kinds of photos and other complicated things. Finally, Wu Yuding had prepared everything in advance. There was no need to be in a hurry. In the afternoon, the Seven Swords of the Tao Alliance led many high-ranking members of the Tao Alliance to arrive. Not long after they arrived, the flood which led her brothers and arrived with great momentum. With the arrival of the two groups of people, the sun and the moon came to an end. The soldiers' boisterous laughter fell straight to the bottom line. They were the real top fighters, the people at the peak of the world. Countless soldiers looked at the 12 great shamans of the Umno Alliance in the sky. Their gazes were unprecedentedly complicated. It was a kind of hatred and reverence for the strong, and respect from the bottom of their hearts. In the hearts of every cultivator, there was a common idea, or it could be said that it was a very pure idea. It didn't matter if they were friends or foes. Those who didn't submit to the strong were guilty. If someone was stronger than you, there was something about them that was better than you. This was indisputable. You had to submit to them. Even if you still had to fight to the death when you met them in the future, even if you still had to sacrifice your life in the hands of the strong, you could hate them, but you couldn't submit to them. That was because their current cultivation base was their current dream. Their future path might be a road sign that they would never be able to reach. There was a burst of mist in the air, and the figures of the powerful cultivators all disappeared. Only then did sounds return. However, it was obvious that everyone was speaking in hushed voices. The Tao integration stage and above cultivators of the Umno Alliance, the heavenly king stage cultivators, and the generals of the various armies all landed. They went to find their old rivals to curse and drink that not long after, the entire Sun-Moon Pass once again resounded with the sound of people cursing at each other. Speaking of which, the banquet arrangements were very interesting. It could even be said that they were quite ingenious. Under Zhuo Changlu's insistence, every table had the same configuration. For people from the Astral Souls, for powerful cultivators from the Umno Alliance, and 2 cultivators from the Tao Alliance, the atmosphere at every table was extremely lively. The powerful cultivators of the Wu people were also treated differently when they went to register and present their gifts. The accountants didn't even look up. That's it. They have the nerve to attend a banquet with such a meager gift. So shabby. Aren't all the people of the Wu people extremely muscular? Even their brains are full of muscles. What do they know about etiquette? A gift is enough. What else can they do? They pinched their noses and accepted the gifts with disdain. After registering, they waved their hands and shooed away like ducks. Wait over there to be led to the banquet. The people of the Wu people were all so angry that their intestines swelled. In order to not lose face in front of their old rivals, which one of the things they brought out this time wasn't good. Some of the things they brought were even peerless heaven-grade treasures of heaven and earth. In the end, they were still looked down upon. And they couldn't do anything about it. This trip was so fucking frustrating when they arrived at their seats. They immediately discovered that the people sitting at the same table as them were the ones who had the greatest grudge against them. Wouldn't that make things even more lively if they cursed each other's 18 generations of ancestors as they drank? All kinds of vulgarities and slang came out one after another. It was even more lively than the haggling of aunties in the morning market in the main hall. Zhuo Changlu, the higher-ups of the astral souls, the Tao League's 7 swords, the 12 shamans, and Chan Shang. The top powerhouses of the 3 continents were all gathered in one place. There were 3 chairs at the head of the table. Zhuo Changlu sat in the middle and gestured for Yu Xingchen to sit on his right. As for the seat on his left, while everyone was wondering who would sit there, Zhuo Changlu smiled and waved his hand. "Big guy, why aren't you sitting down yet? What are you waiting for?" The Flood Witch coughed and strode over. She sat upright with a solemn expression on her face. Tao League. No Alliance. Astral Souls. What kind of seating arrangement was this? If it was based on strength, the Flood Witch would undoubtedly be seated, but Tao League's Taoist Thunder should also have a chair. If it was based on status, Taoist Thunder should replace Emperor Zhaixing. After all, their strengths were on par, and Taoist Thunder's status was higher. What was the reason that the Flood Witch could sit at the head of the table while Taoist Thunder didn't? While everyone was puzzled, they heard, "Inferno Shaman. Ha ha. Dan calm. Hee hee. Ice Hell Shaman. Ha ha, are you all stupid? You didn't expect our boss to sit at the head of the table, did you? Let me tell you, your eyeballs are going to pop out later. Do some eye exercises in advance, and remember to protect your eyeballs." Chapter 1277. The Flood Witch smiled faintly in her seat. She looked at the deep ice, which with her sharp eyes. An invisible momentum directly came out of her body and grabbed the Deep Ice Witch's throat. It tightened. The Deep Ice Witch, who was trembling, suddenly let out a muffled groan. Then, his face turned purple and swollen. He couldn't say a word and couldn't move his body. He could only look at the Great Flood, which with a pitiful and imploring look in his eyes, the Flood Great Witch's face was calm as he exchanged greetings with Zhuanglu. Crack, crack, crack. The Deep Ice Witch's neck was broken 3 times. Then, when his eyes were rolling, he finally let go. A breath brushed past, and his neck returned to its original state. A voice as soft as a mosquito came to the Deep Ice Witch's ears. "Go on." The Deep Ice Witch finally took a breath and said loudly, "Boss is wise and powerful. He unified Jianghu and is my lifelong idol. He is so handsome today. Ha ha ha. My boss has always been so handsome." As he said, he looked at the Flood Witch with flattering eyes. The Flood Witch's face didn't change. The Deep Ice Witch smiled embarrassedly and turned to the Raging Fire Witch. "You really like to be flattered." The Great Witch of Fire quickly covered his mouth, and his face turned green. "Shut up. Stop talking." On the other side, Thunder Taoist twitched the corner of his mouth and said confusedly, "You are." He was completely confused. The Flood Witch was regarded as a guest by Zhuo Changchang, which was understandable. But why did the Flood Witch sit in the master's seat? According to the ranking, her position was even more important than Xingchen's. What did this mean? But Zhuo Changlu didn't explain and arrange the order of the guests. Next, it was Chan Sheng's turn. "This is His Excellency Chan Sheng. Senior, you have come from afar, and I am deeply grateful for your hospitality. Please sit down." Then it was the Thunder Tao and the other 6 swords of the Tao League. After that, he didn't arrange a guest seat for the No Alliance's great magi. Instead, he sat down together with Yudong Tian, Qin Fiend Saber Demon, and the others. All the great shamans. "Army guests, why are you treating us so casually? Today's matter is really confusing. Brother Hong, old you will be in charge of the ceremony later. I believe you won't mind, right?" Zhuo Changlu said leisurely with an amiable face. The Flood Witch nodded. "Very good. There will be a toast session later. Do you need to prepare?" "It's already been prepared." "Well, That little guy still doesn't know. So Changlu laughed. The flood witch smiled and said, let's see how that little thing's cultivation is going. Everyone, with the exception of a very small number of people, was confused at this moment. Especially after hearing this conversation, they felt even more confused. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand it all? That's not right. I understand every sentence and every word clearly, but I just don't understand. Why do these words that I can understand and hear so clearly make me so confused? Lei Bao pulled the ice nether witch. Brother, tell us about it. The ice nether witch smiled. Actually, this is very simple, very simple. The other great shamans pricked up their ears at the same time. How simple? How simple? The ice nether witch smiled proudly. Do you want to know? Do you really want to know? Everyone had an impulse to beat someone up at the same time. The ice nether witch said happily, wait until the wedding. You'll know everything. Be patient. It'll be soon. Oh. Ugh. All the great shamans. Don't stop me today. I'm going to beat him to death. I'm going to die with him. The golden-scaled great shaman struggled hard and rushed toward the ice nether witch, but he was held by the raging fire great shaman. Calm down, be quiet. Save face, save face. On the other side, the eyes of the golden-scaled wind emperor Lei Bao, Boundless West Sea, and other great shamans popped out collectively. They really almost popped out of their eyes. Especially the West Sea great shaman, who only had a big fish in the ring prepared as a gift. He was even more confused on the spot. Fuck. This gift from the raging fire great shaman directly caught the other 8 great shamans off guard. This was too expensive, too crazy. Raging fire, this bastard, directly gave out all his treasures. The Wind Emperor great shaman breathed quickly. What's going on? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Who doesn't know something's wrong? What the hell is this Uncle Raging Fire? The boundless great shaman scratched his head. When did this bastard Raging Fire have such a good relationship with Zhua Changzhong? He actually let his son call him Uncle Raging Fire. Fuck this. It's so scary. The Flood Witch, who was sitting high on the seat of honor, felt that her face was shining at this moment. She smiled and praised. Raging Fire is really thoughtful. Thank you. Now the other great shamans were even more confused. Raging Fire gave Zhua Changzhong's son a wedding gift. Boss, what are you thanking him for? What are you happy about? Thank you? What kind of favor do you owe? Has this fucking world been twisted? Or are we all dreaming? Well, Zhua Changzhong's son is getting married, and we, the 12 great shamans, come together. This thing itself is already very mysterious. Then, the Ice Deep Shaman stepped forward and gave a gift. 10 heavenly ice jade pearls, 10 ice soul bodies, 10 ancient profound ice souls, 10,000 cubic meters of ancient profound ice, 10 ice nightmare lotuses, 5 kilograms of ice lotus roots, 1 heavenly ice spirit pearl necklace. The boundless great shaman, the West Sea great shaman, and the others all dropped their jaws to the ground. It's over. We're really in a dream. Otherwise, the Ice Deep Shaman wouldn't be so excessive. How is this a gift? He is simply emptying his own fortune to support the enemy. This is a gift for Zhua Changzhong's son. Isn't that supporting the enemy? What the fuck? Today has really turned my worldview upside down. Especially the last sentence. Boss, please take a look. Brother Zhua, please accept it. The Flood Witch nodded and praised. Today the Ice Deep Shaman is good. Finally, he has done something. So Changlu suddenly put away a lot of treasures. Haha. Later, I must ask Xiao Duo to toast his uncle Ice Deep Shaman. Etiquette can't be ignored. Etiquette can't be ignored. The Ice Deep Witch's face suddenly relaxed, and he laughed out loud. It's just a small gift, not worth mentioning. I heard that Brother Shihai caught a fish as a gift. That fish was caught by his own hands. Not to mention the weight of the gift, just this kind of thought. Hearing this, the West Sea great shaman wanted to block this guy's mouth with feces. If I take out that damn fish, I'll lose all my face today. That fish, is not as good as 1/1,000,000th of any of these things you took out. There is really nothing else except the thought. But the point is that I didn't mean it. I just want to make up the number. This guy is really bad. According to today's development, the Flood boss will definitely be unhappy. Sure enough, the Flood Witch raised her head and looked over with Chonglu and others. The Flood Witch's eyes were very dangerous. The West Sea Great Shaman's legs began to soften. What's going on? Zhuo Zhonglu said. Haha, it's understandable that you guys don't know the whole story. Sending a goose feather from 1,000 miles away, it's the thought that counts. Brother Hong, you don't need to care about the details. The big fish caught by Brother West Sea must be excellent. I'll stew it for Brother Hong later. Brother Hong, you can feel the sincerity of your brother. Chapter 1278. Great Witch Flood's sudden words were simply earth-shattering, earth-shattering, earth-shattering. The 7 swords of the Tao League, the remaining 12 great shamans, and many of the higher-ups of the astral souls were dumbfounded. This what the fuck? Did I hear wrongly? The son of the Sky Patrol Minister was the Flood Witch's godson? This that the West Sea Great Shaman and the others felt as if thunder had exploded in their heads. All of them felt dizzy and their bodies swayed. Their faces were ashen and their eyes were wide open. All of them were stunned and stood rooted to the ground. How could they be cheated like this? They thought that they were just here to watch the fun and start the meeting to discuss the matter. In the end, who would have thought that this was not only Zhuo Zhangzhang's family business, but also their own family business? Flood was the godson of their boss, so they were naturally his uncles. What else could they say? If they were attending their own nephew's wedding and all of them acted like stingy people, he was going to be humiliated for the rest of his life. Not to mention that Lai Hua, Xianming, and the others were so generous. If Zhuo Xiaoduo called Lai Hua, Xianming uncle during the wedding and treated them with no regard, wouldn't they be laughed at by Lai Hua, Xianming, and the others for the rest of their lives? No, this was not right. How could this be? The situation was clear now. Zhuo Xiaoduo was their boss's godson, that this was the truth. The 8 grand shamans were all dumbfounded, and they were all flabbergasted. At this moment, Zhuo Chonglu said, Brother Hong, please don't mind them. There are no outsiders here. You must calm down. On the day of the wedding, you still have to sit and drink your wife's tea. It's not good for your body to be angry because of some useless things. Great Flood Shaman snorted and said, This bunch of people who don't give me any face, especially dragging me down on the important matters of my life. My godson is getting married, and they only want to give him a fish. If the gift is light, but the thought is heavy, there must be some thought. But they are clearly perfunctory. The West Sea Great Shaman who bore the brunt felt that he had no place to put his hands and feet. He lowered his head and said, Boss, this is not known. He looked at the Ice Great Shaman, Lai Hua Xianming, and Dan Kong Great Shaman with murderous eyes. These 3 sons must have known about it long ago, since they didn't have any eyes. It's fine if you know it, but to hide it so tightly, it's obvious that you are harboring evil intentions. This time, I'm really dead. The Ice Deep which helplessly spread out her hands. What's with your eyes? Boss has already told me. Hua Xianming and the Great Shaman. Speaking, where are your gifts? Everyone's, what do you guys dawdling do? Take it out. Brother Shihai, where's the fish that you caught yourself? Your sister. The West Sea Great Shaman glared at him and wished he could swallow the Ice Great Shaman. But the next moment, the West Sea Great Shaman's face suddenly changed. Suddenly, he was full of cold sweat and came out from his forehead. The West Sea Great Shaman covered his stomach with one hand and said in pain, Boss, ouch. I don't know why. I suddenly have a stomachache. I have to go out. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash without waiting for a reply. At the next moment, everyone heard the sound of tearing space. Obviously, the West Sea Great Shaman left in a hurry. As for why he left in such a hurry, everyone knew that he must have gone to find gifts that, with this precedent, The others naturally followed suit. All kinds of problems suddenly appeared on their bodies, including the poisonous Great Shaman who had been prepared before. Late Bao Great Shaman, ouch. Headache. Pain. Whoosh, he disappeared. Wind Emperor Great Shaman, neck hurts. Whoosh. Zhu Meng Great Shaman, why do my eyes suddenly hurt? Whoosh. Jin Lin Great Shaman, ouch. I suddenly remembered that I need to go to the toilet. Boundless Great Shaman, I also have a stomachache. Other Great Shamans, it's so uncomfortable. The 8 senior magi showed all kinds of pain methods, then disappeared one after another. The flood, which was so angry that her face turned purple. Shame on me. Zhuo Changlu laughed. Don't be angry, don't be angry. How can such a small thing be worth being angry? The others also muttered in their hearts. The 8 great shamans went out to get gifts, and this time they went out to remind their subordinates. Those who didn't give gifts should quickly change them to more expensive ones, and those who had already given gifts should increase the price. They were destined to make a fool of themselves, and now it was time to remedy it. It was okay for the middle-level people who came with everyone to be embarrassed, but those heavenly kings couldn't be embarrassed too that everyone could see this. But the others that, of course, the Astral Souls continent, didn't have to think about this because everyone was well prepared. But the 7 Swords of the Tao League was a little embarrassed. That their gifts seemed to be a little insufficient, and it seemed that they needed to be upgraded. No matter what, it couldn't be much less than those great shamans, right? If it was just a little gap, everyone would admit it, but if they were crushed, it wouldn't look good. So everyone began to think about it, and at the same time, they were very lucky. Fortunately, they didn't take it out in a hurry. Now that there was an extra opportunity, they naturally had to cherish it. Even the toad, Saint Great Cultivator, who had been treated as an honored guest and had already taken his seat, was thinking about what he should do. He originally wanted to give some gifts casually, but now it didn't seem to work. I've lived for 2 lifetimes, and I've never seen a wedding where a biological father and a godfather were in such a hurry to ask for gifts. After the wedding, don't leave, is what Changlu said to the Flood Witch and Taoist Thunder. Now, I have an idea about the return of the Devil Race. I'm thinking about whether it's possible to launch a sneak attack before the Devil Race returns and before the continents get close and merge. If the attack succeeds, it'll be of great help to the future battles and greatly reduce the pressure later. The Flood Witch, Taoist Thunder, and the others' eyes suddenly lit up when they heard this, and they were even a little excited. When the continents returned, there would definitely be some experts from the Devil Race's continent who would do their best to protect the continents they occupied. It was impossible for them to rush up recklessly. If they forcefully collided, the 2 continents would perish together. But there was no support here. What support would there be if they were ambushed after receiving the news? So everything could only be done by the Devil Race themselves. At that time, the many experts of the Devil Race who supported the continents until they merged, or at least until the end of this matter, were no different from being crippled. They were exhausted, and had less than 1/10 of their strength left. This was a foreseeable fact. At this time, if they could launch a sneak attack and wipe out all the experts who had overdrawn their strength, even if they couldn't wipe out half of the Devil Race, they could wipe out almost 1/3 of the Devil Race's strength. That would be a great achievement. It would also have an immeasurable effect on the final result, which was enough to tilt the balance of victory and defeat. The Flood Witch suddenly sat up straight, her eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Can you do it? Everything depends on human effort. Why can't we? It's what Changlu said in a low voice. You know, although the return of the Devil Race's continent is inevitable, the 2 continents will only meet for a moment. The key is that at that moment, it will be accompanied by an earthquake, which will be a great disaster for the Devil Race's continent. It will also be a disaster for us and the 3 continents. Taoist Thunder's expression suddenly became fervent. Thinking of the legend of demon ancestor Rahu, everyone said that they would try their best to respond, but in their hearts, they were all afraid. Yes, they were afraid. Whether it was fear, dread, or shock, there were all kinds of feelings. If they would really fight, no one would be a match for the demon ancestor in a one-on-one battle. This was something that everyone present was well aware of in their hearts. Even if they joined hands, they might not be able to fight against the demon ancestor. That was the fiercest man whose fierceness shocked the world. With the number one killing treasure in the world in his hand, he was invincible. Ambush was the best way to fight the enemy that they could think of, especially at the delicate moment when the continents were merging. Even the demon ancestor wouldn't be able to fight with all his strength, right? I can only say that this is an opportunity that can't be missed, and it won't come again. No matter how big or small the chance is, we have to try our best. After all, our 3 continents and the devil race's continent are on opposite sides. Even if there is only a slight possibility, we have to try our best, is what Chonglu said vaguely. But because of this vagueness, everyone paid more attention to it, because no one could be sure which direction the devil race would return from. So Chonglu could have some clues and set up a strategy to deal with it. This was an extremely great thing, and it didn't matter even if it was wrong. And you, the flood which turned her head and looked at Lei Changtian, saying, "You need to change your nickname." Lei Changtian straightened his neck and said, "Why should I? Is he the only one who can be called the demon ancestor? Can't I?" His question was heard by everyone. To Lei Changtian's surprise, everyone nodded gently. They acknowledged the content of this rhetorical question. Yes, except for him, no one else can be called the demon ancestor. Before the demon ancestor returns, it doesn't matter what you are called. But after the demon ancestor returns, your name will violate his taboo. You will be the first target he will target when he returns to the astral souls. The flood, which said slowly, "When that time comes, no matter whether the others can make it in time or not, you will be the first to die." There is absolutely no luck to speak of. Lei Changtian was unconvinced and wanted to say something. But Zui Chonglu waved his hand and said in an unquestionable and irrefutable tone, "You can't be called the demon ancestor anymore. Change your name to Moer." How many guests did you think came to this wedding today? Today, in addition to Zhua Xianyan and Zhua Xiaodua's big day, it was also the highlight of Mu Yinyan's life. As the bride's master, she stood behind the flood, which to accept the kowtow and toast of the newlyweds. This honor, even in the eyes of the 11 great shamans, except for the flood which were full of envy. Mu Yinyan also went all out. In order to give a gift, she even made an exception and agreed to Heavenly King Yu's request for a meal. In the middle, she tactfully mentioned that she didn't know what gift to give, that after all, Mu Yinyan knew that the gift she could give was not at all on this occasion. If she couldn't give a suitable gift, she would lose face, and this would make Zhou Xiaoyan's wedding a blemish, or even a stain. This was a mistake that must be avoided and must not be made. Hearing this, Heavenly King Yu's face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not for the gift. Even if Yu Dongtian helped to prepare the gift, it would cost a lot. This was just a small matter. Moreover, it was necessary to spend money for the woman he liked. It should be an honor. Instead, it was because Yu Dongtian felt that he was one generation younger than the girl he was trying to chase. The girl he wanted to pursue to be his wife. Should he call her aunt? This realization almost made Yu Dongtian collapse. But of course, Yu Dongtian still chose the best gift to give to Mu Yinyan. After the two separated, Yu Dongtian thought silently for a long time and murmured to himself, "It's just master and disciple. It's okay, just master and disciple." Then, Yu Dongtian went to the cemetery of heroes in a daze. Sitting in front of the grave of his beloved wife, Nian Fenghua, and looking at her smiling eyes, Yu Dongtian asked again and again in his heart, "Is it you? Is it you? Is it really you? Is it you?" Zhuo Xiaoduo toasted one after another. Taking Zhuo Xiaoyan with him, they drank sweetly and generously. Then, they went to the cemetery of heroes to toast the heroes. "Grandma Sure, Principal Chung," Zhuo Xiaoduo said in his heart, "we are married. This is the wedding wine that you can't forget. Sister Nian and I are here to toast you." Hidden Dragon Martial Arts. Yi Changqing and the others had brought back the wine and dishes from the Sun Moon Pass. They sat in front of the graves of Grandma Sure and the others. Although the smell of wine was everywhere, it was silent for a long time. A strong sense of sadness overflowed in everyone's hearts. "This is Xiao Duo's wedding wine. Once upon a time, you all wanted to drink it." After a long while, Yi Changqing finally spoke. Then, he poured the wine on the ground. "Drink slowly. We're here to drink with you today." Yi Changqing said slowly, "Little Duo sent a lot. I still have 100 jars. I'll keep them. When the day comes when we meet in the other world, we'll really drink them together." Xiang Quangren and Wen Xingtian raised their glasses at the same time. "Cheers. Bless them. Happy wedding." On the tombstone, Yu Jiren and Shi Yunfeng were leaning against each other with smiles. Cheng Gaing smiled faintly. As the wind blew, the fragrance of the wine overflowed. It seemed that the person opposite them had already raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. Then, he praised, "Good wine," to the newlyweds. The million soldiers who had come to the cemetery moved at the same time. They poured countless barrels of wine into every tombstone in the cemetery. The fragrance of the wine soared into the sky and filled the horizon. "Thank you for creating today's living environment for us to be able to get married happily. Please don't worry. I will continue to protect what you have all been protecting so that peace and stability will last. I may not be as selfless as you, nor can I be as pure as you, but I will use my own way to do my best to protect peace." Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan prayed together. Then they stood up. Under the gaze of millions of martyrs, the two raised their glasses and drained it in one gulp. Behind them, Zhuo Chonglu, Yu Xingqian, the left and right heavenly kings, late Changtian, and the others, they all raised their glasses and drained it in one gulp. "Brothers, let's drink a cup of my son's wedding wine." Zhuo Chonglu said softly, "The final battle will begin the day after tomorrow. Bless us. I look forward to the day when we meet again. Perhaps it will be here, or in heaven and earth." On the day of the wedding, singing and dancing were celebrated. The three continents were all sunny and cloudless. The rich fragrance of the wine filled the three continents. At night, Zhuo Chonglu had already calculated all the gifts. He walked side by side with the Flood Witch. Then he called Zhuo Xiaoduo over and said, "I've made arrangements for these things for you. Okay, I've left behind items related to the yin and yang, cold and heat attributes. Only you and Xiaoyan can use them. Your current focus is still to improve your strength for the future battle. Okay, as for the other cultivation consumables, you don't have enough. Everyone in the team should use them together. The focus is also to improve your strength and cultivation in the shortest time possible." "It's too much," Zhuo Xiaoduo said. "With so many top-grade resources, we may not be able to use them all even if we cultivate for another 100 years. Not to mention, listen to me. Don't say anything else. Yes. As for the other things, which are not so important, I will distribute them to the 4 armies as benefits. It's my pleasure. As for the spiritual roots and spiritual treasures, you can choose the valuable ones and plant them all in the space of your Tower of Annihilation. I underestimated your space before. It turns out that it's a good place to grow spiritual roots and spiritual seedlings." Zhuo Chonglu said, "There's another thing I need to make clear to you. Before the battle is completely over, I want 4/5 of the fruits borne by these spiritual treasures. Consider it as the reward for the jade powder of astral souls that the whole continent has provided for you." So Xiaoduo nodded. "Oh, of course, you have the final say. Then plant them right away," Zhuo Chonglu said in a low voice. It had to be said that because of certain hints, they had received a lot of spiritual treasures with spiritual roots and spiritual treasures with spiritual roots and spiritual roots. There were all kinds of spiritual roots, and there were no less than millions of them. There were also as many as 70,000 kinds of spiritual roots. If Zhuo space had not been upgraded a little recently, they would not have been able to plant them. Even if they did, they would not have enough spiritual qi to nourish them. Even so, they planted all the spiritual roots and spiritual seedlings that they had obtained. They directly planted several mountains densely. Then, a fresh aura that was full of life gradually spread out, making the space of the Tower of Annihilation even more lively. The family of four and the flood, which were busy in the Tower of Annihilation for a long time before they finished. "Do you know why I hinted that I wanted these?" Zhuo Chonglu asked. "I have a rough idea." "Well, tell me about it." "The war is coming. I am afraid that the people of the 3 continents will inevitably be plunged into misery and suffering. If these things are not taken and used, it will be fine if they are destroyed by the war. If they fall into the hands of the Demon Clan and the Demon Clan, it will cause greater losses. Sending them to Xiao Duo space is not only for them to use, but also to increase their cultivation. It is also a hidden place to store materials in case of emergency." "Brother Hong, you know me well." Zhuo Chonglu sighed. "It's all right. You and Yin should take a rest. There will be a round of toasts in the evening. There will be a lot of mundane things in these 2 days. Your mother and I will try our best to help you. Have a good rest and cultivate." He said solemnly, "I am afraid that these peaceful days will only be left in these 2 days and 1 night." So Xiaoduo pursed his lips. "There are many things that I should tell you clearly now." Zhuo Chonglu said faintly, "If one day, things can no longer be done. In that case, all of you should take these things that you've obtained from the wedding and everyone else who's not enough. Find a secret place to hide and continue to cultivate in the space exterminating pagoda until you've cultivated to the peak of the grand heavenly realm. Only then can you come out and avenge the 3 continents. You will be the only backup we have left. So, we will use this wedding to plunder all the high-grade materials in the world. This is the escape route of mankind." Zhuo Chonglu said faintly. "Dad." Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xianyan were shocked for the first time. They did not expect Zhuo Chonglu to be so pessimistic about the future of the continent. Instantly, he understood that the real purpose of collecting all the top cultivation resources and treasures of heaven and earth from the 3 continents was actually here. The 12 great wizards and the higher-ups of the astral souls were obviously aware of this. Otherwise, why would the great wizards and the higher-ups of the astral souls give away all their belongings at the last moment and secretly mix in a lot of extra things? For example, everyone's secret cultivation manuals, cultivation methods, experiences, and insights. As for why the Tao League did not do this, it was probably because the Tao League had its own backup plan and did not rely on Zhuo Xiaoduo. The flood which sighed softly. Chapter 1281. This is a gamble. Zhuo Chonglu went straight to the point and said, "It's a huge gamble for the well-being of the 3 continents. It's extremely risky, but we have to take this gamble. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold on until the return of the demon race. We'll be destroyed by the demon race first. Therefore, we have to take this risk. I ask everyone not to have any objections to any of my decisions. Zhuo Changlu's eyes flashed like lightning. Understood. Everyone agreed to it. What I'm going to deploy next is how we're going to intercept the demon race when they return. Zhuo Changlu's words aroused everyone's great interest. Two balls of light burst out in everyone's eyes. Intercept the demon race. Was this day finally about to arrive? Intercept the demon race? Where? Taoist Lei was very excited. The answer to this question was enough to make everyone feel very excited, but also very puzzled. There was only one chance for such a sneak attack. It could be said that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It could be said that it was unparalleled throughout history, because such an opportunity could only come once, and the interval was very short. At most, it would be less than a minute. If they could seize this 1 minute, it would be enough to cause great damage to the demon race and reduce the upper limit of their military strength. Once they succeeded, the chances of the 3 continents would greatly increase. In other words, this opportunity was a turning point in the life and death of the 3 continents. Great Shaman Dan Kong looked at the huge projection of the 3 continents that was hung on the wall. His eyes were dignified. Left Minister, this intercept is very important. It may be a good opportunity, but it may not be a crisis. Great Shaman Dan Kong said, according to your strategy, all of our high-end military strength must be gathered in one place and wait for the opportunity to intercept. But if the demon race doesn't return from the predetermined location and comes back from another direction, then the defensive line in other places will be extremely weak. Once the demon race's military strength enters, the 3 continents will be defeated even faster. We still have to be cautious. So what Changlu said in a deep voice, I understand this point. That's why I said that this is a gamble, and the stakes are the fates of the 3 continents. Zhuo Changlu's words silenced the crowd. It was so quiet that one could even hear the sound of a heartbeat. The flood which said indifferently, if we don't intercept and wait for the demon continent to merge with the 3 continents, then launch an attack, will the result make any difference? If we do it, as long as we do it right, we can reduce the losses. At the very least, tens of millions of people won't die immediately. If we don't do it, the people will be in a terrible situation. There will be no turning back. Since fate has already reached the point where I have to gamble, and I might lose regardless of whether I gamble or not, why not choose to gamble? At least there's still a chance of survival if I gamble. Why not gamble? The flood which sat upright on the chair, her eyes deep and unfathomable. Everyone suddenly understood. The current situation was obvious. Even if the 3 continents sincerely cooperated, they might not be a match for the returning demon race. Moreover, there was an even more tyrannical demon race behind them. Since they were going to lose no matter what, why not take a gamble? Even if he lost the bet, so what? In any case, the consequences couldn't get any worse. Next is the deployment, is what Changlu said. Taoist Thunder interrupted. You haven't said the specific location. I understand that intercepting is imperative, but the accuracy of the target's location is also the most important thing. Taoist Master Yin suddenly stood up and stared at the 3 words in disbelief. There was one thing he didn't say. Why did they land from the Tao League? Why didn't they land from the Umno Alliance or the Astral Souls? If the Demon Clan landed from the Plague Sea, the first place they would attack would be the Tao League's continent. Only by smashing through the Tao League would they reach the Astral Souls continent. Then they could spread out and expand their battle lines. They would have to reach the edge of the Astral Souls continent before they could really reach the Umno Alliance's continent. If this was really the case, the Tao League continent would be the first victim of this catastrophe. Why is it the Plague Sea? You'll have to ask the Demon Clan about that. So Changlu coughed and said, but the location we've observed is here. We've already confirmed it over and over again. No one has any reason to lie about this. But the 7 swords of the Tao League stared blankly and sat down, each of their faces pale. They naturally understood the reason behind this. The three continents would inevitably be attacked by the return of the demon race. This was a matter that was set in stone. The three continents that were attacked first and later would still be attacked. There was no doubt about this. But now that things had come to a head, their own continent was the first to be attacked. It was only natural that they would be unwilling to accept this. So Changlu paused and said, "Of course, there are always errors in any divination. Even if we've confirmed it over and over again, there's still a possibility of error. There's less than a 10% chance of error. Then you might as well say no. If there was more than a 90% chance of success, it was basically set in stone." Taoist Master Lei breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was the number one in the Tao League. His state of mind was still relatively strong. After confirming the situation, he knew that it was useless to complain, so he had to quickly think of a solution. But what should he do? There was no point in arguing about the reason now. However, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Zhu Zhan, whose what Changlu had sent, seemed to be stationed nearby. Could it be that's what Changlu already knew about this place, so Zhu Zhan specially chose this place as his base? At this thought, Taoist Master Lei couldn't help but look at Zhuo Changlu with gratitude. Zhu Zhan was a peak cultivator in this world. In order to confirm the situation, he was sent over by Zhuo Changlu in case of an emergency. He would be blocking the bullet hole. The first target of the demon clan's return would be Zhu Zhan, and no one else. This was a huge favor. However, Taoist Master Lei immediately thought of another matter. His body suddenly trembled, and his face turned pale. His lips trembled, and he almost fainted. "We'll set off tonight and rush over there." Zhuo Changlu said, "Those below the Heavenly King realm immediately gather the troops and move over there. Those below the Sky Soar realm, there's no need to join in the fun. This time, the fun won't be good. Those below the Sky Soar realm will be led by a general. From now on, they'll be scattered in various strongholds. Make sure they're connected from head to tail and cooperate with each other. Make use of the heroic soul checkpoints we've set up in various places to prepare for a head-on clash with small groups of demons. We'll do our best to resist the enemy outside the nation's gates. Yes, the Wu people's troops will be split up and merged into the Astral Soul's army. Accept unified command. Yes, in this critical moment of the continent's survival, let go of all previous grievances. Anyone who violates this will be executed without hesitation. Yes, make the arrangements immediately. Complete the integration of the army before noon tomorrow. Before tomorrow afternoon, we have to complete the departure. Yes, in times of crisis, we have to use severe punishment. There's no other punishment, only 3 words. Anyone who violates this military order. Zhuo Changlu's eyes were like sharp arrows as they swept across everyone's faces. He said indifferently, "Kill without mercy." Yes, the Tao League's army will still be arranged by the Tao League's higher-ups. At that time, when the Tao League fights against the demons in the interior, we'll prioritize reducing losses. If we really can't hold on, we'll retreat to the Astral Soul's army. Everyone will fight against the demons together. But I think that should be a matter of some time later. Zhuo Changlu said. Taoist Thunder answered seriously, "Yes." Feng Yun, go out and pass down the order. "Yes." Wait. The Flood, which raised her eyebrows and asked word by word, "Did the Tao League build a heroic soul checkpoint on the Plague Coast? Is it the heroic soul checkpoint?" This sudden question made the Tao League's 7 swords fall silent. The 7 of them looked at each other, then looked at the Heavenly Kings behind them. Behind them, the higher-ups of the Tao League were all pale. They didn't dare to make eye contact with them and looked away. The Tao League's 7 swords stood apart from Taoist Thunder. The other 6 people's faces were as white as paper. As for Taoist Thunder, his insides had already been destroyed long ago. So Changlu's body shook violently, and his eyes turned into disbelief. Then he suddenly turned to look at Taoist Thunder. His gaze was like lightning, and there was an intense pressure that was about to explode. His voice was hoarse. "That territory you guys, didn't build a heroic soul checkpoint. Duh. Let's ask for a monthly vote. My diarrhea stopped, and I didn't stop updating. Then, I feel that it's better if I didn't mention this. That way, you guys would only scold me for being lazy. After that, you'll mock me to death. Let's ask for a monthly vote. Chapter 1282. Taoist Thunder was almost too ashamed to show his face. The other locations have all been built. That place is remote and has a huge ocean as a natural barrier. Hearing this extremely powerless explanation, everyone was speechless. They were dumbstruck, facing everyone's scornful and angry gazes that Taoist Thunder was almost too ashamed to show his face. The other locations have all been built. That place is remote and has a huge ocean as a natural barrier. Hearing this extremely powerless explanation, everyone was speechless. They were dumbstruck. The Inferno, which jumped up, his scalp turning numb. What does the Tao League mean by this? Why are all the other locations built? Why isn't it built at the place where the demons will come from? The Inferno Witch's red hair stood on end, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. The 7 old Taoists and the heavenly kings of the Tao League all lowered their heads in shame and didn't say a word. Zhuo Changlu felt the ground under his feet go soft, as if he was stepping into a bottomless abyss. Staring at Taoist Thunder, the invincible heaven-inspecting minister said in a hoarse voice, "Why isn't the hero's soul pass built on that side?" At this moment, Zhuo Zhonglu even suspected that his so-called scheme was simply the manifestation of the established cause and effect. The place that Zhuyin chose to go to was merely the starting point of the greatest disaster. Even if Zhuyin didn't go to that place would become the inevitable return point of the Devil Tribe. It was never a simple truth that 100 miles dike could collapse because of an ant's nest. Zhuo Changlu didn't wait for a reply and immediately turned to Yu Dongtian. The Astral Soul's continent now. Add the hero's soul pass to the side of the Tao League continent. On top of the original foundation, it would be doubled. Hurry, go. Yu Dongtian, whose face was ashen, did not say anything and immediately ran away. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. Then Zhuo Changlu looked at Taoist Thunder and asked why. We really don't have enough manpower. We've chosen the borders of the Umno Alliance, extending it in the direction of the Sun Moon Pass, as well as the north. We built quite a number of heroic soul passes. The Sea of Plagues itself is like a natural moat. So, sigh. At this moment, the 7 swords of the Tao League, who had already understood the situation, were already filled with regret. Stunned for a moment, Zhuo Changlu suddenly burst out in anger and cursed. Bastard! Those lines of defense you set up are to guard against the demons? They're clearly guarding against us, astral souls, and the Umno Alliance. You are guarding against your comrades. There's no way to guard against enemies. Zhuo Changlu's face turned green. He roared angrily. What do you mean by natural moat? When the demons returned from the entire continent, their first choice was to land in the open ocean. Do they really have to find a corner to crash into? Even if they don't care about our continent, they should be worried about the demon continent itself, right? Are the heads of the 7 of you filled with shit? Zhuo Changlu rained curses down on them. He was so angry that his breathing quickened. Everyone in the Tao League bowed their heads and took the scolding. The 7 swords of the Tao League were old, but this was the first time they had been pointed at and scolded so harshly. But now they could only listen. They had nothing to say, because they were really in the wrong. No wonder they were scolded. They were even thinking about it. They couldn't blame the Tianji Goblin of the Astral Souls for calculating the location of the Plague Sea. Even if they wanted to fight, they would have to give up their sharp spears and use their sturdy shields to block. In other words, there was only defense, no offense. It was extremely passive. Even if the demons lost, They would use the Brave Soul Pass built by the Tao League to strengthen their own defense. Everyone present was a hero who had fought for a lifetime. Who wouldn't have thought of this? If not for Zhuo Chonglu's sudden idea of intercepting the demons who hadn't arrived yet and noticed this place. If the demons were allowed to successfully land, this battle would be equivalent to being passive before the battle even started. The three continents, which were already at a disadvantage, wanted to turn the situation around. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens. What a fucked up situation. Taoist Thunder's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had ordered the construction of the heroic soul pass time and time again. He had practically chased after his subordinates to build it. However, such a huge mistake had still occurred when the construction had finally arrived. They had neglected the entire coastline. Only now did they know that this coastline was actually the demon's route. This was the Tao League's death, and the first to bear the brunt of it was the Tao League. At this moment, everyone from the 7 swords of the Tao League was so depressed that they wanted to die. When they thought about the consequences, they felt even more hopeless. So the Chonglu, the Flood Witch, and the others were furious that the demons used the Plague Sea as a starting point to enter the 3 continents. After overturning the Tao League, which bore the brunt of it, they used this as a foundation to further threaten and harm the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls. But to the 7 swords of the Tao League, this result was 1,000,000 times more serious than the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls. Because if the demons wanted to attack the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance, they would first have to step over the huge corpse of the Tao League. This was simply too much. Zhuo Chonglu also cursed endlessly in his heart. No matter how astute and wise he was, he never expected that the Tao League would be completely unguarded over there. What was a pig teammate? This was it. Then, Zhuo Chonglu spat on the ground. Why did he call him a pig teammate? It was blasphemy to compare the brains of the Tao League to pig brains. Pig brains tasted pretty good. Zhuo Chonglu had an impulse. If he had known earlier, he would have thrown Zhu Yan to the Umno Alliance. At least the Umno Alliance was already impregnable in all directions. Even if he had left Zhu Yan to the Astral Souls, he could have reduced the losses of the 3 continents by too much. He could have taken down a lot of the demon strength. But now the Tao League's doors were wide open, opening the door for thieves. What the fuck? Could it be that Zhu Yan's heavenly luck is really that strong? It automatically finds the weak points. Is this a man-made disaster or a natural disaster? Is it cause or effect? Fuck, this is really fucking bad enough. Zhuo Chonglu sighed again and again in his heart. He did not know if he regretted his past or if he was glad that he had made such a decision that day. It gave the originally desperate situation a glimmer of hope. Forget it, let's talk about tactics. The golden-scaled great shaman said sullenly, I feel powerless even if I criticize and scold them now. Things are already like this. We can only do our best to remedy the situation. What else can we do? Just as Boss said, even if you scold them to death, can you change this established fact? Sigh. Almost everyone sighed. The 200 or so Tao League members were so ashamed that they almost wanted to dig a hole and hide in it collectively. Zhuo Chonglu was deeply disappointed. He glanced at them and said, the golden-scaled great shaman is right. Chapter 1283. Zhuo Chonglu said in a deep voice, we need to make the strongest attack in the greatest chaos, so as to impact and even destroy the demon continent. I expect there to be 4 waves of attack. The first wave is the first second of the collision. At this moment, the demon masters will definitely attack with all their strength. It seems to be the moment when the defense is the strongest, but it may also be the moment when the opponent suffers the strongest backlash from the impact of the continent. Therefore, we need to attack with all our strength at that time, and after the attack, everyone will immediately recover. Then, about 3 seconds after the collision, we will launch the second wave of attack. Then, the third wave. Before the 5th second, the The third wave must be launched and launched, is what Changlu said. In summary, without any preparation time, the 3 waves of attack will all be concentrated in one place. Otherwise, it will be difficult to cause the greatest damage. The Flood Witch frowned and said, "What about the 4th wave of attack? After the first 3 waves of attack, if the attack is appropriate, I believe that the demon's defense force will have suffered heavy casualties. However, most of the high-level demons will not die, or their souls will not dissipate even if their bodies die. At this time, we need the 4th wave of attack to form the focus of the attack. For the 4th wave of attack, we need to prepare a group of special forces. When they rush in, they will directly use the self-detonation attack. They will use the method of mutual destruction to eliminate most of the demon forces that have been attacked to the greatest extent. And the number of people in this wave of self-sacrificing fighting force must not be small." Zhua Changlu said in a heavy voice, "Use the extreme method of mutual destruction to take away all the enemies that have been crippled. Leave the 4th wave to us, the Tao League." Taoist Thunder raised his head, his eyes red, and said, "We will do it. We can't let you do all the work. Our Tao League has made such a big mistake. Then we will try our best to make up for it." Zhuo Changlu, the Flood Witch, Lei Changtian, Wu Yuding, and other great wizards died at this moment. They all looked at the people of the Tao League with eyes full of suspicion. The meaning was very clear, very direct, and very pure. How could you guys miss out on such a big matter? Can you guys handle it? We weren't surprised, but we were really suspicious. Such undisguised, doubtful gazes caused the members of the Tao Alliance to feel even more ashamed of themselves. Now, the Tao League had really been lowered to the ground. "If we can't even do something like this, the 7 of us don't plan to live anymore," said Priest Thunder resolutely. His eyes were even blood red. "We have made such a huge mistake. We are full of sins. If we ask you to sacrifice your people at this moment, we might as well kill ourselves. If that's the case, we really don't have the face to continue living." The other Tao League experts shouted at the same time. Their chests felt like they were about to explode. This feeling of being looked down upon was really too sullen. No matter what, he had to prove himself with his achievements. "We, the Tao League, are not cowards. The Tao League mainland will be protected by the higher-ups of the Tao League." "That's fine too," is what Changlu said. "The Tao League will be the main force in the 4th wave of attack. However, Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance will still organize a group of suicidal people to prepare. This is a foolproof plan. If you guys can't do it, there will be others to fill in. I hope our people can make it in time." This was the safest way. Priest Thunder was not allowed to interfere. Gritting his teeth, Priest Thunder said, "Minister, may I ask how many people are needed to complete this suicide mission?" So Changlu sighed and said, "This can only be decided when we arrive at the scene. However, if we estimate now, no matter how small it is, it can't be less than 5,000 people." All the higher-ups looked solemn and sighed softly. How could the contact area between the 2 mainlands be small? The entire coastline, which seemed like a lot of 5,000 people, could probably only bomb a small area. However, this kind of sacrifice could not be too much. If all the experts rushed up and self-destructed, it would naturally cause more damage to the enemy. However, what about the future battles? What should they do? It was even more impossible for them to blow up the entire demon race. Therefore, this wave could only destroy the elites that the demons used to protect the mainland. Then, the mainland itself would be shaken. It would be enough to destroy all the demons that could be destroyed in the mainland. Although the Tao League, Astral Souls, and the Umno Alliance would be hurt at the same time, it would definitely be worse for the wandering demons in the starry sky. Because the demons had no roots in the mainland. Then, no matter what, the 3 mainlands had been united for tens of thousands of years. They had a foundation that was 3-to-1 that, as long as this wave was executed properly, it was foreseeable that it would be a great success. 5,000. The eyes of Priest Thunder and the other priests flashed. They looked at each other, then looked at the experts of the Tao League under them. Finally, they gritted their teeth and said, 5,000 is not enough. We will organize 20,000 suicidal people here. So what Changlu said mildly. Everyone can say pretty words, but the results of the battle will be confirmed in the future. We will talk about the exact number of people who will participate in this battle after you have organized. The 4 heavenly kings of the Tao League and Priest Fire left in a flash, returning to make arrangements. Organize the troops immediately and prepare to rush to the Plague Sea. Zhuo Changlu gave the order directly. Okay, that afternoon, all the high-level forces left Sun Moon Pass, and the scene became much emptier. Now, the main focus of the battle was the Plague Sea, and they had become allies with the Umno Alliance. Naturally, the battle at Sun Moon Pass was over. As for whether it would start again in the future, it was probably impossible at the moment. Even if there was an internal strife, it would probably be a long time in the future. After all, even if the 3 parties worked together to successfully shake off the demons and even exterminate them, there were still stronger demons after the demon mainland. Zhuo Changlu and the others were pressed for time. But before everyone left, they all went to the Cemetery of Heroes to light an incense stick. They stood quietly in the Cemetery of Heroes for a while. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Countless soldiers silently looked at the tombstones of their brothers and carefully plucked the weeds on the tombstones. Perhaps this was the last farewell in this life, and also the last time I came to see you. Salute. Turn around. Never look back. The various large armies that stayed behind were recuperating and recovering as much as possible, making their combat strength the most complete. Nan Zhengxian was left behind on the Astral Soul side, and 2 heavenly kings were left behind on the Umno Alliance side. They were in charge of the integration of the armies of the 2 continents. Everything was carried out in an orderly, stable, and orderly manner. Apart from the lowest ranks who felt that the current orders were incomprehensible and incredulous, those who could become the leaders of the armies all knew what to do. Orders were quickly passed down and carried out. The groom, Zhuo brought the wedding wine to send them off. It was considered the completion of the toast, as the final process of this wedding of the century. Of course, he also had a secret mission, a personal mission. He wanted to check on the fortunes of those who were about to go to war and whether there were any obstacles in their fates. Would the future still be safe? Zhuo spent the afternoon as if it were a year. In front of him were countless heroic faces that did not fear death and were smiling. But as far as his eyes could see, at least 1 out of every 3 people would never come back. These people were just talking and laughing with him just now. Zhuo Changlu followed beside him, listening to his son's continuous transmission. The father and son were clearly full of smiles and joy, but they did not know that their hearts were bleeding. In such a large-scale war, it was impossible to change the fate of everyone. If it was a commanding position, a more eye-catching position, there might be a possibility that there would be a response, because the divine consciousness connection between them would be stronger. After making preparations in advance and paying a certain price, it was possible to change a death calamity. But now, in the entire expedition team, there were thousands of such deaths, but there was no way to deal with it. After seeing less than 1/5, Zhuo Changlu collapsed and gave up. Instead, he asked Zhuo to look at the upper echelons from the position of the marshal of the 4 sides. The upper echelons did not suffer great losses. So Zhuo transmitted his voice. Uncle Shimin and Uncle Beigong have accumulated too much killing over the years. In this decisive battle of the century, heavens will as muddle-headed and suddenly erupted. It is because of their own luck that they are seriously injured. Grandfather will also be seriously injured. The others are fine, but Senior Saber Demon is in danger of dying. Zhuo Changlu's expression froze. Saber Demon? He's in danger of dying? Yes. Is it reversible? Irreversible. Even if it's fixed, it can be influenced and deviated by variables. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Zhuo Changlu nodded silently. As Zhuo Xiaoduo spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at his father's face. Suddenly, he discovered that his father's face, which was completely fine just a moment ago, was now covered with a dark cloud. It was a sign of great calamity. Such a huge change gave Zhuo Xiaoduo a huge fright. As he thought about it, he suddenly understood. When he tested fate, especially after his last evolution, because he had the Tianji order as a medium, it didn't harm him at all. However, if he revealed it to someone, that person would suffer a certain degree of fate backlash. If it was just one person's fate, it wouldn't be a big deal. With Zhuo Changlu's high status and power, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, he had just told his father about the fortunes of too many people, as well as many future scenarios. This was tantamount to courting death, or sending his father to his death. Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to slap his own mouth countless times. Zhuo Changlu was about to ask again, but he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of fear. He kept his mouth shut and didn't say anything. Zhuo Changlu immediately understood. He frowned and said, "There's a backlash?" "Yes." Zhuo Changlu laughed and patted his head. He didn't ask anymore. "Dad, remember to wear the heaven-mending stone I gave you in front of your chest at all times. Don't let it leave your body." Zhuo Xiaoduo reminded him seriously. "Okay." Zhuo Changlu agreed. After he finished speaking, he was about to leave with his team. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly sent a message to Wu Yuding. "Mom, I was careless. I unintentionally revealed too much of the Tianji order to my dad, causing his own fate to backfire. I'm afraid it will be blocked. After this, you must not leave his side. You can use your own fate to help him avoid disaster. Don't let him know about this. Remember." Wu Yuding was shocked when she heard this. This matter concerned Zhuo Changlu's safety. She didn't dare to neglect it. She immediately remembered it and engraved it in her heart. "Brothers," Zhuo Changlu shouted, "let's go." With a loud bang, countless sounds shook the sky. "Go, go, go. Let's go kill the devil bastards." "Ha ha!" Roar. Amidst strange roars, the large group of people and horses rose from the ground in an orderly manner and rushed into the sky. Then, one after another, they disappeared into the sky. Their formation was so neat. Almost no one looked back, and no one said a word of farewell. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo clearly saw that each of them had taken a handful of soil from the Sun Moon Pass and put it in their arms before this. This was the place where he had fought, the land that he had desperately protected. Clang, clang, clang. In the void, the sound of a zither sounded. It was unknown who took the lead. At the Sun Moon Pass, a dignified song suddenly sounded. Blood fell from the sky. The day you left, it was snowing. You said that your heart was home, and you said that your back was the country. The day you came back, blood fell from the sky. The quiet smile in the photo is your youth frozen in time. You protected everyone, but you abandoned me. You protected your home. You protected your country. But you won't protect me anymore. The fourth volume, Gratitude and Hatred, must be resolved quickly. Only peace in this life. Later, I will write the summary at the end of the volume. Take a break, and then open the final volume of this book. Even if I laugh in the sky, the monarch is still a young man. Chapter 1284. That he watched as the army gradually moved further and further away. Tears fell from their eyes like rain. It was not until a long time after the army left that countless men dared to cry out, "You must come back! You must come back!" They did not dare to say these words when the army left. They were afraid that it would affect the morale of the army, and that their comrades would feel sad. But at this moment, they did not need to endure it anymore. After a full 10 minutes, the group of burly men wept like a river. In the camp, the general's summoning drum sounded. It was time to gather here too. Countless soldiers either stuffed a handful of dirt into their bosom, or stuffed a jar of wine into their bosom, or stuffed a few pieces of meat into their bosom, or grabbed a small stone and placed it in their bosom. The Sun Moon Pass was about to be abandoned. At the very least, they would not be returning to this place where they had fought for tens of thousands of years. Or they might not be able to return for the rest of their lives. The iron-blooded heroes who had fought fiercely in the Sun Moon Pass would be spilling their blood all over the mainland that they were trying to protect. Countless people waved goodbye to Zhuo. They laughed loudly. Big nephew, see you later. Live well, cultivate well, live happily. Ha ha. To be able to make the minister's son call me uncle, to be able to attend the minister's son's wedding. It's worth it. Let's go. Let's go and see how our luck is. I don't know if I can return to guard this place in this lifetime. Huh, look at your sour face. Won't your bones be buried somewhere for the rest of your life? Did you not consider where to be buried before coming to the Sun Moon Pass? To be able to live until now, you have already earned so much. You are not satisfied. Hurry up. You will be beaten up if you don't go. What are you waiting for? After so many years of life and death, you still can't see through it? Ha, that's true. Children, live well and be happy. Enjoy. This world of mortals, ha. This world is not beautiful at all, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Let's go, let's go. A group of unshaven old men walked into the barracks in groups of 3 to 5, their arms around each other's shoulders and their bodies reeking of alcohol. Along the way, they talked and laughed loudly, scolded each other loudly, joked with each other, and wished each other well. For a moment, Zhuo felt his blood boiling. He couldn't help but soar into the air and say loudly, "Thank you, uncles, for coming to congratulate me today. Everyone, don't be anxious. Today, we'll go our separate ways and fight our way to the ends of the world. In the future, we'll gather together and look forward to our future. After this little nephew and his wife give birth to a boy and a girl, I will definitely invite all of you to drink a cup of wedding wine and continue our previous relationship." Before he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and countless jars of strong wine exploded in the air. The fragrance of the wine soared into the sky and lingered for a long time. So Xiaoduo laughed heartily. "Today, I swear on this wine. It's a deal. I won't leave until I'm drunk. I won't let you down." His voice traveled thousands of miles as he shouted, "When that day comes, the one who doesn't come is a puppy." All the soldiers were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. "Good. It's a deal. I won't leave until I see you. I'll drink this cup of wedding wine for sure. I won't leave until I'm drunk. I'll see you again. The one who doesn't come is a puppy. Ha ha. Big nephew, you're very generous. You're very generous. Ha ha, what a big nephew. When that day comes, I won't leave until I see you." Roar. In the midst of a noise, Zhuo, who was wearing a plain wedding dress, floated up and stood beside Xiaoduo. Her cheeks were red, but she was natural and graceful. She bowed respectfully. "If uncles don't come on that day, we'll inevitably regret it. When the time comes, we'll definitely remember your presence. If uncles don't come, the wine won't be served. I won't leave until I'm drunk. I won't let you down. See you again." Zhuo cheeks were as red as the sunset, but they were even more magnificent and peerless. She smiled gently and said, "We don't know how to raise children. At that time, we'll have to trouble uncles to help us take care of our children." "Ha ha, niece-in-law sure wants to. I won't leave until I see you. See you again." After a long and hearty laughter, everyone raised their hands to say goodbye. Under the setting sun, strong figures with red eyes and bold smiles entered their respective camps and began to organize the troops. The Umno Alliance's troops had already begun to converge. The officers from both sides began to organize and integrate. Both sides worked together sincerely without any barriers. In less than an hour, the first 10,000-man troop had already risen into the air. Amidst the heroic sound of the bugle horn, they lined up neatly and broke through the air. As time went on, the troops left the Sun Moon Pass one after another. In the air, only the heroic voices could be heard. "Take care. Brothers, take care. Don't forget to invite me to the wedding banquet when the time comes. I won't forget. The minister's son and daughter are really pleasing to look at. These two children are so good. Jealous? Jealous? Haha. When the war is over, find a wife and give birth to a child for you. Give birth to as many children as you want. By then, other people will be jealous of you. Haha. I'll take your blessings. Take care, big brother. Take care. Until midnight, the troops were still setting off. At present, the number of troops that had set off had already exceeded 50 million. I hope that during the journey, you guys can make further progress. Okay, no one was pretentious. At a time like this, improving one's strength was the most important thing. As soon as they entered the Tower of Annihilation, they were stunned by what they saw. Damn it, how did it change so much? They couldn't be blamed for being amazed. The changes in the Tower of Annihilation were too great. The overall size was at least 5 times larger than when they went out. What was more terrifying was that the vitality inside was even stronger. Countless mountain ranges rose into the sky. Mountains, rivers, and lakes were everywhere. They were majestic and could be seen everywhere. How is this still a space? It was clearly already a small world. What's more, even after everyone had entered, this space was still continuously expanding. This was obviously Xiao Long's effort to expand the outer edge of the Tower of Annihilation. Chapter 1285. The reason why the Tower of Annihilation could cause such a situation was not only because of the combined efforts of 2 continents to collect the Astral Soul's Jade Powder. This time, Grand Shaman Dan Kong, who was proficient in the Tao of Space, gave Zhuo Xiaoduo all the space soil he had accumulated throughout his life, as well as all the space treasures he had on hand. In fact, it was not only Grand Shaman Dan Kong. Other than him, there were others who had space treasures on hand. Now, many of these space treasures were all concentrated in the Tower of Annihilation. This caused the Tower of Annihilation to change so much. The internal space on the original basis had increased by more than 100 times, and Xiaolong obviously had not put so many treasures to use. Now, Xiaolong could be said to have continued to work day and night without rest, constantly integrating huge amounts of Astral Soul's Jade Powder, constantly using space treasures to integrate those fate dragons that an unprecedented amount of heaven and earth fate dragons were all moved into this space. What Li Chenglong and the others did not realize was that, in fact, including when they first came in, this space had been in a slow but continuous expansion. The spirit chi was also constantly increasing. Whether it was the width or the height, every aspect was constantly increasing. In other words, the current Tower of Annihilation was infinitely close to a small world. If there was something that it lacked compared to a small world, it was the sun, the moon, and the stars. After all, the current Zhuo Xiaoduo had not had the opportunity to come into contact with these. At least as far as he was concerned, he was far from qualified to know how to obtain the sun, the moon, and the stars. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and cultivate? Li Chenglong scolded. Now, even a second of delay is a sin. Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Without saying a word, they immediately began to cultivate. Li Chenglong was right. This was a gathering of the resources of 3 continents to help everyone cultivate. Under such an urgent situation, under such pressure, it was really a sin to delay for even a second. Cultivate. Use the fastest speed to reach the peak of the Tao integration stage. Then try to compress to the extreme and break through to the primordial chaos. Otherwise, it will be useless in the end. Everyone took a deep breath and immediately began to cultivate. Outside the Tower of Annihilation, Zhuo Xiaoyan in a light red dress and Zhuo Xiaoduo hurried on their way. Xiaoduo, what's the flow of time inside the tower now? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked curiously. So Xiao Duo communicated with Xiao Long for a while and then replied, "Now, 1 day outside is equivalent to 1 year and 2 months inside the Tower of Emptiness. And this is because Xiao Long hasn't had enough time to fully digest all the treasures. If he fully digests this batch of treasures, he predicts that 1 day outside is equivalent to 3 years inside the tower. 1 day equals 3 years." Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked by the news, and her face turned red. He thought to himself, if that was the case, wouldn't it mean that she was pregnant in the Tower of Annihilation? It had only been a day outside, and everything had been completed inside. What's more, the child was already 2 years old and could run around. This, that looking at Zhuo Xiaoyan's face, Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and raised his eyebrows. What are you thinking about? Why are you so obsessed with the 7 emotions? Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked and said hurriedly, "Nonsense. I'm not thinking about anything." "Hee. I know even if you don't say it. You must be thinking about having a child." "I'm not." With their current cultivation, they could no longer tear space apart. They even felt an unprecedented sense of sluggishness when they flew. This was the special characteristic of the heroic soul passes. They could not fly within 1,000 miles. The two of them did not hesitate and used their swift movement techniques to pass through White Mountain. In the sky, heavy snowflakes that could be seen all year round in White Mountain continued to fall. The two of them were silent as they moved forward at high speed. The more they were in the heroic soul passes, the clearer they could feel that there were already countless warriors guarding them. Behind them, from all directions, there were still countless warriors rushing over. They traveled tens of thousands of miles without any hesitation. They rushed into this snowstorm and charged into this land of death. They were waiting for the moment when their blood ran dry. This was because the demons had returned and broken through the Tao League's blockade. If they wanted to enter the continent of astral souls, they would have to attack from here. This 40,000 miles of White Mountain was the first line of defense in the continent of astral souls. The fighting here would be 100 times, 1,000 times more brutal than the Sun Moon Pass. The pure White Mountain would soon be dyed red with blood. This was inevitable. This was because the Tao League would definitely not be able to stop the demons. Even if they went all out with the Tao League's past performance, their actual combat strength was mediocre. It was already an outstanding performance if they did not collapse upon contact. The two of them leaped down and continued to run. It was only when they were about 1,500 miles away that they felt the effect of the no-fly zone disappear. A buffer of 1,500 miles. The effect of the no-fly zone is better than expected. It's worthy of the sacrifice of so many heroic souls. So Xiao Duo sighed softly. The two of them crossed the stormy plains and entered the Tao League's territory. They saw that the members of the Tao League were busy building earthquake-proof houses. There were people running and shouting constantly. It was obvious that they were very anxious and urgent. But now, Xiao Duo looked up at the sky and realized that it was already dawn. After today, after another day and night, that the demons would come. There was no time to do all these now. These actions were not considered mending the pen after the sheep were lost. What was the use of just building earthquake-proof houses? To put it bluntly, even if the current anti-earthquake measures were able to preserve the lives of the people here, once the demons invaded the continent, the civilians of the Tao Alliance who had barely managed to survive would still end up as food for the demons. They ran all the way and kept tearing space apart. During the process of passing through the vast Tao League's territory of more than 40,000 miles, Xiao Duo ordered Xiao Long to steal more than 10 Tao League's dragon veins and many treasures hidden underground when he was resting. Anyway, this land is about to be destroyed by a catastrophe. I might as well take it and make use of it. It's not a waste. So Xiao Duo felt at ease about this. It was embarrassing to take advantage of someone else's precarious situation. After another long run, the two of them finally arrived at the Plague Coast. When they arrived, They could already sense the mighty aura of Zhuo, Changlu, and the others who were thousands of miles away. So Xiaoduo carefully concealed his aura so that his parents would not notice his arrival. Then, he plunged into the void extermination tower. Just like Li Chenglong and the others, he began to cultivate diligently day and night. It was now 8 o'clock in the morning. There were still 45 hours before the demons returned. That was less than 2 full days' time. However, for Zhuo Xiaoduo, it was 2 years and 4 months' time. During this period of time, Zhuo Xiaoduo's goal was to reach the peak of primordial chaos stage. He was now at the peak of Tao integration stage and had already suppressed his true essence 4 times. He did not lack enlightenment, state of mind, or anything else. The only thing he lacked was the accumulation of true essence. Many people did not understand the accumulation of true essence. They thought that if it was purely about accumulating true essence, wouldn't it be enough to continuously cultivate and absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth according to the amount of spiritual power and the capacity of the Dantian? However, in reality, the essence of cultivation was far from that. Regardless of whether it was the spiritual essence in the treasures of heaven and earth or the spiritual essence in the astral soul's jade, it was a so-called popular spiritual essence. If one had to point out the difference in spiritual energy, it would only be the difference in purity. However, there were still many twists and turns to absorb spiritual essence into the body and transform it into the cultivator's own strength. Cultivators guided the external spiritual energy to pass through their own meridians over and over again. The purpose was to make a part of the spiritual energy assimilate with the power in their body, and then gather it into their dantian. Then it would circulate through the body with the spiritual energy for a few cycles. Only then would it be considered to have completed the assimilation of this part of the spiritual energy and truly become a part of their own power. This also caused too much spiritual energy to be wasted in the process, and this reflected the difference between high and low aptitudes of cultivators from the most direct point of view. Some people's meridians were born with an affinity for spiritual essence. If a piece of astral soul's jade contained 1,000 strands of spiritual essence, he could absorb more than 100 strands of it. However, those people did not have high aptitudes, ordinary meridians, and insufficient talent. Out of 1,000 strands of spiritual essence, he might only be able to use a few dozen strands, a dozen strands, or even just a few strands. After absorbing this portion of spiritual essence, after a period of running in and using, before it truly became a part of the cultivator's strength, there would be a considerable amount of consumption. Of course, after the refining process was completed, the spiritual essence would be completely transformed into a part of the cultivator's cultivation. It would be like a part of the body, just like physical strength. After it was used up, it could be recovered through breathing. However, there was still a prerequisite, and that was the cultivator's origin could not be harmed. What did it mean to harm the origin? Using a term that was easier for us ordinary people to understand, it would be damaging one's vitality. For example, if one underwent a major operation, fell seriously ill, and so on, no matter how much the body recovered, it would be difficult to return to the perfect state before the injury. This state was called damaging one's vitality. It was the same for cultivators. Once their vitality was damaged, unless they encountered a huge opportunity, it would be difficult for them to recover. Compared to ordinary people recovering their vitality, the simplest way was, unless they ate an elixir to regain their youthful vigor. Once a cultivator lost his or her vitality, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to make up for it. Therefore, it did not mean that. If you were given a mountain full of rare heavenly treasures and astral soul's jade, and absorbed them all, you would be able to reach the level of the starry sky. Saint, this was impossible, because some people could turn resources into their own attack power, but some people could only turn them into shit. Many people were struggling with this problem. I didn't understand it myself. So, I studied hard for a long time and came up with a theory that I just happened to write here. I don't know if it's right or not, but in my book, let's assume it's right for now. Well, I lost a lot of water. I'll make up for it when I have the chance. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.